doors. Let the doors be open. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Barsalou-Duval, requests leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, political financing. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure that I table today an important bill that would modify the Canada Elections Act when it comes to political financing. This would help reduce cynicism by reducing the undue influence of major donators on the party in power. By bringing public political financing, as recommended by Mr. Kingsley, the former Chief Electoral Officer, this will allow all voters from all parties in all ridings to give concrete meaning to their vote. This is a bill that is utterly democratic, inspired by Quebec's political fundraising and financing law, an act that was passed unanimously in Quebec. I hope that it will have the support of all parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Barsalou-Duval, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Well, a member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
I'm just waiting. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table another petition calling on the government to support my private member's bill, C-228, to help save West Coast wild salmon. The petitioners know that Canada could become a world leader while protecting wild salmon, and they're asking the government to stand up for the more than 9,000 family-supporting jobs, coastal communities, cultural traditions, and complex ecosystems that depend on healthy West Coast wild salmon population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise to table petitions from hundreds of voters in Edmonton, Sherwood Park, and Camrose, calling on this government. In a democracy, every voter should count. Frequently, our electoral system allows a party to win with 100% of the power with less than 40% of the vote. The Liberal government promised to change our electoral system, but time's running out. We want a fairer system in place before the next election. They therefore call on the government to adopt a fairer, proportional voting system so that the Parliament of Canada can actually reflect how electors vote. Thank you.
The member for London North Centre.
I have the honour of putting forward petition E288 today, a petition calling for the Government of Canada to put forward a standard type 1 diabetes care policy in all schools across the country based on recommendations of a number of diabetes research advocacy organizations, including JDRF, OFIA, and the Canadian Diabetes Association. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to take a petition from British Columbians who are opposed to the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion. They know that it triples the capacity of the Trans Mountain pipeline system to 890,000 barrels per day. They know that 40,000 barrels of oil have already leaked from the existing Kinder Morgan pipeline, and they know that it would only create 50 permanent full-time jobs, and that it will increase the number of oil tankers coming into the Bourard Inlet from 8 to 34 per month, putting at risk our waterways and the industries dependent on it.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first deals with an ongoing issue other petitioners have raised. These petitioners are primarily from Barrie, Ontario. They're calling for the government to take action against the neonicotinoid insecticides, which are linked very closely to serious decline in pollinators, threatening all agriculture as well as ecosystems. The second, Mr. Speaker, relates to the ongoing demand for British Columbians that the tanker ban be extended to the entire coast. These petitioners are primarily from Victoria and areas within my riding. They call on the government to protect the coastline of British Columbia by establishing a permanent ban on crude oil tankers.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I am now ready to present my ruling concerning a point of order brought up by the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on November 23, 2016, concerning the requirement for a royal recommendation for Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act, maternity benefits, which is standing in his name. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands for having raised this important matter, as well as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, the Honourable Member for Essex, the Honourable Member for Cambridge, and the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington for their comments.
Is intended to provide for the development and implementation of a national maternity assistance program strategy and to amend the Employment Insurance Act. It is the latter portion of the bill that is at issue in the present case. The purpose of clauses 6 and 7 of the bill is to allow a pregnant woman to claim employment insurance benefits if she has obtained a certificate completed by a medical doctor attesting that she is unable to perform the duties of her regular or usual employment or of other suitable employment because the job functions may pose a risk to her health or to that of her unborn child. Under the present regime of the Employment Insurance Act, any pregnant woman could have access to pregnancy benefits for a total of 15 weeks, starting at the earliest 8 weeks before her due date. The decision on when to begin receiving benefits is entirely up to the applicant, and the Act is silent as to any governing reasons or criteria. The bill would provide access to these benefits starting 15 weeks before the due date if there is a health risk to the claimant's work due to the claimant's work environment. Autrement dit,
In other words, the claimant, instead of claiming 8 weeks of benefits before her baby was born and 7 weeks after, could claim the entire 15 weeks prior to the birth of the child.
For Kingston and the Islands argued that Bill C-243 does not need a royal recommendation since the effect of the bill would not result in an increase of the amount of benefits paid, an increase of the benefit period, or of the number of weeks an individual is entitled to claim. Nor would it change the eligibility requirements to make employment insurance benefits accessible to more claimants. Since the bill would simply shift the existing entitlements, any cost associated with the changes would be merely operational. His central argument was that protecting maternal health is already a function of maternity benefits, and since the bill aims at achieving the same result through existing entitlements, it cannot be considered to be creating a new function. He went on to indicate that since, quote, applicants are already permitted to take benefits during their pregnancy up to 8 weeks prior to their due date, it is strong evidence that maternal health and maintaining a safe pregnancy are existing purposes of maternity benefits, unquote. La députée d'Essex.
The member for Essex, the member for Cambridge, and the member for Perth Wellington indicated in their interventions that they supported these arguments.
To the Government House Leader argued that the royal recommendation attached to the Employment Insurance Act covers not only the charges envisioned by the Act, but also the terms and conditions of each benefit. He stated that, quote, altering when a person is eligible to receive a benefit under the Employment Insurance Act, even if the change to the benefit would not increase the overall charge, would constitute an alteration to the terms and conditions, unquote. Voici ce qu'on peut lire.
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, at page 834, states the following, quote, "A royal recommendation not only fixes the allowable charge, but also its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications. For this reason, a royal recommendation is required not only in the case where money is being appropriated, but also in the case where the authorization to spend for a specific purpose is significantly altered." Without a royal recommendation, a bill that either increases the amount of an appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications is inadmissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiative, unquote.
In the present case, it is clear, as the sponsor of the bill argued, that there is no increase in the overall amount of benefits. The shifting of the time period would have no bearing on the total amount of money dispersed. However, in these matters, the cost is not the only factor. The question for the chair is whether or not the changes proposed would significantly alter the objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications of the benefits such that they would require a royal recommendation. Le 8 mai.
On May the 8th, 2008, Speaker Milliken delivered a ruling that can be found at page 5,587 of debates on Bill C-490, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, application for supplement, retroactive payments, and other amendments. While the bill clearly provided for increases in supplements, it also made changes in the manner in which people applied for benefits and the extent to which qualified persons could claim benefits retroactively. In Speaker Milliken's view, this, quote, would alter the conditions and qualifications that were originally placed on public spending on old age security payments when those benefits were approved by Parliament. As I have reminded the House on a number of occasions, funds may only be appropriated by Parliament in the manner and, as explicitly stated in Standing Order 79-1, for purposes covered by a royal recommendation, unquote.
In this case, Bill C-243 does not impose any new charge on the public treasury, but creates a new set of conditions relating to the safety of their workplace for their pregnancy, under which pregnant women could have access to benefits related to their pregnancy from as early as 15 weeks before the birth of their child. Though the sponsor of the bill argues otherwise, the chair is not convinced that the current act allows spending under the circumstances, in the manner, and for the purposes he proposes. This being a circumstance not yet envisioned in the Employment Insurance Act, it infringes on the terms and conditions of the initial royal recommendation that accompanied that act, and therefore requires now a new royal recommendation. This remains the case even if the total amount of benefits stays the same. Consequently, the chair will decline to put the question on third reading of the bill in its present form unless a royal recommendation is received.
I thank honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Ordonnance du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Third reading of Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament 2016.
Mr. Sohi for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Mahaichuk. moves that Bill C-29, and a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. Honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's a real pleasure to rise this morning at the third reading of the Budget Implementation Act and number 2. Mr. Speaker, this is an act that's going to be transformational for our nation, and I'm very pleased to be speaking this morning to all the colleagues to ensure their support on this very important act, which is putting in place the budget of 2016.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, parliamentarians, I am very happy to rise this morning in this House to speak to the investments that the Government of Canada will be making to maintain the vigor and growth in this country and for its population and obviously for the long term, Mr. Speaker. The main goal of the Government of Canada is not only to ensure that there is economic growth, but also to do it in such a way that families, workers, and those most vulnerable members of our society benefit from that growth. We can't simply say that we have made progress unless we all take part in the prosperity that we are creating together. This is a global challenge, and Canada must meet this challenge. Unfortunately, hard work is not always synonymous with progress. And that's the problem that Canadians have asked us to solve. And that's what we are trying to solve with measures such as those found in the Budget Implementation Act that we are studying today.
Let me elaborate on some of the Government of Canada's first steps. Canada was one of the first countries in the world to put into practice the idea that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you indeed have a country that works for everyone. With Budget 2016 growing the middle class and with the recent fall economic statement, the Government of Canada has taken important steps towards restoring the confidence of Canadian families in order to drive our economy forward. We took a big first step by introducing a middle-class tax cut and raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% to help pay for it. Thanks to our Canada Child Benefit, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are getting more benefits for their children. On average, they will get almost $2,300 more for the 2016-2017 benefit year. It's helping hundreds of thousands of children to get out of poverty, Madam Speaker. For some families, it could mean more money to spend on skates this winter or gifts for Christmas. For others, it could mean paying down debt or saving a little more. That's real progress, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure you would agree with me. We also improve retirement security for workers today and for future generations, including signing an historic agreement with the provinces to strengthen the Canada Pension Plan. We have kept the promises we made to seniors by strengthening the retirement income system. We restored the age of eligibility for old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits to 65. We also increased the guaranteed income supplement top-up benefit for single seniors. We made it easier for young people from low and middle-income families to go to university or college by boosting Canada student grants, and recent grads now get a break on paying back their Canada student loans until they are earning at least $25,000 per year. We also immediately began investing in our future. The investment we made in the infrastructure needs of our cities and communities create jobs today while building Canada's economy for the future. We intend to build on this momentum.
This second Budget Implementation Act would implement measures that are still waiting from the government's first budget, which was designed to ensure middle-class growth. Madam Speaker, as a government, we are particularly proud of our first budget. This budget puts in place historic investments investments that are an essential step forward as we ensure growth for the middle class, and it puts Canadian families first. It's the first step towards putting in place a long-term plan that will reestablish hope and bring new life to the economy. Measures that will benefit all Canadians. As has already been said, this budget, this plan, has not only been welcomed by Canadians, but it's a plan that is getting great reviews outside of Canada. The Financial Times has said that Canada is a lighthouse. The Wall Street Journal says that Canada is now a world leader when it comes to growth. And the president of the IMF, Christine Lagarde, has said that our approach is the right one. At the fall meetings of the IMF, Ms. Lagarde said that all countries should follow Canada's example and use all of the levers at their disposal to promote better growth, the kind of growth, Madam Speaker, that will benefit all Canadians. Our budget has received this support because our efforts are focused on the right things that will ensure that we have economic growth in Canada.
Let me move now to the help we did for seniors, Madam Speaker. This Budget Implementation Act supports our seniors, and we are very, very proud of it, by helping them to retire in more comfort and with dignity. This is what we wish for all our seniors. This will continue to be a significant priority in our aging society. Canada's retirement income system has been successful in reducing the incidence of poverty among Canadian seniors. However, some seniors continue to be at heightened risk of living in low income. In particular, single seniors are nearly 3 times more likely to live in low income than seniors generally. Budget 2016 helps seniors retire comfortably and with dignity by making significant new investments that support them in their retirement years. This is not just the right thing to do, Madam Speaker, it's the smart thing to do. In Budget 2016, we repealed the provision of the Old Age Security Act that increased the age of eligibility for old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits from 65 to 67, and allowance benefit from 60 to 62 over the 2023-2029 period. By reducing the age, Madam Speaker, we make sure that less seniors will retire in poverty. Restoring the eligibility age for old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits to 65 will put thousands of dollars back in the pocket of Canadians as they become senior and look to retire. Budget 2016 also increased the guaranteed income supplement top-up benefit by up to $947 annually for the most vulnerable single seniors starting in July 2016. This is helping those seniors rely almost exclusively on old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits and may therefore be at risk of experiencing financial difficulties. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, we are taking care of seniors and we are taking care of the most vulnerable seniors in our society. This enhancement more than doubles the current maximum guaranteed income supplement top-up benefits and represents a 10% increase in the total maximum guaranteed income supplement benefits available to the lowest income single seniors. And I know, Madam Speaker, that all members in this House recognize that this is helping seniors in their own communities. I am sure that every member in this House has met single seniors who are going to benefit from this measure, and I hope they will support, because I know that working for seniors is one of the top priorities for every member in this House. This measure represents an investment of over $670 million per year and will improve the financial security of about 900,000 single seniors across Canada. This is 900 single seniors, Madam Speaker, who are going to be better off.
With this second Budget Implementation Act, we are following through on our promise in Budget 2016 to support seniors who are couples who face a higher cost of living and an increased risk of poverty because of the fact that they have to live separately. This Second Budget Implementation Act amends the Old Age Security Act to make it more flexible. When a couple receives GIS benefits and the spousal benefit, but they have to live separately for reasons beyond their control, each member of the couple will receive benefits based on their individual income. By extending this treatment to couples receiving the GIS and spousal benefit, the government is increasing equity and fairness towards seniors and allowing them to live to retire with dignity.
Historic agreement with the provincial governments to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. This also plays a key part in providing support for our middle class. The Department of Finance has examined whether families nearing retirement are adequately prepared. And what we found, Madam Speaker, is about 1 in 4 Canadian families approaching retirement, that's 1.1 million families in our country, are at risk of not saving enough to maintain their current standard of living when they retire. And the risk is highest for middle-income families in our country. Families without workplace pensions are at an even greater risk of under-saving for retirement. In fact, a third of these families are at risk. We are aware of the need to help Canadians save more, and that's why we're acting, Madam Speaker. Saving more will mean that they are more confident about their future and about their ability to secure a dignified retirement. There is a particular concern regarding younger Canadians who tend to have higher debts than in previous generations, and who in most cases will live longer than in previous generations. They face the challenge of securing adequate retirement savings at a time when fewer can expect to work in jobs that will include a workplace pension plan. And that's why the measure in this law, Madam Speaker, are going to help our young generation. We talk about senior, now we're talking about youth. And I know, again, that members in this House are very, very concerned of making sure that our youth can retire in dignity as well. So let me move now to the protection of consumer in the Bank Act. Les consommateurs canadiens.
Canadian consumers of financial products and services deserve protection that meets their needs. From this perspective, this Second Budget Implementation Act will amend the Bank Act to strengthen and modernize the consumer protection framework when it comes to financial products and services. And that's great news, Madam Speaker, for consumers in Canada. The financial sector plays a major role in supporting economic growth. Every day, Madam Speaker, Canadian financial institutions meet the financial needs of consumers and of small and big business, and they enable financial transactions and payments to be carried out. They are the infrastructure of our market system. We want to ensure that the financial sector is able to adapt to new trends, including new innovations and financial technologies that affect the existing traditional models of operating, the preferences of consumers that are constantly changing, client relationships, demographic change, and ongoing globalization.
And enhancing consumer protection in the Bank Act, and to work with stakeholders to support the implementation of a national framework. What this bill proposes is to do exactly that, Madam Speaker. It proposed to consolidate and streamline existing consumer provisions in one new chapter of the Bank Act, introduce amendments to the Bank Act to enhance consumer protection in the areas of access to basic banking services, business practices, disclosure, complaints handling, as well as corporate governance and accountability. That's what consumers want, Madam Speaker. They want the protection that's going to be afforded in these new provisions. The federal government is exercising leadership by taking targeted steps to strengthen financial consumer protection. That's what Canadians have told us, That's what we're doing, Madam Speaker. These reforms will reaffirm the federal government's intent to have a system of exclusive rules for consumer protection to ensure an efficient national banking system from coast to coast to coast. So wherever consumers are going to be, wherever they may move in their career across Canada, they will always find this government on their side to protect their consumer right. Let me move to the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker. L'un des fondements.
One of the pillars of our plan to strengthen the middle class was also one of the cornerstones of our first budget. Madam Speaker, in Budget 2016, we went ahead with the new Canada Child Benefit. This benefit will help parents to better support what is most precious to them, obviously, their children. The Canada Child Benefit, or CCB, is the most simple, straightforward, and generous benefit, more generous than the benefits that it replaced. It's also entirely tax-free. It's better targeted to help those who need it the most. As I said at the outset, the CCB will enable hundreds of thousands of children to be raised out of poverty in 2017 compared to 2014. With the implementation of this benefit in July, 9 out of 10 families are receiving more money than they were receiving under the previous system of child benefits. Whether this money benefits, I think everybody knows hundreds of families, if not thousands, that have benefited from this, and they should vote for this bill at third reading to support families in their ridings. Whether the money, this extra money, is used to buy school supplies, to pay for the family's grocery bill, or to buy warm winter jackets, the CCB will help parents to face the rising costs of living and raising children. With the benefit, parents of children under 18 will receive up to $6,400 per child under 6 and $5,400 per child aged 6 to 17. By supporting this legislation, you will be contributing to seeing to it that the CCB is indexed to inflation beginning in 2020 so that families can count on this extra help for many years to come. And I know that everyone here in the House will vote. I hope they will vote in favor of this bill, because the people in their ridings who sent them here to Ottawa, be it seniors, young people, families, those are the people that will benefit from this legislation.
A giant step forward in our plan to put people first and to deliver the help they need now while investing for the years and decades to come. And I know members want to invest in the futures, and I know members want to put people first, because that's the same people who send them in Ottawa. With these investments, inspired by a sense of fairness, we are ensuring that Canada's best days lie ahead. And fairness is about everything that we stand for, Madam Speaker. As government, and I'm sure as all parliamentarians, we want to do what's fair for all Canadians, for Canadian families in every of our riding, for seniors in each of our riding, and for youth in each of our riding. Our plan is about creating the necessary conditions to ensure that hope and hard work will not be wasted but rewarded. And I'm sure every member believes that's true. People who are working hard in our country should be rewarded. Growth should be inclusive. This is about inclusive growth, Madam Speaker. The measure we present in this bill is about inclusive growth. And I do not believe that there's any member in this House which would disagree about inclusive growth in our country, about investing in families, about investing in our seniors, about investing in our youth, about making sure that when you retire, you're going to retire in dignity. Those are beliefs, those are values that I'm sure are shared by all the members in this House. And our children and our grandchildren will remember this historic moment, Madam Speaker. When people are going to vote, they will remember what they did for them, whether they invested for their future, whether they make sure that growth will be inclusive in our country. The Government of Canada is focused on the larger picture of ensuring prosperity for Canadians well beyond its 150th birthday. I will finish, Madam Speaker, by saying I encourage all members in this House to support this bill. Not because it's just the smart thing to do, because it's the right thing to do for the people that send them to Ottawa. And they are the voice of these families, of these youth, of these seniors that send them to Ottawa to work for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable colleague for his, for his presentation. Madam Speaker, the honourable colleague said a couple things right. I will hand that to him. We are the voice of our constituents. There have been 338 members of Parliament that have been voted in to be the voice of our constituents, to deliver their voice from our riding to Ottawa, not the other way around. And we are talking about investing in the future. We are talking about the investments that this government is going to do, the promises that this government wants to do, this enormous amount of money that the government wants to spend. But, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about something. I live in a riding, beautiful riding in Caribou Prince George. And we have been hard hit, Madam Speaker. We do not have a softwood lumber agreement. We are not having projects approved. I want to know from this member, through you, Madam Speaker, what this budget is going to do to create jobs in my riding, create healthy and prosperous lives in my riding. We don't want a handout, we want jobs. And what is this bill going to do?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Caribou Prince George, which he knows I appreciate very much. And this is one of the members who's always there when we're talking about investing in the future. And I'm pleased to respond to his question because he will recognize that by supporting this bill, he's going to do a number of few things to help the people in Caribou Prince George. Just like the people in Shawinigan in my home riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Those are the people who sent us here. The first thing we did, Madam Speaker, was to reduce taxes for the middle class. This is applying to people in his own riding to put more money in their pocket so that they can make the choice to invest or save for their retirement or save for their future, invest in their children. The Canada Child Benefit. 9 families out of 10 are going to be better. I know there are thousands of families in this riding which are going to benefit in Caribou Prince George. When you're talking about our investment that we did for students, I'm sure that the students in Caribou Prince George, Madam Speaker, would agree with me that by enhancing the grants, the student grants is a good thing, and waiting until they earn $25,000 to repay these loans is a good thing for their students. So, Madam Speaker, there's a number of good things in this bill to help the people of Caribou Prince George, as well as Canadians across the nation. That's the right thing to do for Canadians.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rimouski, Neigette-Témiscouata.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I sit on the Finance Committee. I'd like to come back to the issue of the Bank Act and consumer protection. I disagree with my colleague's interpretation, and I think it's a bit ironic because the federal government's reaction is a bit of a paradox because there was a complaint that led to the Marcotte decision. If that had been made under this new proposed system, there would be no such decision because there would be no class action in a case like that. So it's clear, according to most experts, legal experts, and there was an article in Le Soleil by Brigitte Breton that clearly showed that consumers will be the losers here. So how can he claim the opposite? We're talking about consumer protection, which comes under provincial jurisdiction. Can he help me understand that contradiction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I have a lot of respect for him. He's one of the bright lights on the Finance Committee, and I'm always happy to discuss the issues with him. And I can answer quite simply. Let me just list off the principles in the Act that will amend the Bank Act in order to protect consumers in Canada. Basic banking services should be accessible. I'm sure my colleague agrees with that. Disclosure should enable customers to make enlightened financial decisions. I'm sure my colleague agrees with that principle. Clients and the public should be treated fairly. I'm sure my colleague is all for fairness. The process should allow for impartial and transparent transactions. I'm sure my colleague agrees with that too. Those are the principles that we want to push forward to protect consumers in Quebec and all across the country. So when they're dealing with the banks in Quebec and all across the country, they can be sure they'll be well protected. Questions and comments?
Central Okanagan, Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nikolai. I was almost there.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. You said it great. Just want to raise a question with the member opposite. His government talks all the time about innovation, how we need to support innovation in this country. He talks, and his government talks about how they need to cooperate with provinces on healthcare and improving our healthcare system, Madam Speaker. Yet, in C-29, this bill targets doctors, particularly medical specialists, so that those that work in group structure plans cannot access the preferential tax rate for small businesses, Madam Speaker. This will drive doctors to other jurisdictions, particularly the United States. How can I go back to my riding of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, when I go to the rural areas, the one thing I continually hear is access to health care, access to doctors. Madam Speaker, why is the only innovation this government has for health care is taking more money from doctors and chasing them away?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I appreciate the question from the members who sits also on our Finance Committee, and I would like to commend him for his great work on the Finance Committee. Madam Speaker, we appreciate the work that doctors are doing across our nation, as well as accountants and lawyers. The only thing we said, Madam Speaker, we're not raising taxes on anyone. We just clarify what was happening, Madam Speaker. What we said in Canadian Understand, it's about fairness. This government will always stand for tax fairness. So what are we saying, Madam Speaker? We're saying for one small business corporation in this country, you're going to get one small business tax deduction. One corporation, one deduction. I think everyone in the nation understands that. This is all about fairness. And I was in the committee when we heard from the Canadian Medical Association, from doctors, and I take them for their word. Doctors told us that they created this group to advance science and provide health care, not because of tax structure, and I believe them when they say that, so people understand one corporation, one deduction, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member. He always speaks very well in the House, defending his position. But, Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to put a question to the Honourable Member. There were a lot of promises during the election for supporting small business owners. And yet, again, there is no tax cut for small businesses and no cap on transaction fees for credit cards. Small business right across the country are suffering. They're particularly suffering in my province of Alberta with the downturn in the economy. Could the member, through you, Madam Speaker, explain why they're still not giving breaks to small business?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for raising the concern of our constituent in Alberta, because we very much care about what's going on in Alberta, across the nation, obviously. What we did for small business, Madam Speaker, and I went across from Moncton to Yellowknife in pre-budget consultation. I met probably with thousands of people, and what small business have told us, they said, make sure that the economy is working. So our belief, Madam Speaker, is by investing in the middle class, if the middle class is doing well, the economy is going to go well in our country. And what small business want, they told us, is consumers. And what they want is consumers who can buy their products and services. And I think the measures we have done, which is going to improve the middle class in our country. If you have a strong middle class, Madam Speaker, clearly you're going to have good small and medium-sized businesses that are going to thrive in our country. That's why we're investing in the middle class, because we know that this is benefiting small businesses and indeed all businesses across our country.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes d'Elchère. Very briefly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say that the speech that I've just heard from my colleague on the other side of the House is one of the most pathetic and cynical speeches I have ever heard since I was elected to this place. The government is in such a hurry to pander to the banks that it is trying to impose a gag order to shut down debate on C-29. They're talking about modernizing the bank system. How? By reducing regulation and by undermining consumer protection in Quebec so that consumers are less protected. Despite that, the fact that the National Assembly denounced that, what counts most for my colleague, Quebec voters in his riding, or the lobby of the rich banks? A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary, please. Madam Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague. It's rare that we hear in the House that we have made a pathetic speech, but I would like to reassure him I am working solely for Canadians and Quebecers who voted to send me here to this House to represent them in the St. Maurice Champlain riding. We need to take our responsibilities here because, as my colleague said, in the Malcott ruling, we were asked to clarify the rules, and I can assure my colleague that my next speech will be even more interesting to him. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always an honor to rise and participate in the debate in this chamber. Normally, it is rare for me to speak to a bill numerous times. However, there is so much in Bill C-29 that is of serious concern, it begs for debate. Now, to be clear, I understand that Omnibus Budget Implementation Acts, as Bill C-29 most certainly is, will always carry criticism. As a member of the former government in the last Parliament, I can attest to that, as could any member who was a member of Parliament and is elected with us today. However, I've noticed that there is one profound difference between much of the criticism of the last Conservative government and the criticism directed at the current Liberal government. And what is that difference, you might ask? By and large, when criticism was levied at the former Conservative government, more often than not, it was based on hypotheticals. Headlines would typically read, X, Y, Z could happen, or event Y, X, Z might happen. Now, typically this criticism was from some sort of expert, of which there is no shortage in the Ottawa bubble. Even my own Free the Grapes bill to legalize direct-to-consumer interprovincial wine shipments, which, I should say, the former Conservative government expanded to apply to craft beer and artisan spirits in subsequent Omnibus Budget Implementation Acts, experts warned it could cost provincial liquor monopolies millions of dollars. Yet, we know in those provinces that do allow direct-to-consumer shipping, like my very home province of British Columbia, this, of course, did not happen. In fact, in British Columbia, we see consumption and sales of BC wine year over year perform better and better. Again, the experts were wrong. However, with our friends, the Liberals, the criticism is not what might happen, Madam Speaker, or what could happen. It is what will happen. Let me give you an example of this. As part of Bill C-29, the Liberals are proposing to seriously change the multiplication rates on the small business deduction rules. Now, we all know this Prime Minister does not like small business. The Liberals have reneged on promised cuts to small business. And the Prime Minister is on the record in the past stating he believes small business is simply a way for wealthy people to avoid paying higher tax, which of course is ironic coming from a trust fund millionaire. Why have a trust fund? Well, obviously for tax advantage. But Madam Speaker, I digress. So why should we care that the Liberals are making these tax changes to small business tax rates? Well, here's a simple example. Many Canadians are not aware of this, or may not be aware of this. However, a significant number of physicians and surgeons operate in partnership with each other as small businesses. Now, we all know physicians and surgeons work together within our medical community, so really it is not a surprise that this extends into business and taxation areas as well. Without delving too far into the technical tax ramifications of Bill C-29, from my time on the Finance Committee, let me say the end result is that these changes will massively impact many Canadian physicians and surgeons. Those who know me know I do not normally use a word like massively. So what does massively mean in the context of this discussion? Well, in some cases, the amount of corporate tax paid could increase not by 2%, not by 5%, not by 10 or 15%, they could actually double. And you heard that right, Madam Speaker, double. And let us be clear, this is not what could or possibly might happen. that is what will happen. The Canadian Medical Association hired a well-respected independent accounting firm to assess and quantify these numbers, and they are not hypothetical. These changes will seriously impact a significant amount of physicians and surgeons all across this great country. And let us not forget, Madam Speaker, the Liberals are also raising taxes on those earning $200,000 per year. And of course, many physicians and surgeons will be hit there as well. In short, you could easily call this the Liberal war on doctors. Now, I believe probably every member in this place knows of ongoing struggles in communities, not just in Canada, but across North America, with respect to a shortage of doctors. Considering the massive amount of taxpayer subsidies in Canadian post-secondary institutions, I would submit Canada can ill afford to act as a training ground for new doctors to take those much-needed skills elsewhere. But let us look at the more likely scenario. As much as this federal Liberal government enjoys taking money away from Canada's doctors and physicians, Ottawa, for the most part, doesn't pay or employ them. That is up to provinces who employ doctors and physicians. In other words, in order to keep doctors and not just lose them to more competitive jurisdictions, most notably the United States, the provinces will likely be forced to make up the Liberals' created hit to the pocketbook of doctors' net home take-home pay, Madam Speaker. And it is kind of yet another form of downloading from the Liberal government. And most people, Madam Speaker, I would suggest, have not heard about it. But it gets more offensive. At the same time, Liberals are looking to severely reduce the net take-home pay of doctors. They are conducting a whisper campaign. They may start taxing employer-provided medical benefits, all to pay for Liberals' reckless spending here in Ottawa. This is an insult to Canada's doctors. And I'm not certain that there is not likely a member in this place that has not heard from physicians and surgeons warning this Liberal government of the dire and serious long-term consequences if the Liberals continue to impose these punitive tax changes. In my riding of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, I can state with certainty that I will stand for our doctors in speaking out and opposing these changes. And keep in mind, in many regions increasingly relying on foreign-trained doctors to make up for our lack of capacity. I mention this because a foreign doctor taking the time to immigrate to Canada just as easily could look at other countries as alternatives. These are all very serious concerns, and I do hope the government is taking this fully into account. And yet it is another reason why I'm opposing C-29. Now, while on the same subject of long-term problems that this Budget Implementation Act is creating, let us not forget there is no longer any path to a return to balanced budgets. Yet another broken promise from this Liberal government. Every member in this room, regardless of what side of the House you sit on, knows that one day down the road, this is creating a serious problem. Contrary to what the Prime Minister, contrary to what the government has past stated, budgets do not balance themselves. And we already see this Liberal government raising taxes in many areas and hinting they are looking at adding more. All because the fiscal plan they have is failing. And I appreciate the government would rather not be in a fiscal situation it is in, to be handed a surplus by a former government, which, again, the Parliamentary Budget Office has said in a recent report, $2.9 billion at the year end of 2015. You know, all has been confirmed by his office. That is a fact, Madam Speaker. And now to be massively in deficit, adding huge debt, all the while Prime Minister just sitting around. And our Finance Minister has become investing in the middle class Liberal talking point machine. How did we get here? And so soon? Well, I know there's members on the government side who are also concerned. People enter public office to help build a stronger Canada, not to break promises. and add massive debt while creating hardship both now and down the road. And those are things, Madam Speaker, I think we should realize. And I also want to give some credit where credit is due. I will commend that the Liberal government did support the Trans Mountain Pipeline recently, a decision for a populist Prime Minister who is very image conscious, knowing it would be very unpopular with many of those who voted Liberal. So I commend the government for making it, a difficult decision that hopefully can help to reverse the current trajectory this budget is putting us into. However, I also have to point out, much to the anger of the many First Nation communities against this pipeline stems from the fact they believe that this Prime Minister promised them a veto, which, of course, Madam Speaker, will be seen as another Liberal broken promise, one that I imagine will carry some consequence for members in British Columbia. Very good question. Very good question. Very good questions. And, of course, I'm being heckled by my own party, Madam Speaker. It's assisted, pardon me. So there we go. And of course, we still have the challenge of the much-needed softwood lumber deal. This Prime Minister jet-setted off to Ottawa with a massive entourage of Liberal elites on the taxpayers' tab and told Canadians they would get good value from the trip on deals like softwood lumber. Now, we know that that hasn't happened, Madam Speaker. No different than jet-setting off to Davos. Once again, big promises from the Prime Minister, but he came home empty-handed. Now we have what we're told is an infrastructure bank coming. Billions that could be spent building Canadian infrastructure is instead being diverted and ultimately to act as seed money where it will line the pockets of wealthy corporate interests. $100 million minimum project price tag. And how many members in this place have any municipality in your riding that can afford projects of the magnitude that are discussing? But guess what? They'll all get to pay for the high interest rate of return for those few who can. Now, you can understand why wealthy foreign nationals are lining up to pay $1,500 for each pay-to-play access to our Prime Minister. That $1,500 is clearly for them a great investment. But I would suggest, Madam Speaker, it is a terrible return for Canadians who will be left paying that bill. And on top of that, paying for a national Liberal carbon tax. All at a time when our largest trading partner and competitor is going to be lowering taxes to be more competitive and raising taxes on those companies moving outside of its borders. Meanwhile, this Liberal government is helping them to do exactly that by raising taxes here to make it difficult to be an employer, by making it more costly and less affordable. Let us also not forget this Liberal government also has made changes to the mortgage rules that will see the dream of owning a home for many Canadian families gone. All this, we are told, is being done in the name to repeatedly help the middle class. In my riding, many real middle-class families are already telling me they don't want this help from the Liberal government. They can't afford it. And who could blame them? More so if you're also about to be taxed on health care benefits. This would be particularly punitive and unfair in British Columbia, as British Columbia also charges monthly medical service premiums, MSP, and that is over and above what is paid in income tax. Now, hopefully, Madam Speaker, the Liberal MPs from BC have raised that point with the Finance Minister. And while I'm on my feet, final subject I'll broach is I have some good news to share with this place. Recently, we learned that the Como decision will be referred to the Supreme Court by the province of New Brunswick. Now, this has huge potential ramifications for Canadian internal trade. And while the Liberals opposed this case being heard by the Supreme Court, I remain hopeful that our Supreme Court will take the case on, Madam Speaker, and give it careful scrutiny. As much as I do like the new pro-trade tone I've been hearing from the Trade Minister, the Liberals' continued silence on internal trade just isn't good enough. And hopefully that will change. Now, before I close, Madam Speaker, I'd like to pass on that this was not a speech I've greatly enjoyed giving. However, these concerns are very real and I feel must be put on the record. And I know that there are good people on the government side of the House. And of course, we know that this Prime Minister spends more time in airports and in the air than he does in his office. Whoever comes up with some of these policy ideas, in my view, is part of the problem, not part of the solution. In my view, a good internal shakeup is required, and we need a clear path in a different direction. Over the past decade, we watched the Canadian middle class surpass the United States in prosperity, all while taxes were being lowered, jobs increased, and the budget was ultimately balanced. Today, this budget implementation bill sets us in the wrong direction, the opposite direction, Madam Speaker, that I think is important. Massive debt, deficits, no net new jobs, higher taxes coming in many areas. And I know every member in this place hopes that this situation changes. However, in my view, Bill C-29 is simply not the answer, and I simply cannot support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your attention, to all members for hearing a member's concerns, and I do hope we can find ways in the future where we can see jobs, we can see added investment, where we can see further facilitated trade, that we can see the things that people sent us here to do, the public interest, to be maintained, and for this government to look at the way that it is fundraising and ask to see if that is in the name of the public trust. Because we should always be mindful, Madam Speaker, that democracy, that the rule of law has to have real meaning. And if the leaders of a country cannot project those values, if they cannot project those core, those items that are core to holding those things, Madam Speaker, then how can we expect anyone else to follow that example?
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, is it Fredericton?
Much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend for his eloquent speech. He ended by talking about real meaning, and I wonder if he sees real meaning in efforts to lift 300,000 children out of poverty and improve the situation for 9 out of 10 Canadian families. If he sees real meaning behind a program that will provide upward of $1,000 for the most vulnerable, low-income single seniors in our country, and if he sees real meaning to providing adequate service delivery to veterans across this country so that they can be treated with respect for the service they have provided for this community, a program that reverses mean-spirited closures by the previous government. Is that the sort of real meaning he's looking for Canadians to understand when he talks about the actions of this government? Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Fredericton. We actually served on the PAEC committee together, and I do value his opinion. What I would simply say, Madam Speaker, is first of all, in my comments, I said that this particular budget bill has raised a variety of concerns. Now, in a previous speech I gave on the same bill, I actually said that it's a pleasure to see a government actually follow through with its commitments. And in fact, many of my constituents would like to see the same level of pursuit towards those electoral commitments, like balancing the budget, keeping there would only be modest deficits of $10 billion instead of $30 billion. But I would just say again that the best thing for Canadians is when good policies are adopted and then enhanced as we go along. I do believe the universal child care benefit put out by the previous government was an important step, and this government had a mandate that they ran an election campaign on to continue, and I think that's good public policy over many jurisdictions, which serves our citizens well.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
With whom the honour of sitting on the Finance Committee with. I listened to the previous questions, and I really wonder if the Canada Child Benefit is actually so beneficial and lifts so many people out of poverty. Why are they leaving it unindexed, unchanged for 4 years, losing its purchasing power? If the middle class tax cut is so important, why does it cover only 9% of the population? Basically, it's taking from the one top person to give to the following 9%, leaving the rest of the Canadian population, including those who are at the median income of $31,000, unaffected by this. I'd like to understand from his perspective why the Liberals are actually so proud of these achievements, which in the end are actually not what they seem to be.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkaming Nicola.
And I certainly appreciate the members' contributions, not just in this chamber, but also on Finance Committee, so I appreciate the question. First of all, this government seems to be more centered around redistribution of taxation. And obviously there was an oversight. They did not account for the indexing issue, and those are very good concerns that the member has raised. Again, they like to take and redistribute, and that's many people in my riding have actually supported the Senate Finance Committee's amendment, which would actually shift the taxes so that people that are earning least actually get more support. And so I certainly appreciate the member's comments, but I will go back to, because there was some applause about redistribution. The Prime Minister likes to talk about inclusive growth. But the trick to inclusive growth is you first have to have growth. If we don't have growth, then we cannot pay for the many services and the high expectations Canadians have. And eventually there will be a smaller pie, talking about indexing, and there will be more hands looking to get into the pie. Madam Speaker, this government needs to focus on growth, not just simply divvying up the goods.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a nice occasion to consider what the impact of cutting has done to the growth of the pie, as the honourable member for the Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola has alluded to. In 2013, the previous administration, the Harper government, determined that it was a good idea to get rid of the Rural Secretariat, which was the one and only mechanism that was used to ensure that all departments across the federal government had a rural lens and were able to focus on the challenges of small rural towns and villages. Now, I know that the member opposite represents such towns and communities, and I wonder, in the context of this notion that he's bringing to us of growing the pie, how his constituents could have been possibly served by that, the killing of the Rural Secretariat.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkaming Nicola.
Well, Madam Speaker, while it sounds good here in Ottawa to have secretariats for every issue, what really matters to people is knowing, A, will there be supports when I need it, even in the rural areas? And I have never had a constituent raise that secretariat with me, which I think, Madam Speaker, says that obviously it wasn't providing value for anyone other than the bureaucrats here in Ottawa. Now, again, we actually, unlike the previous Liberals in the 1990s, in order to balance their budget, they actually cut health care spending, Madam Speaker. They actually cut transfers to provinces, all in the name so that they could say that they were going to save the country's finances. Now, eventually, they did turn around the books, but when that member criticizes us for simply reviewing program spending and asking to see if it brings value for dollars, well, Madam Speaker, if people in my riding can't even name what it is, chances are they don't see much value in it.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member across the way spent a great deal of his time talking about deficits and trying to give the government from his perspective what we should be doing with respect to the deficit. I'm wondering if the member can provide some comment to Canadians, in fact this House, as to why it is that he believes that this government should be taking advice from Conservatives, given the fact that when Brian Mulroney had left office, he left the Chrétien government a multi-billion-dollar deficit, deficit in which we converted under Chrétien into a multi-billion-dollar surplus, and then the Harper government took that surplus and converted it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. In total, the Harper government had over $150 billion in deficit, and now the Conservatives are trying to give us advice on deficits, and it just doesn't quite. Can't quite get why it is we should be taking advice from Conservatives on deficit when they have done such a poor job at balancing budgets.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan to Milkaming Nicola.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't pretend to be giving the government advice. I just explain the concerns of my riding. But if he doesn't want to take the opinions from this humble member, perhaps he might want to talk to David Dodge, former governor of the Bank of Canada, who says that if you're going to invest in productive infrastructure, not the kind of hazy, feel-good infrastructure that they talk about over there, which is actually going towards consumption and is not making our economy more productive or more efficient. Madam Speaker, the money, Stephen Gordon has gone through this, and so is Andrew Coyne, saying that most of the money that this government is spending is going towards consumption to certain little pet projects that will not leave Canadian businesses or Canadians wealthier over the next little while. When we were in government, we actually saw wages for the first time in 30 years go up. And we surpassed the United States for the wealth of the middle class, while we lowered taxes, while we paid the bill without cutting transfers, unlike that member's party in the 90s.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Picking up on some of the actual stats from the transfer from 2006, what Stephen Harper inherited was a $13.8 billion deficit. In point of fact, we'd entered, $13.8 billion surplus. By the second and third quarter of 2008, before the financial crisis, we'd entered into a deficit by cutting taxes and raising spending, and the overall debt increased by $150 billion. So I just advise my honourable colleague to remember the adage about glass houses and stones.
A brief answer from the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, we all have different opinions on what's in the public interest, but all I can say is that the monies that we received as government when they first started, I wasn't there, however, that went towards lowering taxes for Canadians. And the philosophy is that if Canadians have more money in their pocket and they have a vibrant economy, they will spend and invest, and that's good for all of us. Madam Speaker, they always seem to pick things selectively and then sort them out from where they view things should go. I would like just to point out we did have a financial crisis that did receive a response.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Niget, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Resuming debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very happy to rise today at third reading of Bill C-29. I think it won't surprise you at all if I spend a bit of my time talking about infrastructure. Thank you. But first, I'd like to go back to the general Liberal record over the last year. What we've seen over the last year is a whole bunch of promises that were not kept, and infrastructure is one of those. Yes, an infrastructure bank was promised in the Liberals' election campaign, but they didn't describe it in the campaign. And when I speak with my colleagues in the House, well, they tell me that their mayors and their municipal officials were under the impression, and this was an impression that came in part from discussions they had with Liberal candidates, that the infrastructure bank would be money that would be put forward by the federal government to allow municipalities to get low-interest loans to finance their infrastructure needs. And now what we see is a monster, which is far from what had been suggested to the mayors. And what we have is an infrastructure bank that might have up to $200 billion in capitalization, financed 80% by the private sector, and which will be expected to give returns to the private sector so they can get a return for their investment. And as Michael Sabia has pointed out, that those returns could reach 7 to 9%. That's not what Canadians were told. Quite the contrary. Canadians were told, as you'll recall, by the Liberals in the election campaign, that there are going to be deficits, small deficits, about $10 billion, so that we can invest in infrastructure. And now, what we're seeing is that it's not that at all. We have deficits that are much bigger than that, $30 billion for this year, and a very small part of that is being invested in infrastructure. at second reading or at report stage, I was able to ask questions of Liberal members to ask, how can you justify this government decision where $80 billion is being invested, but 2/3 won't be available until 2 elections down the road? And the Liberals have said, oh, well, that's normal because it takes time to put together good projects. Well, except that we have a $30 billion deficit right now, and apparently that's not being at all invested in infrastructure. So what the Liberals told Canadians is quite different from what the government is currently putting in place. But that's not a surprise because, well, there have been a number of issues where the Liberals made great promises to Canadians, but they haven't kept them. For example, the solemn promise, hand on heart, to consult with First Nations on development projects, and that those consultations would be true nation-to-nation consultations. Well, if we look at what's happening with the approval of Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain Pipeline, if we look at Site C, if we look at what's happening with Muskrat Falls and the flooding of territory there, we see that that promise isn't worth the paper it was written on. And speaking of Trans Mountain and Energy East, the government had promised, hand on heart, that those 2 projects would not be approved until the consultation process and environmental assessment process with the NEB had been reformed. And now, well, the government has approved Trans Mountain under the process put in place by the Conservatives. They've put a little bit of a new coat of paint on it, saying that there were some additional consultations, but at the end of the day, Trans Mountain was approved under the Conservatives' process, the process the Conservatives put in place in 2012. And it'll be the same thing for Energy East, because the government hasn't shown any indication that it's going to reform the National Energy Board, except that they've put some industry people on the process that's on the board that's going to reevaluate what the board has already done. The Liberals told us that they were going to stop legal challenges against veterans and against First Nations, that they were going to stop taking them to court. But day after day, question after question in the House, my colleague from Timmins James Bay and my colleague from Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU are asking questions constantly about these issues in the House, about the fact that the government is continuing to take these veterans and First Nations to court cases that were launched by the Conservatives. So I don't see how these promises made by the Liberals are being kept. But I'll come back now to Bill C-29, and I'll speak more about infrastructure a little bit later. One of the fundamental elements of Bill C-29 that we're against is the change that's being made to the Banking Act to supposedly, and again it's a question of language here, to supposedly better protect consumers. Now, most legal experts that we've spoken to, most of the journalists who are following this file are saying, no, quite the contrary. Consumers are losing out under this bill. And now I see a Quebec member on the Liberal bench who is here. And what's happening is that Quebec's law and the laws in the provinces are going to be invalidated.
And this is a contradiction. That's why I asked the parliamentary secretary. It's contradictory because the federal government reacted to the Marcotte decision. That was a consumer class action against the banks. They went all the way to the Supreme Court because of the fact that foreign currency conversion fees were being charged by the banks. And the banks were saying, look, we're not subject to Quebec consumer protection legislation. We're subject only to the Bank Act. And the Supreme Court found against the banks. And the federal government has said, okay, well, we'll change the legislation then. Now, this class action was for some $30 million, and there is a doctrine of paramountcy, federal paramountcy. So if there are 2 laws that are in conflict with one another, then the federal legislation takes precedence under this paramountcy doctrine. And that's what but the Supreme Court found that there was no conflict here, so that doctrine didn't even apply. So the Supreme Court found in favor of the consumers and rejected the bank's argument. And what was the federal reaction? Well, they're going to create a conflict. They're going to create an ombudsman, and that will be the only place that people who are swindled by the banks can go. And so then they'll no longer be able to launch, consumers will no longer be able to launch class actions under the Quebec consumer protection legislation. If the Bank Act is amended the way the federal government is proposing to do, if there had been an ombudsman, there would have been no Marcotte decision. There would have been no class action because they wouldn't have been able to, because the federal legislation, as amended, would prevent that. It makes no sense. And many journalists have seen through this. They've recognized that. And there's the Public Interest Advocacy Center that said this is in fact interference with provincial jurisdiction, and the federal government can expect a case to go all the way to the Supreme Court to challenge this intrusion on provincial jurisdiction. And that might just happen if the federal government is not careful in setting up this. It's a bit like what they did with trying to set up a securities commission, a single regulator. I would draw my colleagues' attention to an editorial by Bridget Breton in today's Le Soleil, and it says that the Prime Minister is protecting the banks. That's the heading, a translation of the heading at any rate. And she writes that consumers challenging the banks over these undisclosed foreign currency conversion fees, the Quebec consumer protection legislation applies even though the banks are federally regulated. That's what the Supreme Court held. And what the federal government is trying to do here is circumvent that by taking over jurisdiction, asserting jurisdiction. So I'd like to see some Quebec members here wake up and look at what's happening, because this is completely inconsistent with legal opinion, with what reporters are writing about this, very experienced reporters. Now that I've talked about this main objection to C-29, let me come back to infrastructure and the infrastructure bank. The Liberals implied that they were going to invest a certain amount of money in infrastructure, and I've already demonstrated that that's not entirely the case. And there's another thing that the public needs to be aware of, and I'd really like government members to think about this situation. The federal government gave Credit Suisse, an investment firm, they hired them to advise them on privatizing the airports. Credit Suisse, which is in the business of buying up infrastructure. And the federal government has turned to them for advice on whether or not to privatize airports. Airports are something that Credit Suisse would like to invest in. Do they not see a potential conflict of interest here? If you look at the other issue, the federal government hired Morgan Stanley, another investment firm, hired them to advise them on the privatization of 18 port authorities. Morgan Stanley, that was a major player in the 2008 financial crisis. The federal government says, oh, they're forgiven, everything's forgiven. If there's one firm right now that's caught up in scandal, books were written on this, movies were made on the financial crisis. The mentality of the people running those firms, the people in charge, And now the federal government wants to ask Morgan Stanley whether it's advisable to privatize our port authorities. I think that Morgan Stanley, do you think they're going to say, oh, there's a conflict of interest here, we probably shouldn't accept this, this retainer? Morgan Stanley has already invested in port authorities in the past. They have every interest in this potential in port authorities being put up for sale. Did they not see a conflict of interest here? It's a sincere question. I don't see how the Liberals could have sat on this side and told the Conservatives, if they were still in office, oh yeah, that's a good idea. That it makes no sense. The Liberals are acting completely differently now that they're in office as compared to how they were in opposition. They would have condemned these decisions to hire these firms to counsel them on privatizing things, infrastructure that is key to our economic development. If they don't see a problem in a case like this, in a scenario like this, they should think twice. 18 port authorities, and obviously the private sector is going to be interested in the juiciest port authorities, the most profitable. So the government is going to get stuck with the less profitable port authorities. Those will be unsellable, but the most profitable ones, those will get snatched up. 20 years ago, a key port authority was sold off in Churchill, and which is a key player in our northern sovereignty. That port was sold. The federal government has made various decisions over time, but the buyer of the Churchill port has now closed down operations. That's great for the people of Churchill. Their port was sold off to private interests and then shut down. The same thing could happen for ports as is happening with airports. So I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that what the government said during the election campaign has been completely forgotten. They dangled some nice promises, a bit like what they did for electoral reform. They stood up and said, yes, we know there's an infrastructure deficit, and everybody was aware of that. We made promises about investing in infrastructure, and we would have done it. We would have done it because the government would have invested in infrastructure, and that's what the Liberals said during the campaign. Never did they ever mention involving the private sector in infrastructure investment. This bank, infrastructure bank, and investment funds, and there's promises of billions in returns, tolls and user fees and so on. The only thing the Liberals said about tolls was that there wouldn't be any toll on the Champlain Bridge. There could be everywhere else, but not on the Champlain Bridge. And why? Because obviously these pension funds and investment banks would not be interested in investing if they weren't going to get a great return on investment. Do you really think that the Caisse de dépôt would be investing for a return of 2, 3, or 4%? Last year, their overall return was 9% on their portfolio. So they have a fiduciary responsibility. They have to get the best, the highest possible returns for their clients. So they're not going to go for 2, 3, or 4%. They're going to demand 9% return on investment. When I asked Dominic Barton, who's the president of the Economic Growth Advisory Council to the finance minister, I asked about BlackRock. Would BlackRock be interested in investing in infrastructure? He said, no, they're not big enough for that. Well, look, they're bigger than the Caisse de dépôt et de placement. So they're trying to reassure us. The government is trying to be reassuring, saying, no, don't worry about BlackRock. They're small players. that we're not going to lose control over our infrastructure, over our institutions. These are going to be smaller players, and we're not going to lose control over our infrastructure. But look, we're talking private sector investments of up to 80% of the total. Do you think they're going to leave it up to the government to control things and make the decisions? That's not sensible. Think twice here. That's never going to happen. Does it make any sense? Is the private sector going to invest billions of dollars in capital in an infrastructure bank and leave all the decisions to the federal government? No way. And if you consult the main financial publications, you'll see increasingly what's coming out is that the infrastructure bank will have to be arm's length from the federal government. The federal government will put some $40 billion into the bank, $15 billion coming from other funding, and they're hoping to leverage $170 billion. But then the feds will have no control over this bank. It'll be arm's length. The bank will make the decisions. The bank is going to make the decisions. The bank is going to call the shots. And it's going to be 80% funded by the private sector. Do you really think any such bank is going to be, do you think that this is going to be attractive to the private sector if they don't have any control? What are they going to invest in? Well, projects with yields or returns, decent returns. They're going to have to resort to tolls or other user fees. Think about a rural region like mine. We have one project that might qualify. It has to be over $1 million. They're not going to be looking at tiny projects. It's going to have to be projects of $5 million or more for the bank to even take a closer look at them. So do you think people are going to want to invest in our one project in Rimouski when they could invest in a toll bridge in Montreal or Vancouver? So I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-29, like the budget and the so-called accomplishments stemming from that budget, this is just smoke and mirrors. Canadians were fooled by the Liberals during the election campaign. They dangled all kinds of carrots, but in fact, none of this has materialized, or very little at any rate, and that is largely why we will be opposing this bill at third reading. Questions and comments? No, member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague on the Finance Committee for his speech. One wonders, though, Madam Speaker, the NDP in the last election undertook to balance the books at all costs. But true to form for our NDP friends, they were going to rely on the Canadian economy to grow. But we, in our platform, looked for alternative sources of funding for infrastructure, which would free up more money for rural areas. We struck a balance when it came to approving energy infrastructure projects, but the NDP found lots of places to spend money, but very few places to stimulate growth in the economy. So I'd like my colleague to explain to us very specifically how he was going to make the economy grow, or they were going to make the economy grow. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1 minute, I'm supposed to explain what he hasn't been able to do in 1 year. They're heading towards a $35 billion deficit. Initially, they said 10. Now it's up to 35 billion. And that's without even investing in infrastructure yet, because most of the money has yet to come in the next 10 years. So for $35 billion, what have we got? Tens of thousands of job losses in forestry, in aeronautics, and among youth. So the government should perhaps take a closer look at whether their investments so far have actually done any good for the economy. I'd like to remind the member for Gatineau that when he asked the question, everyone in the House was respectful enough to listen to him, and I would ask him to afford the same respect to others who have the floor. I would appreciate it if you kept that in mind. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Government House, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do find it amazing. On the one hand, you have New Democratic MPs that will stand up and they'll talk about all the things that we could have done. And as my colleague just pointed out, Madam Speaker, there was a commitment from the NDP in the last election that they would in fact balance the budget. And I posed the question yesterday how they would be balancing that budget, or if their policy has changed in regards to balancing the budget. And the member completely avoided answering the question. I think it's a legitimate thing that Canadians have a right to know. If, in fact, the NDP had been elected in government, would they have stuck to the balanced budget? I would like to think not, Madam Speaker. Because if they would have stuck to the balanced budget model that they were talking about, we wouldn't have seen the lifting of thousands of children out of poverty and the thousands of seniors out of poverty. We wouldn't see the incredible amount being spent on infrastructure. So the simple question to the member across the way is, do the NDP still support the notion that they would have had a balanced budget, thereby creating massive cuts in every region of our country?
Now, member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
I'm not telling them what they should do. I'm reminding them of what they said they would do. That's very different. During the campaign, they promised they would actually have small deficits of $10 billion to invest in infrastructure. We know there's very little investment right now in infrastructure, but we are reaching deficits of $35 billion. And we know the bulk of the proposed infrastructure spending will be in 2 elections from now. And what did we get for that $35 billion? At least if we had some growth, it might be justified. But what we're seeing is, since they've taken power, 30,000 lost full-time jobs in this country. We've seen 50,000 lost manufacturing jobs in this country. We've seen 40,000 lost full-time jobs for youth the last month alone. So I'd like for the member to actually reflect on this instead of spouting his talking points, and think that their government might actually going in the wrong direction by making the wrong decisions regarding where their investments can actually bring the most bang for the buck, because this is what we said during the campaign.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which clearly sets out our position on a number of issues. I'd like to come back to a point he raised, and that is the contrast between how the Conservatives managed infrastructure and how the Liberals are doing it. He said a number of times that this privatization bank goes even further than what the Conservatives contemplated. And my colleague for Spadina, Fort York, said it was stupid. He said it's not individuals who are stupid, but rather the opposition, and that's really a distinction that's lost on me. But there already is a case with Petro-Canada. When the government took office, they made a good decision and accepted the municipalities' request to no longer force them to deal with Petro-Canada when seeking funds, because not all municipalities needed it. But what they did instead was they took that idea and went further with it. Now they've created a situation, as my colleague said, that various investment funds will have control and taxpayers will end up paying twice, once through their taxes and once through tolls and user fees. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this contrast between the Conservative and Liberal approaches, because there has been no actual change, apparently.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and he's right. When we talk about the infrastructure bank, what we've heard is this bank won't be interested in any projects under $100 million. So small municipalities won't really get much out of this bank. There's a third fact, and that is the fact that, for example, some municipalities, for them, it's more profitable to borrow than to ensure returns of 7 to 9%. So this infrastructure bank will target big cities which are among the poorest that don't have a high credit rating, and which will obviously be the most attractive targets for infrastructure privatization, for the application of tolls and user fees, and it is consumers who will already have paid for this infrastructure with their tax, and now they'll have to pay again for these tolls and user fees. Obviously, the Liberals never bring this up, but it needs to be considered when we think about this infrastructure bank, which seems to be rather chaotic. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this debate here is very interesting. And one of the things that's happening in my region is we have the Windsor-Detroit border crossing there, where approximately 35% of Canada's national trade to America goes through on a daily basis. And we're in the process of building a new border crossing right now, which the government wants to do as a P3. Now, interestingly enough, Madam Speaker, the current crossing, the Ambassador Bridge, has a long history with the with the Liberal Party, and being basically their patron saint in many respects. In fact, the reality of the situation is this private American billionaire has such a cozy relationship with them that this government actually considered and dispatched a former Liberal to talk about buying the American billionaire out and publicly actually getting the crossing. But meanwhile, we're building a new crossing as a P3. These connections with the Liberal Party are very strong. But I'd ask my colleague to talk about, again, the 9%, the 9% additional user fee and taxation. A toll is a tax. Would you agree?
Honourable Member for Témiscouata-les-Basques.
And this is actually very accurate. What he said basically is that the return that those investors will look for is in the high range. Michael Sabia said so. Dominic Barton said so because he's been speaking around the world for 5 years, 6 years, since he's at McKinsey, about the virtues of having private capital to fund those infrastructure. And he's actually very honest in his speeches, saying that, well, yes, there will be tolls and there will be user fees. This is not what Liberals promised during the campaign, and this is why I'm saying that Canadians have the right to feel that they've been betrayed on this promise, like on many others, such as, for example, electoral reform.
Hear, hear.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in my place today to speak to Bill C-29. I would like to split my time with my colleague from Fredericton. And today I'm going to talk about how this budget and the Budget Implementation Act will affect ordinary families in my riding.
On the election campaign was how Canadians as a whole, men, women, children, were affected by actions taken by the government. We listened to what our constituents had to say, and I thought it would be interesting to take an average family of 5 and put them into this budget. So, as I don't want to use an actual family in my riding, I intend to use a fictional family. Let's call them the Simpsons. The Simpsons are 5 people. There's a father named Homer. He works in a nuclear power plant, and he is the sole income earner of the family. His wife's name is Marge. She's a stay-at-home mom. And they have 3 children, Bart, Lisa, and a little baby named Maggie. Homer earns approximately $85,000 a year in the nuclear power plant. That is the sole income for the Simpson family. Homer will now see an added 1.5% on all of his income derived between $44,500 and $85,000. An added approximate $1,500 a year for Homer and Marge to spend on their family, whether it's for Lisa's saxophone lessons or for sex indulgences as hair dye for Marge. The Simpsons will have extra money in their pocket because of this budget this year. As to the family allowances, now on a tax-free basis, for little Maggie, they could see up to $6,400. Now, they won't because they're in a higher income tax bracket, but they're going to see more money. For children under 6, $6,400. For kids between 6 and 18, $5,400 for those who are at the lowest income level. So their neighbors that they're friends with who are at lower income levels are actually seeing their children coming out of poverty. Over 300,000 Canadian children coming out of poverty because of these tax-free Canada Child benefits. And for the Simpsons, they will have added money as well in the Canada Child benefits because at their income level, like 90% of Canadian families, they will see more money in their pocket for all three of their children. Then let's talk about communications. Marge has two sisters, Patty and Selma. They live in a rural Canadian community where internet is difficult to access. This budget puts $500 million to enhance broadband internet access for those rural communities so that Marge will one day be able to Skype with her sisters and watch them light up as she talks to them. Then Homer's dad lives in the community. Abe Simpson, we'll call him Grandpa Simpson, lives alone, a single poor man who is a former veteran. First, he will have enhanced veterans benefits now. Veterans offices closer to him are reopening to ensure that his role in protecting his country is recognized. Secondly, he's on a guaranteed income supplement. The guaranteed income supplement has been upped by close to $1,000 a year to allow him to live better and in more security. One of the things that I'm happiest about in this budget also relates to the fact that, let's say Abe had a partner and she was in the hospital or in a long-term care facility. Now they're able to recognize that he or she is living on their own for the purpose of the guaranteed income supplement and not living together so as to reduce the total benefit that they are receiving. These things, Madam Speaker, are helpful. They help Canadian families, and they're making a true difference. Lisa, alone amongst the children of Homer and Marge, is an incredibly bright girl and wants to go to college. Now, according to what was laid out in the budget, she will have more ability to get student loans, more ability to afford to go to a good college anywhere in Canada. And not only that, Madam Speaker, but she will only need to start repaying these student loans when she starts earning $25,000 a year. So she will have a great chance to further her education and then become a very successful person in society, no matter what she chooses to do. And then there's also more money for vocational training. So let's say Bart doesn't want to go to college, but he wants to become a plumber or a mechanic. There's more money to help him achieve his goals, including internships in this budget. So on the whole, this budget, taking this typical Canadian family, makes things so much better for them. Let's talk about infrastructure. Homer takes the bus to work. There was a lot of money that has now been agreed with the provinces and the federal government in this budget to go to infrastructure to help public transit, to make our buses greener and cleaner, more environmentally friendly. As a former mayor, I went into federal politics in the hope that there would be budgets like this that enhanced and increased infrastructure spending. This budget achieves that and will allow Homer's right to work to be cleaner, safer, and better. Roads that they drive on. In my riding, I'm going to talk about it many, many times. There's the Cavendish extension. It's linking two parts of Cavendish Boulevard together, from the riding of Saint Laurent to the riding of Mount Royal. And this is the most important missing piece of the Montreal Island Road Network. It's something that we need, desperately need, infrastructure monies for. And it's one of those projects that can come to fruition because of this type of a budget that gives more money for cities to be able to enhance roads, water mains, and all kinds of hard infrastructure, as well as social infrastructure like public housing. One of the things that could be the case in this budget is that Marge has another aunt who lives in public housing. She lives in one of those places where the funds were cut by the previous government when they stopped renewing agreements. Well, this government renewed those agreements to give monies back so that she has more money in her pocket to pay her rent. That's important, Madam Speaker. And One thing that I wanted to talk about, parce que nos collègues de le Parti néo-démocrate,
because our colleagues from the NDP talked about this. It's a matter of the Malcotte decision and banks. Obviously, with the Malcotte ruling, we saw that there were provisions under the Consumer Protection Act of Quebec that applied because even though we're talking about the federal government paramountcy, and there were places where the court did not legislate and the law applied. Now, if there is nothing legislated, then the law will continue to apply. So now we don't know how this is going to be legislated. It is possible that there will be legislation, but there might not be. And in this case, the Consumer Protection Act will continue to apply to those. Now, we do have a federal act now, and there are some situations where the Consumer Protection Act will not apply, but we will have a national framework.
That consumers across Canada will be more protected because of this act. There will be the introduction of a cooling off period during which a consumer can cancel an agreement for products or services provided by a bank. There will be an unfair practice regime, which adds to the tide selling restriction and a prohibition against taking advantage of persons who are unable to protect their own interests. There'll be an amendment regime where banks can't just amend their contracts without notifying and giving details to consumers. There will be an easier way to set up bank accounts with more types of identification. I'm very happy that our government is introducing accountability within the banking framework in Canada and trying to protect consumers from across Canada against abuses from the banking sector. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I support C-29. I'm sure my honourable colleague from Fredericton, who will follow me with an incredible speech, also supports C-29, and I encourage all members of this House to support C-29. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. He started so well. He was talking about fictional characters, and I wish this budget was fictional as well, and that we would return to reality. But I know he has a love for Yiddish proverbs like I do, so to be a critic is easier than to be an author. And I'm mindful of that, and I really hope that during his term as the mayor of Côte Saint-Luc, he did better than Mayor Quimby of Springfield did in his administration of public funds. But I want to ask the question, he's mentioned so many government programs, money for everyone, money for children, money for seniors, money for this, money for that, but it all comes at the end of the day with a bill that has to be paid by future generations. The next generation has to pay for it. Now, we know that all of this spending they've done so far has produced no net full-time new jobs. We know that they've achieved very little with any of the spending they've done so far. The infrastructure spending has been also very little. So I want to ask the member, is this government on the road to becoming the next Mayor Quimby's for Canada?
L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
From Calgary-Shepherd, and I appreciate his understanding of the references that I made. And I certainly would not say that I took after Mayor Quimby as Mayor of Côte Saint-Luc, nor do I think this government takes after Mayor Quimby. I won't impute who may have been more like Mayor Quimby, because I think that would be disrespectful. No, I think that this government is well on its way to creating jobs across Canada. The number of part-time jobs has escalated enormously. The indicators are that jobs are going to come back. And more importantly, I believe that infrastructure money is now flowing out the door. We know that we're doing actions that will enhance the security of Canadians in the long term. I share the member's concern always about more spending more spending, and I know that that is a short-term issue. And while we are now in a position where we have the lowest debt ratio of any country, this is indeed low interest rates. This is indeed the time to spend. It's not always like that, but this is indeed the time. But thank you very much.
Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Madam Speaker, before a Liberal MP gets up and asks a planted question about how the government has the momentum of a runaway freight train, I do want to repeat the point that our finance critic made, that the government's infrastructure bank scheme is going to turn not only the monorail, but a great deal of other infrastructure over to Mr. Burns. I also want to question the math presented by the member for Mount Royal. He suggested that Homer was making $85,000 per year and that the middle-class tax cut would give him 1.5% on the amount in excess of $45,000. He also suggested that would somehow work out to $1,500. Madam Speaker, I would submit that 1.5% of that $40,000 is actually more like $600. So again, we see that these Liberal promises are much less than they're cracked up to be.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank my friend from Regina Leuven, who also has a great pop culture knowledge, and the reference to the monorail was much appreciated. Number one, I want to deal with the infrastructure bank. The infrastructure bank is even more money that's going out. Not all money, and in fact, an insignificant percentage of the total infrastructure money is coming from the infrastructure bank. The infrastructure bank is in addition to federal funds flowing out, and what it will do will enhance municipalities' options. No municipality is obliged to go to the infrastructure bank to borrow. This gives municipalities, such as the one that I ran, enhanced options. And I do want to acknowledge to my colleague, though, because I always try to be as honest and forthcoming as possible, when I was using $1,500, that wasn't meant only in terms of the tax cut, that you're absolutely right. The amount between $45,000 and $89,000 or $45,000 $85,000 is approximately $600. I was factoring in enhanced monies from the Canada Child Benefit when I came to the top amount. So I want to thank him for his clarification on my calculation.
I just want to remind the member as well, he referenced you. So again, I just got to remind the members of the House that it would be best not to use the word you and to address all questions to the chair. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me thank my honourable colleague for his return to childhood humour and fun in his speech just now. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-29. This act fulfills commitments made in Budget 2016 and builds on other actions taken by the government that will strengthen Canada's middle class, ensure seniors achieve a secure and dignified retirement, and provide necessary supports for our women and men in uniform, among other important measures. Budget 2016 has had a significant and tangible benefit for Canadians and for people in Fredericton, New Maryland, or Amukto in the Grand Lake region, the riding I'm honoured to represent. Allow me to share with my honourable colleagues and with Canadians. Madam Speaker, you'll remember that our government's first order of business was cutting taxes for 9 million Canadians, part of our commitment to strengthen the middle class and help those families working hard to join it. This targeted tax cut provided roughly $3.4 billion in annual financial relief to middle-class individuals and families. More money left in the hands of middle-class Canadians means more money being spent and invested in our local economy. Cette mesure.
This measure is one of the many changes that our government has made to give Canadians what they want and what they deserve. That is to say, a tax regime that is fair and that gives all Canadians the chance to succeed and to prosper. Mr. Speaker, this government is determined to propose a budget that puts support and well-being of families first. This is what we've done, and with great energy in our first budget, we showed that with the creation of the Canada Child Benefit. This innovative benefit for children was created to help the families who need it most, to help them cover the high costs associated with educating children today.
In New Brunswick, the Canada Child Benefit has had a transformational effect on thousands of families. More than 112 children in New Brunswick alone are benefiting from this new instrument, which consequently will add more than $622 million into the regional economy in its first 2 years. I remember, Mr. Speaker, as the first tax-free Canada Child Benefit checks were sent to families in July, of a story in Fredericton's Daily Gleaner about a young mother and father of 2 children who said the benefit had changed everything for them. The mother told the newspaper that every month it was a struggle to keep on top of their bills, keep a roof over their children's heads, and food in their bellies. But thanks to the Canada Child Benefit, the family was getting its bills in order, could comfortably cover the cost of essentials, and could afford opportunities to make memories with their children, such as a trip to the Moncton Zoo with the children's grandparents, something that would not have been possible without the new child benefit. This mother also said that the Canada Child Benefit would give her the flexibility and the possibility to pursue post-secondary studies so she could further improve her family's situation. A benefit for families that can do all this is certainly something I know my colleagues can all get behind, as well as Canadians. In New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker, we have an aging population that is more pronounced than elsewhere in the country. For this reason, I was pleased to see measures in Budget 2016 that provide support and help to our seniors and those about to enter retirement. En rétablissant,
by bringing the age of eligibility for OAS back to 65, we've given thousands of dollars back to Canadians in their golden years, up to $17,000 for seniors with low incomes. Our government has also provided additional help to over 900,000 of the most vulnerable seniors by increasing the GIS to up to $947 per year for seniors living alone.
Shifting demographics present us with many challenges. They also provide us with new and exciting opportunities. I'm proud that the Fredericton region has positioned itself as a national leader in addressing our healthcare challenges in innovative ways, and that this vision has been met with enthusiasm from our government. In September, I was pleased to announce $36 million in combined funding for the University of New Brunswick to build a Centre for Healthy Living on its Fredericton campus. This project was made possible because of our government's Strategic Infrastructure Fund. This new centre will allow researchers at UNB's Faculty of Kinesiology to work collaboratively on solving big issues in health. This research and the applications that will come from this centre promise to improve the lives of all Canadians, right from my hometown of Freddie Beach. There are already several solution-based projects in commercial development at UNB's Faculty of Kinesiology, including oxygen-based therapy for healing and wearable robotics, which assist people with mobility issues. Mr. Speaker, this is just the start of a vision to establish our province as a living lab and as a national leader in preventative health care. As the representative in this House of a riding which is home to Canada's second largest military training base, 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown, I'm proud of our women and men in uniform, our veterans and their families. Soldiers who train at Base Gagetown serve our country and promote peace and stability at home and abroad, and the base itself is an important economic engine for the Fredericton region and our province as a whole. In fact, Base Gagetown represents roughly 70% of the population of Oromocto and surrounding communities, employs 5,500 military members and 1,100 civilian personnel. And it contributes more than $600 million annually to New Brunswick's economy. As such an integral part of the region, I was pleased to join our Minister of National Defence this summer to announce $38 million in funding to improve critical infrastructure and build new training facilities at Base Gagetown. This investment will ensure suitable infrastructure within the base's vast training grounds and will increase the quality of training for our women and men in uniform. Évidemment, Monsieur le Président.
Now, obviously, Mr. Speaker, it is just as essential to help the active members of the Canadian Armed Forces as it is to ensure that veterans receive the support and the services that they deserve after all the efforts and sacrifices that they've made for our country. Over the last year, the government has demonstrated its determination to offer a higher level of service to veterans and their families. With our commitment to reopen the 9 Veterans Affairs Canada offices that were closed by the previous government, we're ensuring that our veterans have access to the services, care, and compassion that they deserve where they live. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that these are just a few of the many measures that the Government of Canada needs to take to improve services and service delivery to veterans.
Speaker, the government is committed to improving the lives of all Canadians, including families, seniors, and veterans, and Bill C-29 demonstrates the government's deep commitment to moving the economy forward without leaving anyone behind. Budget 2016 works to improve the lives of families and combat poverty through the Canada Child Benefit. With a simpler, tax-free, and more generous Canada Child Benefit, 9 out of 10 Canadian families will receive higher monthly benefits, and hundreds of thousands of children will be lifted out of poverty. Le gouvernement se dévoue aux personnes âgées.
The government is devoted to helping seniors across Canada and determined to improve their quality of living.
Work to give back to our veterans who have given so much in service of our country. We will restore critical access to services for veterans and ensure the long-term financial security of disabled veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, the government is devoted to improving the lives of all Canadians, and Bill C-29 works to do just that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Fredericton for his intervention. On child poverty, though, I just want to make a mention that between 2006 and 2014, the last year for which Statistics Canada has data on it, there was a significant decrease in child poverty rates thanks to a Conservative government from 16.3% to 14.7%. So I'd like to just lay that on the record just so it shows that, in fact, it was a Conservative government that significantly decreased child poverty. And if you look at the previous 10 years under a Liberal government, actually, child poverty rates were around 15%. For those in the low-income threshold. What I want to ask the member is the billions upon billions of dollars of borrowing that they're doing in order to shovel out this money on this infrastructure spending that they're doing, program spending increase that they're doing, over the life of their budget, nothing in their budget document actually shows them returning to a balanced budget. So I want to ask the member, when will they return to a balanced budget?
Member for Fredericton.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his question. It allows me to speak to both the initiatives ongoing in New Brunswick with the support of the federal government, particularly just down the road in St. John. And my honourable colleague from St. John, Rosse, will tell you that the federal government is invested in researching and investigating and finding solutions to help lift children out of poverty. We know that the Canada Child Benefit will help lift upwards of 300,000 children out of those vulnerable situations on its own. But there's much more that we can do, and starting from a place like St. John, we're going to figure out how to do that. My honourable colleague also asked about infrastructure, and I didn't have the chance to mention in my speech, but Mr. Speaker, this summer, New Brunswick alone, through federal and provincial combined funding, saw 51 projects for water and wastewater upgrades approved throughout the province, a total investment of $176 million to help improve essential services and quality of life in communities. That's the type of long-term investment that this government is focused on, and that Canadians across the country, and certainly in Fredericton and New Brunswick, can count on for the foreseeable future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And I do want to remind him of something that many people were counting on in my riding that was talked about a lot on the election trail, and that many small business owners in my riding really counted on the promised tax reduction. And I know that in my riding and many right across Canada that small and medium-sized businesses are really the engine, the job creators in our community. You know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that by cancelling and not going ahead with an election promise around reducing the tax rate on small businesses will actually cost small and medium-sized businesses more than $2.1 billion over the next 4 years. I'm wondering, asking my honourable colleague, why not give small and medium-sized businesses a break? Why not follow through on an election promise that many of us and many people in my riding were counting on? Thank you.
Member for Fredericton.
Thanks very much for my colleague from Saskatoon and for the work we've had the pleasure of doing together in this place. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, this government is working collaboratively across departments, across jurisdictions to help grow the economy in Atlantic Canada, a place where we know the overwhelming majority of businesses are small and medium sized. Through our Atlantic growth strategy, we're investing in immigration and bringing skilled workers to the region to help fill positions in growing enterprises. I mentioned the Canada Child Benefit, which will put $622 million or more back into the regional economy. That's spending power in families' pockets so that they can spend and help support local businesses. And I can tell you, in my community on Queen Street in Fredericton, small businesses are feeling quite energized at this type of year. They've had a good year in Fredericton, and it's demonstrated through plenty of things, through a reduced unemployment rate, again through the Canada Child Benefit, where families are able to support their children and spend more on essential services and goods that they need, and also through this Atlantic growth strategy, which will only strengthen small and medium-sized businesses in our region and provide for economic growth for Atlantic Canada.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So from the onset, I'm going to say that I'm going to split my time with the member for Signal Hill, my colleague from Calgary. I want to start with a Yiddish proverb, like I've done before: to assume is to be deceived. And I believe that the Liberal government and the Liberal members of the caucus have deceived themselves into believing that you can spend your way to a brighter future. Now, the Liberals have assumed that they could run a little deficit of $10 billion during the election. In truth, they're now running a $30 billion deficit just this year. They've also assumed that budgets would balance themselves, and now we know that they're borrowing about $3 million per hour thanks to Canadian Taxpayers Federation. The Liberals also assumed they could stimulate the economy again and again, endlessly, and that the splurge of spending would somehow create jobs. And we know from Statistics Canada that's simply untrue. There are no new net full-time jobs that have been created. I heard a member before crow and praise the government's efforts to create, I guess, part-time jobs. But in truth, young people and people who are working want full-time jobs, because full-time jobs are those that provide dental benefits, they provide health benefits, they provide a fulsome income with which you can raise a family. Now, the $100 billion of new debt, $100+ billion of new debt that this government will accumulate in 4 years is also taxes that are deferred into the future. So the next generation is going to be paying for all of this new debt that's being accrued. And also I had mentioned that in the federal budget, there is no plan to return to a surplus. And I often hear from Liberal members on the opposite side, they say, well, the previous Conservative government spent so much money too, and they seem to forget the events that led up to it. One is the Great Recession, and I seem to also remember that when the Liberals were in opposition, their prior members were the ones calling for more infrastructure spending. It simply was never enough. You could always find another project to spend on, and they wanted more and more infrastructure spending. But today they say, well, no, that's not the case. The infrastructure spending we want is the good stuff. The ones that you wanted is not the right stuff. And so now we see this government looking at new areas to tax. So they're going to be taxing future generations by deferring debt into the future, borrowing today to pay for things that you want immediately and making future generations pay for it. What they're also going to be doing is taxing dental and health benefits, because as we heard yesterday, they're refusing to say no, they're actually not going to be doing this. So the only thing left to assume is they will in fact be taxing the health benefits of Canadians, the dental benefits of Canadians. And according to numbers crunched by Doug Porter, the chief economist at BMO Capital Markets, we know that the so-called stimulus spending they've been on, the infrastructure spending they've been going on, has actually acted, this is a quote, as a small drag on the overall economy over the past 4 fiscal quarters. Like I mentioned, the Liberals assumed that the jobless rate would fix itself. And in my home province of Alberta, we know that not to be the case. Since November 2015, Alberta's unemployment rate is up by 1/3, which equals to 52,000 lost jobs alone. Calgary's over now 10.3% officially. Now this is Statistics Canada official numbers, which excludes the underemployed, excludes people who've been furloughed, so they have a job but are simply not being paid because their employer doesn't have the means to do it. And they're also excludes the people who are no longer looking for work. They're excluded from this statistic. Now, what about young people and graduates? We know, again, from StatsCan, they've published a study December 5th that was released. It's a new study that says young people have seen their job quality decline over the last 4 decades, even as the unemployment rate has remained virtually unchanged. It's a result driven mainly by the rise of part-time work rather than increases in unemployment rates of decreases in labor force participation. In a previous life, Mr. Speaker, I worked in human resources. I was the registrar for Alberta Human Resources Institute. I registered members, at the time was the Certified Human Resources Professional designation. So I met many members who were responsible for hiring. They did things like compensation, they did things like pension planning, they did organizational effectiveness. And for the most part, they were always concerned about maximizing the return of every single employee, maximizing their career prospects within the organizations they were in. The last thing you wanted to see is a person squander their potential in a position that wasn't the right fit for them. Now, affecting young people as well as the new real estate rules that are going to leave a lot of first-time home buyers out in the cold. And I'll just mention an article that was put out by the CBC News on December 3rd, and I won't mention the person's name, but they feel deceived by the government. This is a young person that was looking to join the property ladder, which is probably the best saving tool that anyone can have, is to invest in property. We've seen over the last 50 years, those who did so have gained tremendously from it. It forces you to save, to put aside money to pay off your principal. And he goes on to say here, you're planning ahead, and then all of a sudden the government comes and takes it away from you, which is pretty typical of the Liberal government. They think every single problem society has can be solved with more government. And then when more government is responsible for more problems and things don't quite work out, they'll set up a secretariat. Then they'll do more consultations. Then they'll set up more government and hire more civil servants to try and meet the problems that were initially caused by the government. In that same report, reporter mentions Remax L'Espace Griffintown. That says that he said that 90% of the clients who put their projects on hold, so this is the purchase of a property that will help them save for the future, on hold or dropped out of the market, are millennials. These are young people who are finding they can no longer save or invest in a real estate property. Now, this is pushing people into higher risk lenders, and I'll just mention that unchecked expansion and this opaque side, this corner of the real estate kind of credit market will eventually build up as Canadians will carry uninsured short-term subprime mortgages, putting them at a greater risk of distressed home sales and personal bankruptcies in an event that interest rates go up. And we know that eventually interest rates will have to go up. And Canadians will be paying more every single month to then service that debt, and if they have it in an uninsured subprime mortgage or an uninsured mortgage period, that amount will actually go up faster. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this other assumption that's deceived the Liberals, which is on their income tax cut. And we know from the good work in the Senate that this income tax cut is anything but a cut for the middle class. So what we see is for those earning a $48,000 salary, they actually will enjoy a cut of $81.44. For those earning $60,000, it's $261.44. For those earning $89,000, that's $696.44. Actually, the ones earning the greatest benefit from this tax cut are those people who don't need it, people like who sit in this chamber, as it so happens, because they earn a much, much, much higher income than the average Canadian. In fact, the highest 20% of unattached individuals, the highest 20% in the income quartiles is $55,499. Other 80% of Canadians earn less than that. For families of 2 or more, it's $125,000 or less, which means that 80% of Canadians are earning less than that amount. So in fact, we know this so-called middle income tax cut is anything but for the middle class. It doesn't actually benefit a great many of them. Now, there's this tax cut that you keep talking about that's so good and so generous. Well, what about the carbon tax you're going to be imposing on Canadians? So I know from a business in my riding who's told me that alone in 2017, they'll be paying $588,000 more in taxes, just the carbon tax. In 2018, they will pay $883,000. They employ almost 500 people. And the only way they can pay this is by increasing the cost and the price of their product. They're involved in exporting products through the Port of Vancouver, and they flat out, this is not something they can simply do and pass it on to their consumers, to their purchasers. Now, my final point is on the so-called infrastructure deficit. Now, I'm going to ask the question is, when is it enough? When have you spent up? The member for Scarborough Centre, the member for Spadina Fort York, the member for Mississauga East Cooksville, the member for Louisbourg all mentioned this infrastructure deficit. And Mr. Speaker, I'll end on this, as I mentioned. So infrastructure spending that the government has done according to their own records on their own infrastructure website. Digital advertising signs in St. John's. Arena floor replacements in Fortune. A T1 pre-boarding announcement system, bicycle parking at 40 TTC stations, missing sidewalks in Toronto in 2017-2018, a bike share Toronto expansion at 50 TTC stations, real-time alternative transportation information screens, Aboriginal consultation, Rideau Canal crossing 5th to Clegg. Is this the infrastructure deficit we're talking about? Much needed infrastructure, I'm told, to stimulate Canada's economy. What about the Grand Allée naturalized wet pond, restoration, rehabilitation of multiple transit shelters, Wi-Fi installation for the bus fleet, an electric bus pilot project in Halifax, lagoon rehabilitation. I mean, the list, Mr. Speaker, goes on. A sidewalk renewal at miscellaneous locations. I guess they couldn't find them all in Ottawa that needed to be upgraded. And again, more Aboriginal consultation in Ottawa. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is always, when is it enough, and what type of projects is the government funding with this money that they're so-called going to stimulate the economy? And I really do believe that they have deceived themselves into believing this. They've accepted the assumptions from the Prime Minister's office, from the Prime Minister's staff, and they have deceived themselves into believing this budget is good for Canadians, when in truth, it is not. It's passing on massive amounts of debt to future generations. I'll be voting against it, and I urge all members to do the same.
Good. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to ask my colleague, I heard a lot in the speeches from across the floor today, this new child benefit is going to be bringing thousands of dollars to families. But my colleague from Calgary touched on it. I would be curious to know if the members on the other side had talked to their constituents about, well, they're going to be giving every penny of that back through the carbon tax, through the CPP tax hike, now possibly through taxes on medical and dental insurance. I'm just would ask my colleague, what impact does he see this true part of this budget really actually has on Canadian families, and are they actually going to be savings, or what are the tax implications of this budget?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Member for his question. He has the second most beautiful writing in Canada. Mine is obviously the first. I'll maybe start with the child poverty rates in Canada over the last 9 or so years in previous Conservative government. We know that actually it went down from 16.3% to 14.7% for last Statistics Canada data available. So we know that what was working before the previous Conservative government was doing, which is low taxes, controlling public spending, making sure you don't increase the debt too much, and also ensuring that you build towards a surplus. The goal in mind in a budget is build towards a surplus, and you don't start nickel and diming Canadians by, on one hand, which is what this government has done, this so-called middle-income tax cut, which I've shown in my intervention, doesn't actually affect the middle class very much. What they're actually doing is nickel and diming them through the carbon tax, through taxing their dental and health benefits. But also, what's really pernicious is what will happen in the future, and this is just a few years down the line, is all this debt we have borrowed, it'll be billions in interest that we'll have to pay. Taxes will have to go up to pay for it. And obviously, the quality of life and the quality of living will have to go down, because at that point, we will start cutting into programs. And that's when Canadians will realize that the assumptions that this government has accepted is not only deceiving the government side, but it will be deceiving all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawa.
Actually, I have the honour of representing the most beautiful riding in Canada. I very much appreciated my colleagues' comments on the effect of this budget on citizens. I should point out that the riding that I have the honour of representing has a median income of $23,000 a year, and the average income is $30,000 a year. So it's one of the more low-income ridings in the country, and my constituents do very well because they're tough and smart and entrepreneurial, and they get by on modest incomes. Study after study has shown that the carbon tax especially hits low-income people and rural people the hardest. In fact, there's now in Ontario the phrase energy poverty, where poor people have to choose between their hydro bills and their food bills. Could my colleague talk about the effect of this pernicious budget on low-income and rural Canadians?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member. So he does indeed have the second most beautiful riding in Canada. Mine, again, must be the first. And he's right. People who are on, I know you've been downgraded, the member for Foothills. And it's true that people who are on fixed incomes will suffer the most from the carbon tax, because what's most pernicious about it is it taxes everything, especially transportation fuels will be at a much higher rate. We've seen this in Alberta with what the Alberta NDP is doing, is that they are going to introduce January 1st, 2017, a new carbon tax on basically everything. But because we transport most of our goods between provinces across international borders, that will have the highest impact both on food, it'll have an impact on rent, because all the materials are going to renovating and to maintaining it, but also going to such costs as heating will go up. All of these lead to persons who have limited income or fixed incomes not being able to pay for it. And I've heard from food banks both across Canada and in my community them saying there are people coming in with hydro bills. We know this is a big problem in Ontario. People coming with hydro bills to the food bank saying, well, I have a choice. I can either pay my rent or I can pay my food bill. And I'm choosing my rent because I need a place to live and it's winter, so I'm going to go to the food bank. And in Calgary specifically, we know that food bank consumption rates are way, way up. People who used to donate are now recipients and going and asking for the help, which is the right thing to do. If you need the help, you should go to the food bank and ask for it. But all of this is because of government action. None of this was necessary. This is a tax imposed by government, and we know from the Australian experience it doesn't work, it doesn't help the environment in any way, and simply a tax grab.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Signal Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to stand in this House today. I feel privileged because I will be one of the members who will have the opportunity to speak on third reading on this bill. We know that most of the members will not be able to speak on it because, as we're well aware, the government has brought in time allocation, more commonly known as closure or the guillotine measure, and so I am privileged to have the opportunity to say a few words today. I also would like to congratulate my colleagues, the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for a terrific speech this morning. I think he touched on a lot of the issues that I would probably normally touch on. They're also the kinds of issues that I know my constituents certainly can relate to. And of course, as always, the member for Calgary-Shepherd is an eloquent speaker, and I guess I just wish I could have done as well when I was his youthful age, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I was thinking about my remarks today, I got thinking back when I was a young person growing up in Saskatchewan. That would have been, let me just think here, I guess in the 60s. And we had a Liberal premier in Saskatchewan named Ross Thatcher. And of course, everyone knows that Saskatchewan is sort of endless skies and in some ways endless roads. And there was a saying back in the 60s when Liberals were in office in Saskatchewan under Ross Thatcher that if it moves, tax it. If it doesn't move, pave it. And, Mr. Speaker, it kind of reminds me of this particular budget. And in fact, in Saskatchewan, when they did pave it, they were known as Thatcher's Patchers, Mr. Speaker. So what I'd like to, I think here in 2016, again, if it moves, tax it, and if it doesn't move, we'll call it infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. So I just wanted to put that on the record. What I would like to do, though, is talk a little bit about where we are. I guess it's 6 months now after this government introduced this particular budget. Well, there were just some statistics that were released in the last few days. I know the Liberals were twisting their arm trying to pat themselves on the back with the November job numbers, 10,700 new jobs. But there used to be a guy on the radio called Paul Harvey, and he always used to have a program, and it was called Now the Rest of the Story. And I think that's pretty applicable as well to this particular situation, Mr. Speaker, because of those 10,700 new jobs, 18,000 are part-time. And I know even the Liberals' math doesn't quite equate when you divide 18,000 into 10,700. But what it really amounts to, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we lost 8,700 full-time jobs in the last month, Mr. Speaker. Now, that now brings the number of full-time jobs that have been lost in this country in the last year since this government took office to over 30,000 full-time jobs. And Mr. Speaker, a lot of those jobs are in the member for Calgary Shepherd and mine and other Alberta MPs' ridings. Calgary is just, I think, hit an all-time high in the unemployment rate at 10.3% for the month of November. And as my colleague from Calgary Shepherd made the point that that is only what Statistics Canada is able to measure. We all know that there are a number of others who simply don't fall into those statistics. Also, in the government and members were trying last week to pat themselves on the back for a slight increase in GDP in the third quarter. And the Minister of Finance, in answer to a planted question from one of his backbenchers, stood up in this House and said that one of the reasons that the GDP increased in the third quarter was because of the rebuilding in Fort McMurray after the fires. Well, Mr. Speaker, that minister should stand in this House and apologize. Not only was that the wrong answer in terms of how you're creating GDP, but he had the facts wrong, Mr. Speaker. The reason the GDP increased in the third quarter was because oil production from the oil sands resumed. And I know this anti-oil government can't quite accept that fact, Mr. Speaker, but the third quarter GDP numbers were specifically attributable to the fact of the resumption of oil out of the oil sands, Mr. Speaker. So they have no reason to take credit for anything. Now, I think I'd like to also talk a little bit about, it's one thing to say the government should be doing something. It's another thing to say, well, okay, what is it that they could be doing that they're not doing? Well, we all know about some of the things that the government didn't do, like break their election promise to reduce the small business tax rate. That's evident. That would have significantly helped a number of small businesses in Alberta. And again, we have to remind this government, it is small business in this country that creates jobs and not government. I know they don't believe that, but that is a fact. Another thing that we have mentioned from Alberta is the fact that in the budget in 2016, if the government would have allocated some of those dollars to a program to clean up abandoned oil wells in the province, that would have been good for the environment, Mr. Speaker. That would have put thousands of laid-off oil field workers back to work immediately. And we all know that we're pleased that the government has finally made a decision on Trans Mountain, but the reality of it is that construction at the earliest isn't going to start for another year, and that's if that is provided we don't have protesters and environmentalists holding up that project, Mr. Speaker. So those are a couple of examples of what the government could have been doing. Now, it's typical that the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader will stand up and rant on about the budget deficits under a Conservative government. I'd like to remind the government that one of the first things that the Conservatives did when it took office as a government was reduce the GST from 7% to 6% and then 5%, Mr. Speaker. This government doesn't quite remember that. They should take a lesson from how, when the Conservatives took over government some 11 years ago, the intent was to reduce taxes on the taxpayer, not increase taxes as we're seeing from this government, Mr. Speaker. So I will just conclude with a couple of comments, try and capsulize what I've said today. Statistically, real earnings in this country from a year ago are down 1%. So they can talk all they want about bringing folks out of poverty and and working on behalf of the middle class, but in reality, real earnings are down 1%. Again, 30,000 full-time jobs have been lost since this government was elected a year ago. And I will repeat again, Calgary unemployment rate at 10.3%. So what did they do? They said, oh, we're going to give Alberta another $250 million, or not another. They're going to give Alberta a one-time equalization payment of $250 million. That's in contrast to Alberta for the past 10 years contributing some $20 billion to equalization, Mr. Speaker. So it's nothing more than the proverbial spit in the bucket. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with that, and I'll look forward to any questions that may come as a result of those comments and try and elaborate in response to questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague with whom I have the privilege and pleasure of working on the Finance Committee. And of course, he raises the issue of the commodity collapse in Alberta, and he knows a lot about that because he was the treasurer of Alberta in days when oil prices were at historic highs. And now the fiscal situation of Alberta has deteriorated naturally because of that province's reliance on royalty revenues. He also knows that world prices are things that over which Albertans, Canada even, doesn't have a lot of influence. This government has worked very hard, Keystone, Trans Mountain, to get our commodities to world markets. And I'd just like the minister to tell us that when he was treasurer of Alberta, what did he do to save for this rainy day? And would he not now applaud this government's effort to unlock Alberta oil and get it onto world markets as quickly as possible?
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, I thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker. We do have some interesting exchanges at the Finance Committee. I will say exchanges because rarely do we have agreement, but I do appreciate the question. And, Mr. Speaker, again, the Liberals are doing these sleight of hand, I think is the best way to put it, because they'll stand up in the House and they'll say, during the last 10 years, the Conservatives have never built 1 mile of pipe to Tidewater. We all know that that's incorrect. We do know, however, that during those same 10 years, a number of projects, including Northern Gateway, were approved to be built, and where we are today is no further along than we were under the Conservative government. Yes, we applaud the government for finally approving Trans Mountain. However, approval and getting built are considerably different things, as we saw with Northern Gateway. And for this member to stand there and say that that government had anything to do with Keystone, well, I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Alberta for his comments. One area that I'm surprised Mr. Speaker didn't talk about was the lack of support for small business. The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, comes from the same province I do, and he's well aware of the downturn and those suffering. And who continues to buoy our economy as best they can historically in Canada is small business. And yet I didn't speak to him supporting our concern that there were not the promised tax cuts for small business and none of the cap and transaction fees that were promised by his government and were never delivered. Would he like to speak to those matters?
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I did mention small business a couple of times during my remarks. This is about the 3rd or 4th time I've spoken on this particular bill. And while I thank the member for from Edmonton Strathcona for her question, I have been a strong advocate every time I stand up in this House for small business. As I said earlier during my remarks, it's small business that creates jobs. It's not the government, not like the Liberals think that that the government can create jobs. It's the private sector, Mr. Speaker, whether that's small business, medium-sized business, or large business. It's the private sector that creates jobs and not the government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm truly honoured to rise and speak on behalf of my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac today in favour of Bill C-29. I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Gatineau. 1 year ago, the people of Tobique-Mactaquac entrusted me with the responsibility of being their Member of Parliament. As a new MP, the last year has been full of learning, challenges, and new relationships. Overall, it has been an overwhelmingly positive experience for me, as I've worked on behalf of my constituents and with them on the opportunities and concerns related to their everyday lives. Mr. Speaker, the investments we as a government are making to strengthen the middle class and to help those working hard to join it have been unprecedented. Our economy will grow not only in the short term, but over the long term as well as a direct result of them. Canada is one of the first countries in the world to have put into practice the idea that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. Mr. Speaker, we listened to Canadians when they told us that they were working harder than ever, but not getting ahead. That is why we've put in place a plan to help them not only in the present, but also in the future, Mr. Speaker. Measures like cutting taxes for close to 9 million Canadians who need it most, while also increasing taxes on the wealthiest 1%. Introducing the Canada Child Benefit, which puts more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 families with children, helping them in their present need and ensuring that they have the tools to succeed in the future. This investment alone will raise over 300,000 children out of poverty. As a government, we signed an agreement with the provinces to enhance the Canada Pension Plan so that those entering the workforce now and future generations of workers can be assured of a stable and dignified retirement. Measures like increasing monthly payments for the most vulnerable seniors, especially single seniors, and restoring the old age eligibility for old age security to 65 years of age. In my riding, I've conducted numerous Let's Talk events, consultations on topics such as Canada Summer Jobs, infrastructure, climate change, electoral reform, economic development, youth and job creation, employment insurance, pre-budget 2016, pre-budget 2017, and general town hall meetings quarterly on any open topic which my constituents wish to speak with me about. Our Seniors Healthy Living and Aging Well Expo was attended by over 200 seniors and illustrates that seniors are a priority in my riding and will continue to do so. Notre gouvernement travaille aussi dans l'aspect.
Our government is working diligently to ensure the success of young Canadians. This summer, I was able to see for myself how Budget 2016 helped young people acquire valuable experience thanks to our Canada Summer Jobs program.
In my riding alone, funding was increased for Canada Summer Jobs by $221,000. We have doubled the number of jobs funded in 2016 by giving businesses and organizations who applied for funding the opportunity to put more young people to work and the opportunity to earn an income and valuable experience that they will carry with them as they transition into the workforce in the coming years. Youth in my riding have come together with their voices to be heard. Our Tobique-Mactaquac Youth Constituency Council has met, and they understand the government respects and values their input. Our budget committed to increasing grants for students from low and middle income families, as well as part-time students. And we have done all this while simultaneously making strong investments in infrastructure that will help small and medium-sized businesses to grow and take advantage of the current and upcoming opportunities as we transition into a cleaner, greener economy. Since November of 2015, an unprecedented number of businesses and non-for-profit organizations in my riding have received business development funding through HoC, an organization that plays an integral role in the economic development of rural Canada in the Atlantic provinces. Over 25% of municipalities and non-for-profit organizations in Tobique-Mactaquac have been approved for Canadian Infrastructure Program funding, CIP 150, for projects such as upgrades to local parks, renovations, enhancements to our community facilities. Mr. Speaker, this type of infrastructure funding is of great importance not only to my riding, but to ridings all across this country. David Dodge has said that over the past 10 years, Canada has been in an infrastructure deficit. Not enough has been being committed to infrastructure renewal, and now more than ever, the provinces need a federal partner that they can work collaboratively with to address these challenges, whether it's our crumbling roads and bridges, or ports and rail access. Monsieur le Président, ma circonscription de
Mr. Speaker, my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac is a vast rural riding that depends heavily on the agriculture and agri-food sector which occupies an important place, as well as the sectors of manufacturing and natural resources.
I own a farm myself, producing seed potatoes, oil seeds, small grains, and having worked both within primary agriculture, construction, transportation, and food processing. Prior to being elected last year, I have an acute understanding of the many challenges faced by our small and medium-sized businesses. Over the past year, I've had the opportunity to speak with hundreds of small business owners, as well as large business owners, and to speak with them about the opportunities and challenges of growing their businesses in an ever-changing and increasingly demanding market. I also had the opportunity this fall to host a rural economic development roundtable with key business stakeholders from our riding to hear their thoughts on Budget 2016 and how they feel they can leverage hard work with the initiatives put forth by our government to seize opportunities to grow their businesses. They collectively praised our government's efforts to invest in infrastructure, citing it as traditionally being a major impediment to growing a company in a rural environment. Business owners spoke of the positive potential impacts that the Atlantic Growth Strategy will have in the years to come, allowing us to tailor programming investments, not only in infrastructure, but also in innovation, green technology, skills training, market development, and immigration to the 4 Atlantic provinces. And Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with them. As one of the 32 elected Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada, I'm proud of the approach that this government has taken through Budget 2016 and the Atlantic Growth Strategy to address the need for increased immigration through the Atlantic Immigration Pilot that will allow us to grow our population and allow businesses growth with the certainty that we as a government will be partnering with them to help them flourish. In my riding, we have successfully welcomed Syrian newcomers and families in Woodstock, Perth Andover, Nakwik, Florenceville, Bristol. And with the help of many hands serving on community boards and ensuring newcomers feel comfortable and supported. Giving newcomers the opportunity to access to the necessary supports, training, and tools to become employed and fully integrated in the community is a priority for the employers and for the volunteers in my riding. Harrison McCain once said, if you are in business or starting a business, you should do it with a plan to grow. Working hand in hand with government is essential to allowing this to happen, and successful government programs which allow the private sector to grow are recommended. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this quote very much reflects our government's approach to rural economic development, an approach that government can and should play an active role in helping businesses both big and small, and in both rural and urban environments, access the tools they need to prosper for years to come. This is why we have made specific commitments to help grow Canada's rural and northern community economies, with a $2 billion dedicated investment to help them succeed, because we understand the vital role that rural economies play in the overall health of a nation. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to speak about the work we have done and will continue to do through our first budget, Budget 2016, to begin to address the inequalities with First Nations. We have made historic investments in First Nations through Budget 2016 and renewed the dialogue with First Nations. This past year, I'm particularly proud of the great work of the Tobic First Nation and Woodstock First Nation as they together have moved forward in investing in education, infrastructure, training, and other programs that will directly contribute to better quality of life for Indigenous people within Tobic-Mactaquac. As a member of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, I fully support our government's commitment to develop our resources sustainably, ensuring that economic prosperity and environmental protection go hand in hand. Helping Indigenous people and ensuring local communities benefit economically and socially, and making resource development a national building exercise. While Canada has the resources to lead the global transition to a lower carbon future, we will only do so by ensuring that our environmental house is in order, continuing to engage meaningfully with Indigenous peoples and earning the confidence of Canadians. Our government is determined to lead the way. We demonstrated that again last week with the decisions we announced on several major pipeline projects. In each instance, the decisions we took were based on solid science, meaningful consultation, and the best interests of Canadians. As the Prime Minister has said, the choice between pipelines and wind turbines is a false one. Bill C-29 speaks to this reality and Canada's potential to create prosperity we seek while protecting the environment we cherish. Finally, we, as Canadians, agree that veterans should be recognized for their service to Canada, and that the Government of Canada's official duty to recognize with respect and dignity the achievement of Canada's veterans and the fallen. The Prime Minister of Canada gave the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence the mandate to reopen 9 previously closed Veterans Affairs offices and to hire new service delivery staff to better support veterans and their families where they live. I am proud that our budget 2016 reaffirmed the government's intent to give back to veterans and to deliver on this promise to restore critical access to services. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end my speech today by asking Canadians from coast to coast to coast to join me and my family in thanking the hundreds of Canadian men and women in uniform, to thank them for their efforts and sacrifices, particularly as they spend the holiday season away from their families and family traditions. I wish to thank them for their continued service to our country. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for having the opportunity to represent my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac. I'm looking forward to the new energy and hope that our Prime Minister brings to Canada and to the world. And on behalf of my wife Tanya, our daughters Emma, Madeline, Sarah, and son Jack, I wish you and the entire chamber and my family and friends the best of holiday season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to ask a very pointed question to our honourable colleague. Through his speech, he had mentioned that his government understands rural Canada, that they are committed to rural Canada. Yet we still have no softwood lumber agreement. We still do not have projects approved. We are struggling in rural Canada. Investments have flowed through major centres within Canada. High-speed transit, investment in high-speed transit, I've been on the record a number of times as saying that does nothing for my riding at Caribou Prince George. So through you, Mr. Speaker, a very pointed question. What is this budget going to do for jobs in my riding, a resource-dependent riding?
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and he can rest assured that his riding of Caribou Prince George is very similar to my riding of Tobique-Mactaquac. Very rural, resource-dependent, agricultural-dependent ridings that rely on the hard work of everyday Canadians. And I can assure him that the investments that we're making in infrastructure, clean technology, innovation, and skills and training are going to allow businesses to take advantage of those to help them transition towards a cleaner, greener economy and take advantage of the market opportunities that we're already creating. You know, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that in 2013, it was actually the opposition member's party that killed the Rural Secretariat, an organization that was dedicated to rural Canada. You know, that was an organization that was put forward with the best of intentions to help grow the rural economy and recognize that Canadians from rural areas, coast to coast to coast, were recognized. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that we are making progress. We are working on softwood lumber. Another issue, by the way, which was left out in the cold by his government when they left office. They failed to restart negotiations with our U.S. counterparts. And because of that delay, we're caught in the circumstance that we're in today, where we see that we have not been able to make the significant moves forward with softwood lumber that we should have had by this point because the conversation a year ago hadn't been started, which is very unfortunate. And lastly, I'd like to take one moment just to speak about pipelines, you know, and resource development projects, because in fact last week we approved the Line 3 expansion and we approved TMX. You know, those are two projects that are going to help rural economies in Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, workers from my riding in Tobique-Mactaquac, and other ridings across Atlantic Canada who rely on the natural resource sectors, especially oil and gas, to take advantage of world opportunities around the world. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his for his speech. I'm asking the question. I guess I want to let him know that many in my riding were believed the government, the then Liberals who were on the election trail, who are now government, about the promises to small and medium-sized businesses, in particular the promise to reduce the tax rate, the small business tax rate to 9%. We now find that the government has not followed through on that promise, has moved it forward almost into the next election. And so I would just like my honourable colleague to let me know why the government did not follow through on that promise to small and medium-sized businesses in my riding.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac in 1 minute or less.
Okay, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I appreciate her passion for the subject. You know, I think that I'm very happy to have the opportunity to stand up and speak on behalf of small business. And, you know, it's very unfortunate the economic situation that we were left by the previous government, a situation that was not as forecasted by the previous government before leaving office. You know, they led us all to believe that everything was sunshine and roses and that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Canadians could be confident that they were working hard on their behalf, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, we've seen no growth over the last 10 years. We've seen an infrastructure deficit, a lack of investment in the key infrastructure that allows our country to grow its economy and prosper. And, you know, it's very unfortunate that we had to see that. And, you know, I think that we're working hard implementing this budget, and we're working hard on planning the next budget so that we can continue to help small businesses across the country from coast to coast to coast, including in her riding, but not only in her riding, but in my riding, and in Matt DeCourcy's in the member from Fredericton's riding. And, you know, I think that in time, I hope all honourable members...
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable...
The honourable member for Gatineau. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my colleague from Tobique-Mactaquac. I've known his family for a very long time, so I thank him for splitting his time with me. We're nearing the end of 2016, and I would first like to thank the voters in the most beautiful riding of Canada, the riding of Gatineau, for having done me the honour of sending me to their House of Commons to represent them and to be part of this change, this time of real change that we have signaled as a new government. I was struck by what President Obama said recently. He said the government is not like a small motorboat that you can, just turn on a dime. It's like a big cruise ship. And if we steer the boat in the right direction, well, sometimes you need patience, but the results will follow. And that is why it is a real honor for me to rise in this place to support Bill C-29, which is going to implement the changes promised in the budget tabled by the Minister of Finance, and a first step in this transition to real change in Canada that will turn us into a fairer country, a more impartial society that will ensure more dynamic growth and a modern economy, Mr. Speaker. It's been just over a year now, and we're starting to see results, both at the national level and in our municipalities and our ridings. And my honourable colleague from Tobique-Mactaquac illustrated this very clearly in the examples given about his riding. And my colleagues from the National Capital and the Outaouais region did the same. And we are really seeing results in our region and across the country. But there is still a great deal of work to be done. We promised the public service that we would bring back respect and stability, and we can now say mission accomplished.
The President of the Treasury Board has our full confidence when it comes to respectful bargaining, which is going on right now with public sector unions. And public sector employees tell me that the culture of respect is back, stability is back. And that, of course, has a great effect on our local economy. Parents in my riding, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the Canada Child Benefit, which will help the poorest in our society, which raises 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. Well, it's helping in Gatineau and right across the country. Just in Gatineau, we see 18,400 children in Gatineau are benefiting, and on average, a family in Gatineau, which benefits from the Canada Child Benefit, will be getting tax-free at both the provincial and federal levels $520 per family on average. And thanks to this bill, as of 2020, those sums will be indexed to inflation. And so they'll follow increases in the cost of living. That's a revolution, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to social policy in this country. There hasn't been anything similar since the creation of the Canada Health Act and the social transformations of the 1960s under Mr. Pearson and Mr. Trudeau. We haven't seen social change like this since the 60s. And this is money that is going directly to parents and families in our cities and villages. In Gatineau, we've also seen, thanks to our efforts in infrastructure, and with the celebrations for Canada's 150th birthday, we've seen an investment in mosaic cultures, which will be the #1 tourist attraction in the National Capital Region in 2017. We've seen the announcements for La Vérendrye Boulevard. Gatineau will be unfinished until La Vérendrye is extended to Lorrain Boulevard. And I hope that in 2017, there will be good news when it comes to an extension of the Rapibus to Lorrain Boulevard, and then we'll continue discussions on how to extend it to Gatineau's airport. I was very happy to welcome the Veterans Affairs Minister to the riding. My first commitment, Mr. Speaker. We have a cenotaph in Gatineau that, frankly, is in need of a little love. Our veterans, the folks of the Legion, and our current serving members, well, let's just say that they're a little disappointed with the state of the cenotaph as it stands right now. After discussions with the mayor and other officials, we've concluded an agreement for a good sum of money to fix the cenotaph before Remembrance Day next year. Now, I'm very proud of that, and even more important, the people of Gatineau can be very proud of that. My colleague from Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation, last week, he went to Thurso. He went to Masson-Angers, and thanks to his hard work with the support of his colleagues in the Outaouais region, he was able to announce some incredible sums of money from Natural Resources Canada, from the minister, to invest in modernizing our forestry sector in the Outaouais region. The forestry sector was born in our region. People came to this region to work in our forests. It's why Gatineau is there. They built great industry, exporting industry, industries that have innovated. And with the investments announced last week by my colleague from Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation, we'll see the next step, a new era in the forestry sector in the Outaouais region. And I'm certain that other investments are coming. In social housing, like in many cities across Canada, we have a social housing deficit. But thanks to the programs that we're putting in place, and thanks to the attention being given to this issue by the Minister for Social Development, the Honourable Member for Quebec City, we have been able to announce new developments and cut the ribbon on some new social housing developments by investing in community organizations who are fighting homelessness. Mr. Speaker, thanks to this government, we are fighting social inequity. by building social infrastructure and a social net that our children will be able to benefit from, so that all can contribute to our society. And that's why these changes made by our new government are helping the people of Gatineau and all Canadians. We want Gatineau to dream big. We want Quebec to dream big. Gatineau is the 4th biggest city in Quebec, and it's time that we work on our needs. And together with Ottawa, we are the 4th largest metropolitan area in Canada. We need to improve transit links with Ottawa. We want to be a partner in economic development with Ottawa. And that's why, along with my colleagues from the National Capital Region, I'll continue to work hard to ensure that the decisions that we make today in this House and the investments that we approved in our budget and all following budgets will continue to profit the people of Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Central Okanagan. No, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong one. Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his comments, and he talked about social infrastructure, and I guess I'd like to refer to a comment made by a colleague of mine from Dauphin, Manitoba, and talked about a bait and switch. And I think what I'm concerned about what this government is doing is proposing a new tax break for Canadians, as they've said many, many times, and yet clawing it back with the other hand. And we've seen this example. I'm on Human Resource Committee, and we've heard the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development admit this, is when we asked about the carbon tax. How is this being considered, or has it been considered by the government of its impacts towards people in poverty and those close to poverty? And his comment back was, well, we've given so much with tax credits that we can afford to take it back with this other hand. The minister even admitted this. So I guess I just would ask the member across the way, the great bait and switch that this government is giving and putting across Canadians' tables, with one hand giving and the other hand taking back, how does he talk to the people that are at poverty and answer those questions honestly and say, what are you doing for the person at poverty and close to poverty with things like the carbon tax, etc.?
The honourable member for Gatineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We are indeed very proud of the Minister of Social Development with the innovations and the new programs and the Canada Child Benefit that have been introduced in this House for the benefit of all Canadian families. But he's talking about a carbon price. Well, the beauty of the solution proposed by this government is that in his province, as in my province, the provincial governments will be able to make their own decision about what will happen to the money raised by that price. In his case, if he maintains that Canadian families will be affected, he should go speak to his premier to ensure that the effects of the carbon price remain neutral, or to ensure that the money from the carbon price goes back to families and children. Because we're taxing something we don't want, carbon, and we want to reduce the burden on families. We want everyone to have a fair chance. So I'd like to thank the member for his question.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your comments. You commented, the member commented this budget was addressing social inequity, and yet we've seen the middle class tax cut does absolutely zero for the 2/3 of Canadians that make less than $45,000. Honestly, how is it addressing social inequity when your middle class tax cuts helps every single person in this room by over $1,500, but does zero for anyone, the 2/3 of Canadians, making less than $45,000?
The honourable member for Gatineau.
The honourable member knows very well that 9 million Canadians are going to benefit from a middle-class tax cut. And to hear a Conservative, to hear him talk about tax cuts and vote against tax cuts for the middle class is, quite frankly, a very astounding thing when you hear it and when you consider the debates that have come before us in this place. And I would also say that for many Canadians, for Canadians who are parents, Canadians with families,
Just want to, I'm sure the honourable member who's answering the question appreciates the coaching he's getting from the other side, but shouting across the floor isn't going to help him that much. So I'd like to ask the honourable members to maybe just keep it down, and when it's time, you get up and get recognized, and then you can ask the next question. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and trust me, I don't need a lot of help from over on that side. What I do hear is a lot of regret that they opposed a tax cut on the very middle-class Canadians that they purport to represent. After 9 years of deficits, they're very disappointed that this government was able to bring in a tax cut that benefits 9 million Canadians. 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and also to benefit 300,000 Canadian children and bring them out of poverty. That's a record that we're very proud to stand on.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that, first of all, I will mention that I'll be sharing my time with the new member for Medicine Hat Cardston Warner, who was elected very recently and who is already making a brilliant mark here in the House of Commons. Now, in just a few moments, he'll be making his maiden speech in this House. And it's going to be very interesting, and I invite all Canadians, and particularly the people of Medicine Hat, to listen very closely to the words of my new colleague. So, Mr. Speaker, we're here today for probably the last step of debate on Bill C-29, which is a bill that implements the government's budget. It's a very bad budget. It's a budget that, unfortunately, is going to lead Canada into a spiral of pharaonic deficits, uncontrolled deficits. We still don't know when we're going to come back to a balanced budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, a year and a half ago, we, the Conservatives, left a balanced budget. We left a surplus. We know that in 2008, 2009, the entire planet was faced with the worst recession since the Great Depression. All industrialized countries had to make choices and were faced with major challenges. And what country did the best through that period? What country got out of the recession the most quickly? What country had the best economic record after the recession? Canada, under Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. Our government left the best debt-to-GDP ratio of all the G7 countries. Our government had the best economic growth in terms of job creation of the G7. Our government left a prosperous economic situation for Canada. We had the best record of the G7. Canada, we did that, and it was signed by Stephen Harper's government. And, Mr. Speaker, the tax burden on Canadians was at its lowest in the last 50 years, and we're far from that today. And even better than that, Mr. Speaker, we created over 1 million new jobs thanks to the management of the Conservative government, thanks to the good management of the government. And remember, it's not the government that creates jobs, it's private enterprises that create jobs with economic stimulus. And certainly, we helped job creation. The current government is not doing that, and I'll come back to that later. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals, when they came to power 14 months ago, had a fiscal house that was in order. And what have they done with that fiscal house? Well, unfortunately, it's been a crazy party, and it's a party that our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren are going to have to pay for, thanks to the bad management of this current government. Now, they showed the courage well, we can call it courage, of saying we're going to have deficits. But, Mr. Speaker, they talked about very small deficits of $10 billion over 3 years. And after that, it was a miracle they'd be back to balanced budget. That was the Liberal platform. But what's the reality today, Mr. Speaker? Well, no more teensy-weensy deficits. Now we're up to huge deficits of $30 billion. That's the reality under this government. This year, $30 billion. Next year, and the year after that. This could go on for a very long time, Mr. Speaker, because the government is unable to tell us when we're going to get back to a balanced budget. And it's not because we're not trying. I've asked the question to the minister once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. Now, 13 times I have asked the question to the Minister of Finance and to his parliamentary secretary, when will Canada get back to a balanced budget? The government has been unable to tell us when Canada will be back to a balanced budget. They haven't been able to tell us. And that, Mr. Speaker, is completely unacceptable when it comes to management. There's no administrator in any business that would keep his job if he told his boss, well, I don't know when we're going to get back to a balanced budget, because his clients have asked us for this and the ratios, etc. No, when? What's the date? The boss who goes to see his financial advisor and says, okay, when are we going to get back to a balanced budget? And the other, well, I don't know. Well, he's not going to be in his job very long. He's going to be looking for a new job because that's completely unacceptable. And what are we seeing here? Well, we see a government that's saying, we'll answer the question maybe later at some point when it's important to know that. And, well, that's disappointing for all Canadians. And fortunately, more and more Canadians are realizing that this doesn't make any sense. There was an economic update about a month ago, Mr. Speaker. What did we learn? Well, they're not taking charge of the current economic situation. No, the party is still going. More spending and $32 billion in additional spending. $32 billion in spending of money that we don't have. And since this government's been in power, how many new full-time jobs have been created by private businesses, by Canada? 0. Niet zero. That is the result of the current government when it comes to job creation. I'll repeat, it's not the government that creates jobs, it's private business that creates jobs, but we have to help them rather.
Talk about the reality. For us, conservative, small business are the backbone of the economy. Those are the people who create wealth. Those are the business who create employment. Those people who create wealth for the economy, for Canada, for what is good for Canadians. Not the government, but at least what the government can do is to help the businesses and not imposing more taxes. So what does the government did for the last full year? They are very creative. Month after month, they create a new tax. They create the liberal carbon tax that will be imposed to all businesses, and especially to small businesses who have to pay a lot of price for the liberal carbon tax. Also, they put more pressure for the Canadian pension plan. For each business, for each person who works in a business, it will cost $1,000 more for the entrepreneur, for each person who works in the business. And for people who work there, it will cost them $1,000 more every year. And they will not see the result of all of that for the next 40 years. So, Mr. Speaker, it's all wrong. This government can't help the small business, those who create jobs, those who create wealth, and those who create strong economic Canada. That's what we need in this country. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this government keeps bragging about how they've made changes. We're like Robin Hood. We're taking money from the rich and giving it to the poor. Well, Mr. Speaker, their Robin Hood policy is actually rather what they're doing is they're pulling the arrow back, and like a bad archer, it's hitting them in the face. 65% of Canadians are not affected by these the so-called help for families. 65% of Canadians are not benefiting from the tax cuts. Who are benefiting the most from these changes to the tax code, Mr. Speaker? Well, those who earn between $144,000 and $200,000 a year. Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian who earns just under $200,000 a year, well, he won the jackpot under this Liberal government. Is that the middle class? Is this the working man? No, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I am in a conflict of interest, like all the members of the House of Commons here, including the Parliamentary Secretary, because we are the greatest beneficiaries of these changes to the tax code. So, personally speaking, I could be very happy in saying, oh, it's fantastic, Mr. Speaker. Look, this government's helping me. I'm benefiting the most. Well, Mr. Speaker, no. I put my wallet aside. I'm thinking about all of the wallets of all taxpayers, and 65% of Canadians, they are getting nothing, no change to their taxes. The government's bragging about their principles. My colleague, the member for Quebec, the Minister of Families, has said the Canadian family, etc., etc. We're not against helping Canadian families, but it's something that we did without a $30 billion deficit, Mr. Speaker. And there's just one little detail that's getting lost here. When they calculated, what did they forget? Well, they forgot to index their payments. They just forgot to do that completely. And so over 5 years, well, inflation will go up, and the Canada Child Benefit isn't going up at all. So that's something the Liberals forgot to do. And yet they're still unable to tell us when they're going to get back to balanced budget. So, Mr. Speaker, as this debate comes to a close, unfortunately, we hope that there are Liberals who are going to open their eyes, but unfortunately that's unlikely to happen. This is not a good budget. This is a budget of uncontrolled spending, and this government is completely lost. They've lost control of all public spending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, who I also have the pleasure of working with on the Finance Committee. Unfortunately, he comes up with the same solutions here as he does at committee, and it's just a rehash of what we've seen in years past. The member can't take much credit for the Harper years because he wasn't even here. He was at the National Assembly, basically selling the same old there. What I'd ask my honourable colleague, since he loves asking questions over and over again, my question that I'm determined to ask him, and I ask it often, but he never answers, is we have a plan for the Canadian economy, investing in infrastructure, lower taxes for the middle class, social investment, investment in families, investment in productivity, in exports. That's our plan, Mr. Speaker. What is the Conservative Party's, the critics' plan for Canada's economy? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the member is right. Unfortunately, I didn't have the privilege of being part of the excellent Conservative government of Stephen Harper. They left the House in order. They saw to it that we were the best performing country of the G7 after the crisis. I would have been proud, it's true, to be a part of that government, one of the best governments in the best countries. But the difference between their plan and our plan is that we would do it with balanced books. When we left office, the honourable member for Robertval was at the head of the department. He was in charge of, at the time we respected provincial jurisdiction, but he was in charge of economic development for Quebec. There was $80 billion in investment, the highest in Canadian history at the time, and we did it with balanced books. We did it all with balancing the books. We were able to kickstart the economy, help business and so on, without running deficits. This government has new taxes, carbon tax, pension taxes, and the new 13 million Canadians will be paying more for health insurance. That's the difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives. We trust people and they just tax them more heavily. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In recent weeks, in connection with C-29, there have been discussions about the fact that there's an aspect of this bill that will allow banks to get around the Quebec consumer protection legislation. My honourable colleague from Louis Saint Laurent must be aware of the unanimous resolution passed by the Quebec National Assembly last week to condemn this practice of the federal government, this short-circuiting of Quebec's consumer protection legislation to enable the banks to avoid compliance with Quebec's consumer protection legislation. And this will enable the banks to charge hidden fees without any kind of acceptance from customers. And they won't be able to, the customers, banking clients, won't be able to launch a class action anymore. My question for my colleague who used to be a member of the Quebec National Assembly, does he agree with this? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, we agree with the position that was expressed by the member for Joliette at committee, and there was a vote here in the House yesterday or the day before. We all voted together, except the Liberal government. We voted against that. Just recall that in 2012, the Conservative government had proposed legislation that would govern all banking institutions. There was a case where the Supreme Court specifically ruled that Quebec's consumer protection legislation was not affected by the fact that the banks were federally regulated. So that was, now the federal government with C-29 is doing the opposite. We heard from experts at committee. We weren't convinced that this was a wise course of action. And if this legislation is passed, it will be challenged in court. And the only winners in all of this will be the lawyers, not Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Cardston, Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Hello. I rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-29. But first, let me say that I am humbled, truly humbled to be here, to represent the honor to represent be the voice of the constituents in my riding, and to hold this government to account. At a time when Albertans, and specifically the people of my riding, Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, would need them the most, this government has failed them, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Economic Action Plan has failed Canadians, and the only solutions that they seem to have to our current economic downturn to spend more and spend more. Borrowed money, Mr. Speaker, has to be paid back, and be paid back by the working Canadian families for generations to come. Constituents across my riding are very concerned about the downturn in our economy and its impact of devastating job losses, out-of-control Liberal spending, and the staggering $35 billion deficit alone, increased taxes, the looming national carbon tax, and the Liberal opposition to the Northern Gateway pipeline that would have employed thousands of well-paying jobs for Canadians. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal legacy of just the last 12 months has sucked hope and optimism from many in my riding. The good news is that this legacy does not have to be our future. Conservatives advocated a different path, and a record has spoken for itself. Balanced budgets, $1.3 million net new jobs, the lowest taxes in 50 years, the approval of 4 new pipelines that move over 1 million barrels of oil a day, a commitment to our allies, and ongoing support for families. On October 24th, the constituents of my riding sent a strong message to this Liberal government. They are not in favor of rising taxes or wasting money on misplaced priorities. Mr. Speaker, they want someone to stand up for the things that we Albertans, and quite frankly, most Canadians, believe in. Just over a year ago, the Liberals promised that they could spend their way to prosperity. If hardworking Canadians just trusted them a little bit to borrow a modest sum, they would create jobs and put more money in the pockets of Canadian families. Well, Canadians are still waiting, and by most measures, they are worse off now than they were before the year before the Liberals took office. The economy is stagnant, and despite a big spending budget, the Bank of Canada, the International Monetary Fund, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development have all downgraded their forecasts for Canada this year and next. According to Stats Canada's Economic Insights report for fall 2016, and I quote, "Labour market conditions in Alberta deteriorated markedly since oil prices began to decline in mid-2014. The province's unemployment rate rose above the 8% mark during the summer of 2016, averaging 8.5% from July to September. This marks the first time that the unemployment rate in the province has risen above 8% since the mid-1995, end quote. This is the sad reality for Albertans, Mr. Speaker. Where are the jobs that have been promised by this Liberal government? What's more, with a national unemployment rate of 7%, Canada is actually worse off now than when the Liberals entered office. Recent reports indicate that a further 30,500 full-time jobs have been lost in the last year alone. Shame. Good jobs are in short supply, and the vast majority of new jobs created under the Liberals have been part-time. Mr. Speaker, the situation in my riding of Medicine Hat, and Warner is no different from the outlook for Alberta. According to Labour Force survey estimates, the unemployment rate is at a 5-year high to 6.9% in 2016. The 2016 Medicine Hat Community Foundation Vital Signs report states that the average number of EI recipients in the municipality of Medicine Hat alone rose from 890 in June of 2015 to 1,340 in June of 2016. That's a 51% year-over-year increase. So what do all these jobless stats mean for our community, Mr. Speaker? Reality is many of those who used to donate to the Medicine Hat District Food Bank now find it necessary to use their services for the very survival of them and their families. Residents are struggling to make ends meet, which is evidenced by the increase in the number of Medicine Hat District Food Bank clients over the last 3 years. In 2014, the food bank served a total of 5,336 clients, 1,898 of them being children. In 2015, that number grew to a total of 12,371, with 4,614 of them children. To December 2nd, so last Friday of this year, the food bank has already served 16,137 clients, 6,165 of them children. That's with a population of 63,000, Mr. Speaker. That represents nearly 475,000 pounds of food so far in 2016. Mr. Speaker, these are just not vague statistics. They are the faces of families of what is really going on across this country, especially Alberta. The devastating reality of our economic climate is that some individuals have gone so far as to take their own life. Sadly, they saw suicide as the only way to resolve their specific situation. Mr. Speaker, this feeling of being destitute is what many are experiencing back home. Jobs should be priority number one in all of Canada, especially Alberta. And too many families are struggling, and instead the Liberal government is repealing employment insurance measures our Conservative government introduced to help unemployed Canadians get back to work. We have always focused on priorities of Canadians by helping families to make ends meet through reductions in income tax and creation and protection of jobs. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative record speaks for itself. During the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, Canada had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 nations.
Hear, hear.
We reduced taxes to the lowest point in 50 years, with a typical family of four saving almost $7,000 a year. And after running a targeted stimulus program that created and maintained approximately 200,000 jobs, we kept our promise to balance the budget and left the Liberals with a $2.9 billion surplus in 2015-16. But not only have the Liberals mismanaged the surplus that was left to them, they rolled back small business tax cuts, tax-free savings account increases, as well as art and sports tax credit for kids. And they're posing a new CPP premium, as well as a massive new carbon tax on everyone. These CPP premiums will affect employees and employers at a time when they are struggling to keep employees employed. Carbon taxes and the Liberal government's opposition to pipelines are also kicking people while they're down. Any form of carbon tax will diminish Canada's continental competitiveness, Mr. Speaker, and it will be a threat to even more job losses and create an unbearable burden to thousands of families already struggling to stay out of poverty. As of yet, I have not seen any evidence which suggests that a carbon tax will have any measurable positive impact on Canada's extremely small global carbon footprint. Mr. Speaker, this is a tax grab, plain and simple. Imposing a punishing new tax while holding back approval on job-creating pipeline projects such as the recent rejection of Northern Gateway shows how misplaced this government's priorities are when it comes to jobs and economic growth. In rejecting Northern Gateway, it is unacceptable for the Liberal Prime Minister to be killing jobs. All options should have been left on the table. It was truly a tough day for unemployed Canadians who just want to get back to work to support their families. Instead of more jobs and growing wealth, Canadians are left with higher taxes, out-of-control government spending, and broken promises. In closing, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government believes in creating a competitive environment for business, keeping taxes low, limiting red tape, and getting out of the way so job creators can do what they do best. The Liberals believe that the best way to create a job is through increased spending, government programs, and regulation. That method has shown time and again that it doesn't work. For the sake of those in my riding, all Albertans, and the well-being of Canadians, I will continue to speak up against higher taxes and challenge this Liberal government on its blatant disregard for Albertans, their misplaced priorities, and their continued wastefulness on bureaucracy and bloat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the new member here from Medicine Hat and congratulate him on his speech here in the House today. But he mentioned a lot of information and numbers and figures and whatnot, but I'll just highlight one. He mentioned it as a carbon tax, carbon policy or whatever, but from the federal government point of view, it's revenue neutral. It's revenue neutral. The money goes back to the provinces. And in the case of Alberta, the provincial government in Alberta was bringing in a carbon pricing policy regardless of what the federal government did at all. So how does he square that circle and lay the blame on the federal government versus when his provincial government was bringing in the same thing?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that no one in Alberta agrees with the $30 carbon tax, but our Liberal government has been kind enough to increase that to $50. So it is that, Mr. Speaker, it's exactly that. It is a tax. Anytime that you have one government who says they're going to take money from Canadians and give that money to another government to try and distribute, Canadians don't trust that, and I don't blame them.
Right on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank for Medicine Hat Carson Warner for his remarks. It's a constituency that's near and dear to my heart because during the last general election campaign, the federal NDP candidate in that riding was a woman named Erin Weir and had two MPs with exactly the same name been elected from the same party. I believe it would have greatly improved Hansard in this assembly, Mr. Speaker. But the member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, mentioned the large increase in EI use in Medicine Hat. And of course, the main reason for that is a deterioration in labour market conditions, which we've also suffered in Saskatchewan. Another reason for it is that the federal budget did provide an extension of EI benefits across Alberta and in most of Saskatchewan, except for the city that I represent. And I'm wondering if my colleague could comment on the federal government's decision to leave laid-off workers in Regina out of the EI extension provided everywhere else in Saskatchewan and across his province.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. There was many people in Alberta who experienced the same confusion as to why the federal government would leave certain areas of the province unattended, if you will, to EI benefits. It not only didn't happen in Alberta, it happened in Saskatchewan, as you said. So it was disturbing, and the Liberal government wears this, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
For Beauport Limoilou.
Speaker, I would like to congratulate my colleague for his great electoral victory, and I have great confidence that he will serve with all his strength his constituents. Our colleague was on the electoral trail just a few weeks ago. He had the chance to knock on doors, go to many events, organizations, and hear from his constituents. We all did that during the election. Now we might do it a little bit less because we're always here. But he was there a few weeks ago, and I would just like him to tell us what was the most critic that always came back and back again against this government from his constituents. Thank you, sir.
The member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
It's when the Prime Minister showed up.
Thank you for your question, my colleagues. One of the things that was loud and clear throughout the entire nomination process as well as the election was the Liberals' proposed carbon tax. Right. Yeah. And there was no one in our riding of Medicine Hat, Carson Warner that I heard speak positively that this was going to benefit them, this is going to benefit the province, or is going to benefit Canadians. That was one issue. The other issue that came forward loud and clear all the time was the out-of-control spending that this current government seems to be exercising, and their inability to create jobs at a time when our riding is desperate for jobs, and we're losing full-time jobs. I mean, the Liberals tell us that they're creating all these jobs. We don't know where they are, and if they are anywhere, they're in part-time, if that, and they're sporadic at best. And so those are the issues that have come forward. There's many other ones, and I guess what this speaks to, and I've heard it over and over again at all the events and the doors we've knocked on, is that this government is out of touch with what's going on with Canadians, and they're out of touch with what the real Canadians are experiencing, and that's what matters.
Here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Speaker, and before I begin, I want to congratulate the new member from Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, for his intervention in the House today. It's always great to welcome new members, whatever side of the aisle they're from. And it's good to see that he's a very quick study on the Conservative talking points, so I praise him for that. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure today to rise and support Bill C-29. This legislation, once passed, will implement Budget 2016. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly highlight some of the important aspects of Budget 2016. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are willing to work hard to build a better future for themselves, for their children, and for their grandchildren. They want a government to work with them to make that goal a reality. Budget 2016 does just that. This budget focuses on the economy, on creating jobs, on strengthening the middle class, and on helping those working so hard to join the middle class. I think all of us in the House can agree. Every Canadian deserves a real and a fair chance at success. Let's take a step back in history, if we may, Mr. Speaker. For generations, Canadians worked hard under the belief that that hard work would be rewarded. Canadians believed by working hard, they would get ahead. Canadians believed that their children and grandchildren would have, if not a better opportunity, at least the same opportunity that they had. That, Mr. Speaker, was the Canadian dream. That, Mr. Speaker, was the promise of what it meant to be lucky and fortunate and blessed enough, Mr. Speaker, to be born or to live in Canada. Back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, our society was marked by optimism, by decades of economic growth, by scientific discovery, and by nation-building projects that made Canada so much more than the sum of its parts. However, Mr. Speaker, over the past 30 years, median wages have barely risen. Meanwhile, the cost of living has continued to rise. Increases in food prices, increases in childcare costs, increases in tuition, all these things are making it harder and harder for the Canadian family and Canadians to feel like they're getting ahead. Canadians were working harder and harder, yet feeling like it wasn't worth it, Mr. Speaker. They were concerned about the ability to pay for their children's education. concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the ability to care for elderly parents. Mr. Speaker, frankly, they were concerned about their own retirement. Canadians were asking themselves, Mr. Speaker, sadly, is the Canadian dream dead? Budget 2016 is an answer to these real and legitimate concerns of too many Canadians. It is an answer for shifting global economic forces. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it is a long-term plan for growth. In particular, it is a plan for inclusive growth. Canada is well positioned because we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio of all G7 countries. Couple this with the fact that interest rates are very low. Now is the time to make strategic investments in things like better roads, better transit, broadband internet, better infrastructure, affordable housing, and clean technology. These investments will grow the economy today, for tomorrow, and well into the future. It also, Mr. Speaker, builds communities. It is an investment in communities, and it is a key investment in Canadians. The only way, Mr. Speaker, for Canada to move forward is to ensure that our growth is inclusive. Our growth should leave no one behind. Fairness is a key attribute of what it means to be Canadian. We now see globally what happens when large segments of populations feel left out, feel left behind, feel like no one is speaking for them. Mr. Speaker, we can't go down the road where growth only works for a few. It makes bad economic policy, and quite frankly, it makes dangerous social policy. Canadians are better than that, and we must always remain vigilant towards that end. Of course, Canada's economy is intertwined with the global economy, but Canada must use its fiscal policy to deliver stronger economic growth. In the words of the IMF, for the G20 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting in February of this year, a comprehensive approach is needed to reduce over-reliance on monetary policy. In particular, near-term financial policy should be more supportive where appropriate and provided there is fiscal space, especially through investment that boosts both the demand and the supply potential of the economy. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker, and I hope this is an appropriate opportunity to advise you, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Joliette. We know that wages are not growing at the rate Canadians had been accustomed to. We know more and more Canadians are feeling no matter how hard they work, they won't get ahead. On top of this is the fact that global growth continues to slow and that market volatility is rising. Emerging market economies are slowing. All of these factors make it incumbent that we invest now in infrastructure, in innovation, in our communities, in our country, and most importantly, in Canadians. There can be no doubt that investment is needed, and it is needed now. I would like to highlight a few of the key investments that I think are an important part of Budget 2016. First of all, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, 2015, 1 year ago tomorrow, as one of our first acts, this government introduced a tax cut for Canada's middle class, which benefited nearly 9 billion Canadians. We've heard colleagues talk about the benefits of the Canada Child Benefit. We've heard about the important investments in CPP expansion. We moved the retirement age back to 65. The GIS has been increased, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the key features of Budget 2016. But what I'm very enthused about, Mr. Speaker, is the budget shows a great commitment to youth. Historically, parents have told their children, if you want to succeed, stay in school. Go to university, go to college, become an apprentice. Unfortunately, this is becoming to seem more and more out of reach to too many of our young people. It's harder to save for education, harder to pay back loans. Well, the reforms, Mr. Speaker, to the Canada Student Loans Program will make post-secondary education more affordable and attainable. Budget 2016 helps the youth in Canada, which is, I think, everyone can agree, an important component of our society. Every student who qualifies deserves the right to go to university or to college or to train in the skill of their choice, Mr. Speaker. The inability to pay for that should not be an obstacle. It should not be a closed door to the great young Canadians of today so they can continue to contribute to Canada well into the future. I think everybody in this House agrees with that, Mr. Speaker. Under this plan, nearly 250,000 low-income students will benefit and nearly 100,000 middle-income students will benefit. It's an investment of $1.5 billion over 5 years. What's more, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 will also make student debt more manageable. Students will not have to pay back student loans until they earn more than $25,000 a year. This, Mr. Speaker, I suggest is welcome relief. Youth also need valuable work experience. You know the age-old dilemma. You can't get the job without the experience, but you can't get the experience because you can't get a job. Well, this government, Mr. Speaker, has committed another $165 million into Canada Student Jobs Program, which is fantastic. It gives youth an opportunity to get the experience and the job skills they need to continue to be contributing members of society. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to briefly highlight this government's investment in innovation. This budget will establish Canada as a centre of global innovation. We must empower our creative and entrepreneurial citizens, and this budget will do exactly that by working in partnership and coordination with the private sector, provinces, territories, municipalities, universities and colleges, and the not-for-profit sector. This plan will move innovative companies from startup to commercialization to global success, Mr. Speaker. Canada is at its best when every Canadian has the opportunity to reach his or her full potential, and a long-term economic growth that is fair and inclusive will do just that. It is imperative that this House support Bill C-29 and create a strong, inclusive economy for today, for tomorrow, and well into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can all get up in this House and read speeches that have been prepared by staff members or somebody at another level, but today I received a letter from a hard-working family person in my riding. This lady is married, has 2 children, one of whom is autistic. Her husband makes less than $40,000 a year. She works driving a school bus for $68 a day, and she asked a simple question at Christmas time. If we're already cutting out gifts, birthdays, TV, cell phone, toys, trips, food, clothing, home repairs, and medical treatments for the sake of not going bankrupt or totally poor, how on earth do you expect us and others like us to survive if this carbon tax is actually applied? And I think it's an appropriate question that we all need to ponder, and I wonder if my friend across the aisle would answer that.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Oxford for that question. First of all, if you will indulge me, I'll show him that my notes were actually handwritten by myself. So I don't know where he thinks there's a staff writer working for me. We don't have the budgets, I think, that our Tory friends do for their staff members. But in any event, I do empathize with anybody that's in a position of hardship, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, to characterize something as a carbon tax that is not doing that person any justice. We all know it's a revenue-neutral plan. Just because people keep calling something a carbon tax doesn't make it a carbon tax. But there's many programming available to help any of his constituents that may need it, and I'm sure he serves all his constituents well in trying to help them out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague, my Liberal colleague, has certainly perhaps perfected the Liberal talking points in his speech today. And I was wondering if he could, for the benefit of this House, tell us specifically in the Liberal platform where they mentioned privatizing our infrastructure, because what we see in the budget is recycling assets. So consumers have already paid their taxes. Canadians have paid their taxes for this infrastructure, but now they're going to be resold to these to this infrastructure bank. So can he refer to where this was mentioned in the Liberal platform? Where was privatization mentioned, where private interests could become owners of Canadian infrastructure that is now public?
Market Aurora.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Sherbrooke for his question.
We've talked about it during the campaign. It is in the platform. But the overarching thing here is the theme of the NDP, that they hate the word private. They hate any involvement of the private sector. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House think if the private sector can be leveraged with government money, with public funds to make life better for Canadians, then why wouldn't we as a government leverage that potential? Why would we not take advantage of being able to deliver more services, more infrastructure, and a better life for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker? I don't share the member opposite or his party colleagues' fear of the private sector. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's why we'll always have to agree to disagree on this point, Mr. Speaker. But I, for one, am proud that we're able to get leverage private money if the case is appropriate, and to get things built for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians demand. That's what Canadians want, and that's what Canadians deserve, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've wanted to ask this question through the debate, particularly of a Liberal government member. Earlier, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance, quoted at length from the head of the IMF, Christine Lagarde, and her approval of spending. I'd like to point to Christine Lagarde's other advice as head of the International Monetary Fund, that Canada keep its commitment to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, which are still in this budget. And I'm speaking of youth, as the Honourable Member just did. I'll remind him of Christine Lagarde's words as head of the IMF. If we don't act on climate change, and I quote her, quote, future generations will be roasted, toasted, fried, and grilled. When will the Liberal government live up to its commitment to remove fossil fuel subsidies?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. She knows as well as I think everyone in this House that I don't have the authority to speak for the government, so I can't give you a date or a time frame. But I will let this honourable member know that I'm happy to be part of a government that believes climate change is real, that has real policies to affect climate change, to improve the situation, and will continue to work hard together with the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change and all my colleagues on this side of the House, and any colleagues who want to help us to make sure that we leave the planet in better shape than it was for our children. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statement by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the scar of December 6, 1989 has never healed. The pain, desolation, the feeling of loss, and the waste of these beautiful lost lives still affect us. And every December 6, Quebec remembers sadly. This is our burden. Before the tragedy of the Polytechnique, we thought that something like that was simply impossible. And we thought that equality between men and women was something that we all took for granted. But Polytechnique reminded us in a cruel fashion that that is not the case. We have a duty of vigilance. We must remain vigilant because we should take nothing for granted. On December 6th, we will remember these women, and we will always denounce with the same ardor violence against women. We will never forget, we will never accept, and we will never allow this pain to disappear so that something like December 6, 1989 never happens again. Thank you.
For Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, International Volunteer Day, we celebrated the millions of Canadians who volunteer in their communities and abroad to make the world a better place. Today, I'd like to thank the people in my community who give so generously of themselves. People like Bob Pring, a volunteer at the Art Gallery and Red Cross, Burlington's Senior Person of the Year, who works with the Woodcarvers Guild to carve beautiful and unique canes for military veterans. Chuck Learn, with Children of Christmas Past, has spent the last decade delivering thousands of gifts across southern Ontario to seniors who spend the holidays alone. And Esperanza Peacock, devoted and enthusiastic, she has spent countless hours helping newcomers to Burlington navigate the city and find their place in the community. These are just 3 examples of the wonderful people who volunteer their time and talents in Burlington. Thank you to all of Canada's volunteers at home and around the world for strengthening and enriching our social fabric. You truly make a difference.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the people and opportunities of the North Okanagan-Shuswap. While the area is well known for its summertime holidays with beaches and vineyards, it is also a wonderful wintertime playground. Starting now are horse-drawn sleigh rides, some with theater along the way, and skating on frozen ponds complete with bonfires and hot chocolate to warm your toes and your spirit. You can experience the thrill of our famous champagne powder while snowboarding on Silver Star, heli-skiing on the Monashis, or on Nordic trails scattered across the riding. Later in the season, there is the Vernon Winter Carnival, the largest in Western Canada. With nearly 100 events, and many of them free, there is sure to be something for everyone. But the biggest attraction is our people. Summer or winter, you will find welcoming faces, making the North Okanagan-Shuswap an amazing place to live, work, and play. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for thousands of women, what ought to be the security of family, hearth and home becomes a place of fear. On any given night, more than 3,300 Canadian women escape domestic violence to sleep in emergency shelters. The solemn vow of, I will love and honor you all the days of my life, a shattered dream. 50% of Canada's women have experienced sexual or physical violence after the age of 16. In Canada, the most horrific act of hate-fueled mass murder occurred on December 6, 1989 at École Polytechnique in Montreal. On that terrible day, 14 young women were rounded up, separated from their male counterparts, and murdered, shot in cold blood. We must expose and address the culture of violence, the propagation of hatred against women, whether cloaked in popular music or on the internet. Canadians must confront the issue of a culture of violence against women.
The
Honourable Member for Algona, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Mr. Speaker, in this holiday season, Canadians are thinking more about helping their communities. But for people who work in food banks, this is work that they do every day.
Hunger never takes a holiday, and that need is always growing. Individuals like Pastor Dan Lee of Chapleau are part of the solution. He founded the food bank alongside his ministry. Or groups like the Rotary Club of Kapuskasing, who are taking their turn running the food bank after years of great service by the Kinsman Club. But food banks aren't the only way that need is met in the North. On Manitoulin Island this November, over 6,000 individuals were served during the Homeland Mission free food giveaway led by Pastor Ronnie DeForge. And in Elliott Lake, the Alcolette Memorial Christmas Dinner continues a 33-year tradition of giving to those in need of food and company over the holidays. These are just a few examples of how people all across Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing are volunteering to make their communities more compassionate and caring for the holidays and all through the year. Thank you, and happy holidays to all.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising in the House today to recognize heroic actions of Eric Nickerson, Trevor Monroe, and their fellow Coast Guard members. Last month, the Canadian Coast Guard responded to a distress signal 50 miles offshore of Clark's Harbour, Nova Scotia. A helicopter and 2 Coast Guard vessels responded to the call of a vessel in distress. Mr. Nickerson, a crew member on the Coast Guard vessel Spray, ended up in the water, supporting the person from the jeopardized vessel for 15 to 20 minutes before helping him to safety. Mr. Nickerson doesn't consider himself to be a hero. He says this is just part of his job. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the lobster season in LFA 33 and 34 opened last week, and safety of their loved ones is always on people's minds at this time of year. It's important to recognize the work that the crews of fishing vessels and the men and women of the Coast Guard do for folks back home so that their families are home at the end of the day. I would like to wish all of those who work on the water a safe and prosperous season.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, as the holiday season approaches, Canadians across this country will spend time with family and friends. But during this time of year, it's important to remember that there are thousands of Canadians who are away from their families. These are the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who are currently protecting our borders at home and our values and our allies abroad. Not only is it very difficult to be away from their loved ones, they are doing dangerous work in service to Canada. Whether it be in our high Arctic, along our coastlines, working with our partners in the United States, stopping the flow of drug trafficking in the Caribbean, supporting our allies in Ukraine and Eastern Europe, fighting terrorism in the Middle East, or any other mission that the brave men and women in uniform are taking on, it's at this time of year we are especially thankful for their service. Wherever they are deployed, at home or abroad, we wish all members of the Canadian Armed Forces a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, season greetings, and a healthy and prosperous New Year.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
27 years ago today, I was a first-year university student. I remember walking the halls between classes, hearing the gasps of students huddled around the televisions as the news broke. A man walked into École Polytechnique in Montreal and shot and killed 14 young women just like me. Across the country, Canadians, myself included, will take a moment today to mark the tragedy. I would like to commend those on the front line who day in and day out continue to support women, survivors, and those vulnerable to violence. Je parle des organismes.
I'd like to mention organizations in my riding, like NROC, whose counseling program provides victimized women the opportunity to build new connections and leave their isolation behind. There are also volunteers at Nelson House and other shelters in the area that tirelessly work to help women in need.
Mothers Advocacy Network and many other organizations for their work in ending gender-based violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Laborers International Union of North America Local 183. Founded in 1952, LIUNA represents workers from every aspect of construction. The men and women build Canada's roads and bridges, schools and hospitals, railroads and pipelines. By surpassing the 50,000 members milestone, they are the biggest local in North America. Since 2011, the Executive Board, led by their business manager, Jack Oliveira, put an emphasis on strengthening their membership, not just for the workers, but for their families. They've worked tirelessly to ensure workers have fair wages and safe working conditions. Working together with employers as well as municipalities, the provincial governments and federal governments to achieve better regulation and strong policing of worksites. With this growth, Local 183 will continue to provide best-in-class pensions and benefits for its members and retirees and reach its next goal of 55,000 members by 2020. Congratulations to Jack Oliveira and his team on this great achievement and the many more to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House to recognize that the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, Canada's 18th Prime Minister, will be the first Canadian Prime Minister to be named a Commander of the French Legion of Honour. The award is France's highest honour, which was established by Napoleon in 1802. Mr. Mulroney is being recognized for, among other things, strengthening the ties between Canada and France. The very fact that his leadership is being recognized yet again on the world stage speaks to the magnitude of the impact that Mr. Mulroney made as Canada's Prime Minister. He was the first Western leader to stand up against apartheid, the first to call for the release of Nelson Mandela, and the first to recognize the independence of Ukraine. To be named a commander of the French Legion of Honour is yet another great achievement for Canada's 18th Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. I can't say enough how proud I am to have served in his government. Colleagues, please join with me in celebrating Mr. Mulroney's latest accomplishment.
Honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognise the Mercer family of Conception Bay South. In 2002, Bernie and Louise lost their daughter Alex to a rare form of brain cancer at the age of 9. 11 years later, the Mercers lost their second child, Riley, to the same terrible disease at the age of 15. Such tremendous loss devastated so many, but with the support of friends, family and community, they have worked hard to ensure Alex and Riley's memory lives on. Even in light of such tragedy and heartbreak, the Mercers displayed incredible courage and love. This Saturday, I will join the Mercers for one of many events that they organise, the 3rd annual Christmas Toy Drive in Riley's name. Giving back to the community while paying tribute to their children is now Bernie and Louisa's passion. C'est avec plaisir.
It is with great pleasure that I rise in this House to recognize such a remarkable family. I invite all my colleagues to join me in thanking them for their commitment and their dedication. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, on the 27th anniversary of the Polytechnique massacre, as we pay homage to the 14 young women who lost their lives on that terrible day of December 6th, 1989, it's time for us to reflect about the road that we've traveled since then. I'd like to mention the Coalition for Gun Control, an organization that works to prevent gun-related crime. With significant legislative changes made by Liberal governments from the 1990s through to 2012, gun-related homicides against women have plummeted, as have suicides, particularly among young people. Unfortunately, under the Conservative government in recent years, there were significant steps backwards, including the fact that the number of restricted firearms nearly doubled to 800,000. In the memory of these 14 murdered young women, we need to do better. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, for 25 years, we have been marking the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, following the tragic events of the Polytechnique massacre in Montreal on December 6, 1989. Unfortunately, again this year, far too many women have lost their lives, and many others have been abused simply because they're women. Violence affects all women around the world, regardless of their age, their socioeconomic status, or their level of education. A country like Canada needs to be a world leader when it comes to combating violence against women, and needs to set an example at home. No one living in Canada should have to put up with violence or bullying against women and girls, whether it be in our families, our workplaces, or our public spaces. Mr. Speaker, to all the women who have been victims of violence, I wish them courage. And for those that we've lost, you will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise to inform you of the passing of a remarkable man, Mr. Christian Brun. Christian was the Director General of the Maritime Fishermen's Union. He was involved in the fishing industry since 2004, and he was also the President of the Independent Fishers Association of Canada. We met Christian many times, and he always vigorously defended the interests of fishers and found concrete solutions from his exchanges with others. The fishing industry is losing a great man, but his voice will continue to be heard for a long time.
And Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean and the Canadian Coast Guard, I join the Minister in offering my most sincere condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Christian Brun. Repose en paix, Christian.
Rest in peace, Christian. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, on December 6, 1989, École Polytechnique in Montreal was the scene of a heinous crime. 14 engineering students were murdered simply because they were women who dared to want to enter a so-called male profession. This is a horrible event that we always need to remember. Despite all of the progress made in recent years, we have not managed to eliminate inequality and violence against women. Every day, women face discrimination, cyberbullying, and they continually have to fight for pay equality. Many groups fight to defend the rights of interests. For example, the organization Pixel has helped women enter a new technical field that is dominated by men, the video game industry. The best way to remember the victims of the École Polytechnique is to stand up against all forms of violence and discrimination against women.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, December 6th, is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. 27 years ago today, 14 women were killed in cold blood at the École Polytechnique in Montreal. This is a dark day in Canada's history. We will never forget the victims of these crimes.
It strengthens our resolve to end violence against women. This is a duty that calls us all to action. Men and women, government and business, community organizations, and everyday citizens. Because remembrance is not enough, Mr. Speaker. We need concrete actions. And as parliamentarians, we have the power to help women who have been the target of violence, whether it's verbal or emotional or physical. So, Mr. Speaker, today and every day, let's work together, men and women, to end violence against women.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, December 6th is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. This day was created so that we would never forget the young women who lost their lives at École Polytechnique in Montreal simply because they were women.
Women is still as relevant today. Even though 27 years have passed, the shock our nation felt that day still remains with us. We join with the families and friends of these young women, with the people of Montreal and all Canadians mourning their loss. Chaque geste que nous posons.
Every action that we take to end violence against women matters. Together, we can build a society where women and girls are respected and treated equally.
Action we take in our communities to stop gender-based violence matters. Thank you.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence.
House to rise and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 27 years ago at École Polytechnique in Montreal. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Oral questions, questions orales, honorable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, nearly a year since the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women was announced, and families are now saying that they're being left in the dark. Conservatives support the inquiry, but it's also our job to hold the government to account. There is no website, barely any staff has been hired, and no testimony will begin being heard until at least next spring, if at the earliest. Yet Indigenous women are still suffering, and there is no interim plan in place to help them. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister explain what action has been taken to help at-risk Indigenous women?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, our government is deeply committed to renewing the relationship with Indigenous people, and we're delivering on our promise to implement the Truth and Reconciliation's call to action. In this year alone, we launched the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, have launched the overhaul of the child welfare system, made historic investments in First Nations education, over $8 billion in Budget 2016, and we support the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This is just the beginning, and we are committed to making meaningful progress towards true reconciliation.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's new tax on healthcare is just one of the things he's doing to make it harder for Canadian families to get by. We already knew that wages of Canadian workers are not keeping up with the rising cost of living under the Liberals. But now we've learned that families may pay up to $420 more for food each year. At a time when Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, why is the Prime Minister making life more expensive?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we know that many Canadians are struggling. We know that middle-class Canadians have seen a decade where their taxes have been not been the key issue, but where the growth has been the big challenge. We moved forward immediately as a government to lower taxes on middle-class Canadians. We moved forward with the Canada Child Benefit, which is helping 9 out of 10 families with children to have a better situation with their family. We recognize the challenges facing middle-class Canadians. We've taken measures to help them today. We're going to invest in tomorrow so their children will be better off tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are planning yet another new tax on employee health and dental benefits. Nowhere during the election did the Prime Minister say that he would tax health and dental benefits. But that's not a surprise because he's raised income taxes, carbon taxes, CPP taxes, he's hiked taxes on Canadian savings, and he's even raising taxes on kids' sports and music lessons. Why is the Prime Minister raising healthcare taxes to pay for his own out-of-control spending?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, the first thing we did was lower taxes on Canadians. We think it's important to remember that the party opposite did not vote for the reduction in middle-class taxes. They did not vote for the Canada Child Benefit. Now, what is true is that we are focused on tax fairness. We are focused on tax simplicity. So we are looking at ways to ensure that our tax code is fair for Canadians. We are looking at ways to make sure that Canadians can understand the tax code. That's what we move forward on, helping Canadians through lower taxes, understood taxes.
Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
Member Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we all know that privileged access activities do not respect the government's policy. Now we know that the Prime Minister is pleased with the talks about this. The plan is so troubling that we asked the lobbying commissioner to intervene. When will the Prime Minister admit his total failure when it comes to ethics? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we undertook public consultation that is unprecedented in order to meet the challenge that Canadians are facing. The fundraising rules are among the strictest in the country, and we follow those rules. The Chief Electoral Officer has stated that political financing rules are the strictest and most transparent in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's... Thanks. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's cash for access events aren't open and transparent. They're hidden and they're secretive. We found out about his event with Chinese billionaires only after it was reported on a website in China. Guests have plainly said that at several fundraisers, the Prime Minister openly discusses government business they were seeking his support for. So what are we to believe? Has the Prime Minister ever discussed government business with someone who paid the Liberal Party to meet with him to seek his support on a topic that benefits them directly? Yes or no?
The Leader of the Government in the House.
Mr. Speaker, as I just finished saying in
French, I will say in English that when it comes to the level of consultation this government is having with Canadians, it is unprecedented. When it comes to the rules around fundraising,
Listen to the answer, Gilligan.
they are the most open and transparent, and they are the most strict across the country, and this government and this party will continue to follow the rules. The member knows very well that only Canadians can donate to Canadian political parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député d'Outremont.
Honourable member for Outremont.
The Fisheries Minister told this House that government business is not discussed at Cash for Access events, but the host of one of these events not only contradicted him, but confirmed that he lobbied the Prime Minister without being registered. And now we learn that this same individual was personally invited by the Prime Minister to meet the Chinese Premier, and as a result, he accepted to hold a Liberal fundraiser. Is there really nobody on the government side who can see the problem here?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will remind members and Canadians that if they don't want to listen to myself, they can listen to the Chief Electoral Officer, who stated that Canada's political financing laws are the most advanced and constrained and transparent in the world. We know that when it comes to fundraising, the rules are very strict, especially across this country. This party will continue to follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Outremont.
From sunny ways to shady deals.
If, as the government House Leader says, Canada has the strictest political financing rules, why is it that the Prime Minister took the trouble to present new rules prohibiting access to his own political party against money? So, was it just malarkey, as is the case with them? Government House Leader. The member has confirmed that he heard the answer I gave many times. Fundraising rules are the strictest in the country, and we follow the rules. The Chief Electoral Officer has said that Canadian political financing rules are the most advanced, transparent, and strict in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député d'Outremont.
Honourable member for Outremont. The Parliamentary Budget Officer is categorical. The government has abandoned its responsibility for and Aboriginal children are paying the price. The Liberals promise to do better than the Conservatives, but the broken promises are accumulating. Legal battles against Aboriginal rights continue, and the Liberals continue to use the Harper system to approve pipelines. Does the government understand that First Nations communities have had enough with lies and broken promises? The Honourable Member for the Treasury Board.
Rightly noted that the previous government underfunded K-12 education on reserves, and that is why we prioritize closing the gap in First Nations education outcomes, including a historic $2.6 billion over 5 years for K-12 education on reserve, and nearly $1 billion in educational infrastructure, which today's report said is addressing these shortfalls. We will not let another generation of First Nations youth behind.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Justice Sinclair said that the government's attitude on First Nations court cases like the 60 Scoop is, quote, unconscionable. Following the Kinder Morgan approval, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip said the Prime Minister, quote, completely failed to do his job. And to add recklessness to betrayal, the Natural Resources Minister mused about calling in the military to quell protests. Will the Liberals back away from this dangerous rhetoric, and will they show First Nations communities the respect they deserve?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that among the reasons that Canada is such a special place and a great country is because we welcome a diversity of opinion, we appreciate the importance of peaceful protest, and we are protected by the rule of law. That is what I intended to say in Edmonton last week, and I now look forward to working with Indigenous peoples and all Canadians so that our children and those who follow will have a brighter and cleaner future.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, regardless of the answer we get, the Prime Minister admitted in this House that he related his presence to this fundraising activity with Chinese billionaires to talk about Canadian issues, and this is to attract investors to Canada. Was it a political financing activity for the Liberal Party or an activity where you could lobby the Prime Minister for your own interests, the Government House Leader? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We undertook unprecedented public consultation in order to meet the challenges of Canadians. As I said many times, the rules again about fundraising are the strictest in the country, and we will follow those rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, with regard to that meeting, which was non-Canadian, they didn't pay to be there, but they were there, and they had access to the Prime Minister. That's quite clear. It's very difficult for us to have access to the Prime Minister and ask questions. So are we going to have to pay $1,500 too to gain access to him? The Honourable Government House Leader, order please. Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that only Canadians can give funds to political parties, and he knows our government undertook unprecedented consultations. Everyone has access to our government and to the Prime Minister, and we will continue to work for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't seem to get what is wrong with their Cash for Access fundraisers, so I'm going to spell it out for them. It's not a problem to have a fundraiser. It is a problem to invite people who are clearly doing business with the government. That's called conflict of interest. Right. Then when you do favors for your fundraising guests, like approving their bank or appointing them to the Halifax Port Authority, that's called preferential access and undue influence. Right. So when will the Prime Minister stop violating government rules, ethics rules, and his own rules? Yeah.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have some of the strongest rules around financing in the country, and those rules are always followed. Sure. I have said this time and time again, and I will continue to remind members of this House and to Canadians. This government is committed to responding to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. We will continue to consult with Canadians, we will continue to engage with Canadians, and we will continue to work hard for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sarnia.
Canadians deserve a real answer from an open and transparent government. Mr. Speaker, when I used to work in engineering and construction building projects for China, I was aware of the corruption there. Bribes to get permits were common practice. However, this is Canada, Mr. Speaker, so when I see wealthy Chinese investors donating to the Prime Minister's Family Foundation and looking for openings to buy up our country's assets by greasing the palms of the Liberal Party with a $1,500 Cash for Access fundraiser, I get concerned. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister put a stop to this Liberal corruption?
Order. 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 Let's have some order. We don't want to lose time from question period. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I will repeat once again that when it comes to fundraising, we have some of the strictest rules across this country, and it's important that the member understand that it is also true that the rules clearly state that only Canadians can donate to Canadian political parties.
You should know this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, it appears China is now dictating how we spend money on health care for our seniors. 80 elite business people attended a fundraiser in the home of a wealthy Chinese businessman where the Prime Minister was directly lobbied to support this Chinese foreign investment. This type of investment appears to need approval by Cabinet under the Canada Investment Act. The Prime Minister has exposed himself by selling access to an issue that will have to come before Cabinet. So when will the Prime Minister finally put an end to these shady, corrupt, cash for access events?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Investment Canada Act, it's an independent process that is put under place to look at the net benefit, economic benefit for Canada, Mr. Speaker. I, as the Minister responsible for innovation, science, and economic development, am responsible for overseeing that process, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the member and this House that any decision we make will be in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's always guiding our decisions. It's an independent process, Mr. Speaker, and we take that process very seriously.
Here, member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, and this just in. The individual who organized the Prime Minister's Vancouver fundraiser in November with Chinese millionaires is now bragging the fundraiser was a quid pro quo. He got an invitation from the Prime Minister to meet the Chinese Premier in Ottawa and then offered to host the Cash for Access fundraiser in return. Mr. Speaker, the gig is up. This rotten, stinking, filthy, corrupt Cash for Access fundraising scheme has finally been exposed for what it is. So the only question is, when will the Prime Minister...
Order the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that the member recognize that when it comes to political financing, we have some of the strongest rules across this country. And when all the rules are followed, no conflicts of interest can exist. This government is committed to working hard to respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing, the concerns that my constituents raise with me, the concerns that many members in this House hear from their constituents. Let's get to work so that we can actually work harder for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we're not the only ones to realize that the mydemocracy.ca questionnaire is completely ridiculous. Hats off to the thousands of citizens who ridicule these questions on social media. For example, would you prefer online voting or be chased by a horde of killer clowns? That's a question of values. But how can we take seriously a questionnaire that puts us in these fantastical categories? Where did they find this quiz? In Star System or the National Enquirer?
A democratic institution.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and his sense of humour, and I'd also like to thank the tens of thousands of Canadians who have already participated in mydemocracy.ca. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is about empowering as many Canadians as possible to be part of this conversation. I encourage all Canadians and all members of this House to do so.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, watching the Liberals' electoral reform process is like watching that bus in Montreal slowly sliding down the icy hill, mesmerizing disaster in slow motion. After just one day, the minister's electoral reform survey turned into a dumpster fire on social media. Pollsters like Mario Canseco at Insights West said, I quote, "I've seen cosmopolitan quizzes that were better designed. Bad questionnaire equals unusable data." So I've got a question for the minister, inspired by her own survey. Does she believe seats in Parliament should be allocated based on popular vote or based on the outcome of rock, paper, scissors?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are pleased that so many Canadians are involved in mydemocracy.ca and engaging with the questions. Here's what Cliff, the CEO of this Canadian company who created My Democracy, had to say. We worked with an advisory panel.
I know that members are enjoying the humor in today's question period. We need to hear the questions, and we need to hear the answers, and we don't need to hear anybody else when they haven't got the floor. So let's show a little respect for each other here, or at least for this place. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that we are proud of Canadian scientists. We work with an advisory panel of prominent scholars in areas such as research design, survey methodology, and electoral politics. We developed a survey that drew from existing literature on electoral reform in Canada and tried to identify various values.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the Prime Minister described the MyDemocracy.ca survey in the Toronto Star as, quote, a fun little questionnaire. Well, he was so right. Based on your responses, the website groups you as a guardian, a challenger, a cooperator, a fossil, or a snowflake. I found that I'm a unicorn. The shared values of unicorns include rainbows, sparkles, and ranked ballot. My question to the minister is this. Will she now share with Canadians the identities of the academics who advised the Liberals to model their survey on the sorting hat at Hogwarts?
Order. We're losing time. I know members are enjoying question period. They wouldn't want it to be shorter today with all this fun they're having. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it appears the member opposite has gone to mydemocracy.com and not mydemocracy.ca. I encourage him to go back to the website. Mr. Speaker, this questionnaire is about reaching out to those Canadians who are not engaged in this conversation. This engagement initiative is about hearing from as many voices as possible before we make a decision. Mr. Speaker, surely we can all agree that it's a good idea to hear from more people.
Stop calling me Shirley. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, don't blame me for going to the wrong website, Mr. Speaker. They only registered MyDemocracy.ca with GoDaddy on October the 24th. Last Thursday, check that out, it's true. Last Thursday, the minister said the committee ducked its responsibilities because it didn't recommend a particular electoral system. Why then doesn't her survey contain any questions about any particular electoral system? Doesn't this just mean that when the responses are all counted, the minister will be lecturing Canadians about how they too ducked the hard choices and failed?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, our government will be responding to the committee's report in due course. And let's go to page 2 of the report, which said increasing involvement in the greater political process is a shared goal of all members of the committee. The committee recognizes that fulfilling the objective of this principle requires ongoing work and commitment. Mr. Speaker, we agree. Engaging more Canadians is exactly what MyDemocracy.ca is about. We're encouraged by the Canadians who are accepting our invitation and encourage all members of this House to join us and Canadians.
The member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when I was taking the minister's BuzzFeed, democracy quiz, I learned two things. First, that I'm more of a Monica than a Rachel, and as it turns out, the Liberals will only count the surveys that they want to. It says that you don't have to provide personal information, but if you don't give your gender, your year of birth, your level of education, your household income, and other demographic information like your postal code, your input will just be thrown out. So, was the minister misleading this House when she said that Canadians didn't need to provide their personal information?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Speaker, we're thrilled that tens of thousands of Canadians are engaging in mydemocracy.ca, and the member opposite knows that providing demographic information is completely optional. It's not required to engage with mydemocracy.ca. Responses will remain anonymous, and any data collected will be protected by the Federal Privacy Act. I encourage all members and Canadians to engage with this exciting new initiative.
The honourable member for Richmond-Tabasca. Mr. Speaker, in this House, in the past year, there have been over 600 government interventions, and we keep hearing the same cassette from the minister. At the same time, a parliamentary committee representative of this House consulted the Canadian public as well as experts for 6 months and came to a single conclusion. If we want to change the voting system, we have to have a referendum of the entire population. Mr. Speaker, Will the minister finally respect this institution, the Canadian public, and demand a referendum if she wants to change her voting system?
I appreciate the member office's passion for a referendum, and I encourage all members of this House to read the committee's report. This government will be responding to the report in due course.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the financial crisis started less than 10 years ago and was caused by Wall Street firms, including Morgan Stanley. Today, the Liberals are calling on Morgan Stanley to advise them on privatizing Canadian ports. In 2014, Credit Suisse paid a record $2.4 billion fine in the U.S. for tax evasion. And today, the Liberals are asking Credit Suisse to advise them on privatizing airports. What's next? Are they going to ask Tony Accurso to advise them on infrastructure? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And clearly, as a government, we are looking at all kinds of options. And when it comes to airports, rest assured that we will not be doing anything unless it's in the interest of air passengers, air travelers. Ports are extremely important economic drivers in this country, economic engines, and there again, we won't do anything unless it's in the best interest of our ports and our economy. Thank you.
North Island, Powell River.
Speaking of infrastructure, the Competition Bureau is already witnessing some collusion taking place in the federal infrastructure program. In fact, investigations have been launched, and according to the Bureau, developments could be announced in the coming months. Liberals have been warned by the Bureau that shady companies will definitely be tempted to pull a fast one on taxpayers. Do the Liberals understand the danger? What safeguards are they putting in place to protect Canadians from being scammed?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the 98% of the infrastructure that we fund is owned by provinces and municipalities, and we expect our partners to ensure that their procurements are fair, transparent, and provide value for Canadians. Infrastructure Canada provides infrastructure for funding for projects for municipalities and provinces, and these agreements require that project proponents attest that contracts are awarded fairly, and the department has rigorous reporting and auditing provisions in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women in Canada. This day marks the anniversary of the death in 1989 of 14 young women at l'École Polytechnique de Montréal who were murdered simply because they were women. Can the Minister for the Status of Women inform this House what actions we can take to remember the victims and ensure that this type of senseless violence never happens again?
Minister for the Status of Women.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Central Nova for the question. Today, Canadians remember the tragic murder of 14 young engineering students at l'École Polytechnique de Montréal who were killed because they were women. Our government is taking important actions to raise awareness about violence against women and girls, help prevent it, and support survivors. And we're currently developing a federal gender-based violence strategy that will prevent and address violence. Today, we invite all Canadians to renew their commitment to ending gender-based violence and reflect on this solemn occasion by observing a minute of silence or participating in a vigil. Our actions do matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are doing anything but making Canada's tax system fair and progressive. Talk shows and Liberal friends will be receiving tax cuts, while hardworking Canadians will be seeing a new health tax. Introducing this new health tax on over 13 million Canadians is targeting the middle-class families, all because the Liberals can't control the reckless spending. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals assure Canadians that they will not implement a tax on health and dental benefits? Simply yes or no.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, we started off in government by lowering taxes on Canadians. The people opposite, they have voted against a reduction in taxes for middle-class Canadians. They have voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which is helping 9 out of 10 families with children. We can assure Canadians that we are working to ensure that our tax system is fair. we can assure Canadians that we are working to ensure it's simple. What I can tell all Canadians is as we review our tax system, we are not looking at any measure in isolation, and we are moving forward in a way to ensure fairness and simplicity.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we voted against a deficit, a $30 billion deficit, and the lack of spending control that we've seen of this government for the past year. Mr. Speaker, this government invented the Liberal carbon tax. It invented new costs for the pension plan, and now they're inventing the health and dental insurance tax. Mr. Speaker, it's not just going to affect a few Canadians. More than 13 million Canadians will be paying an additional tax, a Liberal health tax, a Liberal dental tax. Can the minister explain why? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. We cut taxes for the middle class. That was very important. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit. That will help 9 families out of 10. Now, we want to ensure that our tax system is clear, stable, fair, etc. That's very important, Mr. Speaker. We will continue with our studies, and nothing has been determined. We are focusing on a fair, comprehensive system.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Justice Minister dodged my question about who leaked the marijuana report. Everyone seems to have seen this report, yet she insists that her ministerial colleagues have not. I asked her if she's launched an investigation into her leak, and her lack of a direct answer makes it look like she's hiding something. The question is, who is the Justice Minister protecting?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our government committed to legalizing, strictly regulating and restricting access to marijuana in order to keep it out of the hands of youth and to keep profits out of the hands of criminals. The government, in order to get the best advice on what a regulated regime for legal access to marijuana could look like, appointed a task force of 9 eminently qualified Canadians. The task force finalized this report on November the 30th, and it will be released to all MPs and the public in mid-December. And if I may be very clear in response to the member opposite's speculations, no member of our government has yet seen the final report. We will see it at the same time as...
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Final report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So far, the Justice Minister has told us that they see no need to investigate the leak. We know that the RCMP has been asked to investigate. We know that the Ontario Securities Commission is investigating. We know that the document has been leaked. When will the minister begin her own investigation?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, to be very clear, the task force finalized its report on November the 30th, and in mid-December, that report will be released to all MPs and to the public. If I may be clear again, no member of our government has yet seen the final report, and we will see it at the same time as every member of this House when it is made public in mid-December. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Today we honour the memory of the women murdered at L'École Polytechnique massacre. In Canada and around the world, violence against women is intolerably high. Over half of Canadian women will experience violence, and thousands of Indigenous women have gone murdered and missing in the past 30 years. The United Nations critiqued this government for not going far enough in the fight to end gender-based violence. Will this government listen to Canadians and listen to the United Nations and act on a national action plan to end violence against women?
The Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we remember the 14 young women whose lives ended in an act of gender-based violence that shocked a nation. On December 6th, we must reflect on the phenomenon of gender-based violence in our society and consider concrete actions to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls. Every action matters when it comes to preventing gender-based violence. And so our government is developing a federal gender-based violence strategy that will raise awareness and take action to end the violence that women and girls face in our country today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, according to a new study from StatsCan, the number of young people aged 24 and less with full-time employment dropped 20% in 30 years, while the number of young people working part-time tripled. Salaries for young people have also decreased in comparison with previous generations. Job churn for young people is now scientifically proven. What is the plan for the Prime Minister and the Minister for Youth to ensure or guarantee good quality full-time jobs for people my age and for future generations?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to say that we have announced the formation of the expert panel on youth employment, which is helping to generate a bold and innovative ideas to address those very concerns. In addition, I want to point out that we put in $1.5 billion to increase grants, $175 million transferred to the provinces and territories for training, an additional $85 for union-based training, $73 million for work-integrated learning, and $165 million for youth employment strategy. And we will continue to work to make...
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the Energy East pipeline will replace around 700,000 barrels of foreign oil per day with Canadian oil at East Coast refineries. New Brunswick's Liberal Premier says there's still a strong need for Energy East, and the Natural Resource Minister says there's still room for it. So will he finally restart the hearings and commit today that he will accept the recommendation of the independent, arm's-length, science-based National Energy Board review, or will the Liberals kill the project for political reasons like they did with the Northern Gateway pipeline?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the process is unfolding according to the timelines, but I would have thought that the honourable member would want to talk about the two pipelines that were approved last week that will create 22,000 jobs in his province, in Alberta, and right across the country. And I've had conversations with energy workers, whom those opposite have been defending all of these months. So why isn't it time to say that these decisions are in the interests of the workers of Alberta and all of Canada?
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Northern Gateway pipeline was in the interest of workers as well. When the minister delayed the Trans Mountain pipeline by half a year for the Liberals' ministerial advisory panel process, we were told it would create pipeline peace, love, and social license. Well, how's that working out, Mr. Speaker? The panel was completely ignored. Pipeline opponents are promising coordinated civil disobedience, and the ministers threatened to call in the army. Great success, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister admit that all he has accomplished with his unnecessary delays and provocations is to stir up dissent, inflame tensions, and make it more difficult to get this pipeline built?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The honourable member knows that conversations about pipelines in Canada are not generally all calm. For example, in the New Democratic Party, you have many of those who think that Rachel Notley and union members are on the right track. Other members might disagree. Within other communities, you have differences of opinion. But I just think that after all of the questions, all of the energy that the official opposition has put into encouraging us to approve pipelines, he would reflect for a moment and be grateful that 22,000 Canadians will have work.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, November job numbers show the most unemployment in Alberta in a quarter century. More Albertans lost their jobs last month than in all of the rest of Canada. 13,000 more full-time jobs lost right before Christmas. But today the Minister of Natural Resources claimed that Albertans have a spring in their step. People are devastated. They're losing their jobs, they're losing their homes, they're being forced to use food banks. How can the Liberals be so out of touch?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, since our government took power in November or October last year, according to StatsCan, there's been 183,200 jobs that have been created from coast to coast to coast, including Alberta as well, Mr. Speaker. And when you ask companies why they invest in Canada, it's very clear it's because of the policies that we put forward, the investments that we're making in infrastructure, the investments that we're making to help the middle class, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan that's creating jobs, that's creating growth across the country, and particularly in Alberta, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, investing in infrastructure to support the move to a cleaner transportation system will make it easier for Canadians to choose low-carbon vehicles while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and creating middle-class jobs. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please tell this House about what investments the government is making in low-carbon transportation initiatives to make it easier for Canadians to use cleaner fuels and vehicles?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore for his question. Yesterday, we announced investments to create a cleaner transportation sector by expanding the infrastructure that supports electric and alternate fuel vehicles. Once fully implemented, our commitment of $62.5 million over 2 years will result in more than 280 electric vehicle charging stations, 9 natural gas refueling stations, and 3 hydrogen refueling stations. By establishing new infrastructure, we are setting Canada's transportation system on a path to a lower carbon future while creating jobs.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Lebanon has long claimed to be the only democracy in the Arab world, but we know dark forces are constantly at play inside past and current governments. Now, the minister just held what were called productive meetings with Lebanon's president and foreign minister, and he announced $8 million in security and defense assistance for Lebanon. Mr. Speaker, did Canada's minister offer this generous aid, fully aware that the Lebanese foreign minister is on the record equating what he called ISIS and Israeli terrorism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. The Minister's visit to Lebanon was an important opportunity to reinforce our strong relationship as we continue to work together to achieve peace, security and stability in the Middle East. Working with the UN and other organizations, we're supporting Lebanon in welcoming refugees who are escaping the brutal conflict in Syria and also helping to provide critical services to meet the needs of all Lebanese people. The Minister announced an $8 million commitment to that end. This government will continue to rally the international community to support the victims of the ongoing conflict in Syria.
I urge the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and not to interrupt when another member is speaking. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister became emotional when speaking about Syrian refugees. That's understandable when we think about the hardships that they faced before arriving here. Now, month 13th is just days away, and for many Syrian refugees, when federal assistance will abruptly end. Yet over 30% have not had any language training, and BC has the longest waiting list. In fact, I met Syrian refugees who've been here for 2 years, and they still are waiting. How are they supposed to integrate into the workforce if they are still on a wait list for language training?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and also for her good work in this area. When one is welcoming refugees to Canada, there is nothing more important than to teach them English or French, especially in the case of Syrian refugees who typically speak not a word of either language. And so we have committed hundreds of millions of dollars to this enterprise, and just last month we invested an additional $18 million for language training and settlement, of which $3.2 million is going to go to British Columbia. We've recently, since April, created 7,000 new language spaces. So we are working very hard on this.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, our government supports scientific research, and we know that scientific expertise must guide decisions.
This House on ways she's ensuring science and evidence makes it to the cabinet table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Science.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais...
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Kitchener Centre, for his question.
The government was elected on a promise to respect science and to restore it to its rightful place. Yesterday, we delivered on that promise and launched the search for the Chief Science Advisor. This person will ensure that government science is made available to Canadians, that government scientists can speak freely about their work, and that scientific analyses will inform decision-making.
Yes, excellent. For Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, in my region of southwestern Ontario, greenhouse growers use large amounts of electricity. As hydro rates continue to soar, businesses are leaving Canada, killing jobs across the country. The latest, Moochie Farms in Kingsville, are paying 3 times more for hydro in Ontario than across the border. So guess what? They're expanding, but not in Canada, in the U.S. How can the Liberals justify imposing a carbon tax on job creators when our sky-high hydro rates are already driving them out of the country?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, according to StatsCan, we have seen 183,200 jobs created since November 2015. In particular, if you look at GE, they have created 220 jobs in Welland. And you know what the Vice Chairman said, John Rice? He said Canada has all the essential ingredients to succeed in this new digital industrial reality. That is an investment made in Welland. With respects to Bell Helicopter, Textron, you know what Mitch Snyder said, the President and CEO of Bell Helicopter? Mirabel is a vital part of Bell Helicopter's long-term growth strategy, and we want to thank and commend the federal government for its leadership. That's creating...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-29 will put consumer protection at the mercy of Bay Street banks in Toronto. It's an all-out attack on consumers and Quebec's ability to make its own societal choices. The Quebec National Assembly has unanimously denounced C-29, as have consumer protection advocates, notaries, and an army of constitutional experts and law professors. In Quebec, we want to defend consumers, not big banks, Mr. Speaker. Will the 40 Quebec members on the government side take a stand? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we want to be very clear. It's important to protect consumers across the country. We want to protect consumers through legislation that will improve protection in the banking sector. That is our objective. It will improve the situation across the country for Canadian citizens. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, with C-29, we're seeing the opposite occur in Quebec. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance played the little guy from Shawinigan card. That's exactly what we're talking about, because people from Shawinigan are no different from other Quebecers. They want their elected officials to defend them, not the banks. And this goes to all his colleagues from Quebec. The National Assembly is urging them to take a stand for the people who elected them. Will they do that once and for all, or are they simply here to get themselves a ministerial limousine? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have improved the situation for consumers across the country. It's important to protect Canadian consumers, and that is exactly what we want to do through Bill C-29.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jackson Lafferty, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre que le...
I have the honor of informing the House that the Senate has transmitted a message to the House saying that it has passed the following bill, which it submits for assent from the bill. Bill S4, an act to implement a convention and arrangement to avoid double taxation and to prevent fiscal evasion in terms of income tax, and modifying an act and modifying similar measures.
Order. The first from the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on Standing Order 18 to deal with some disrespectful comments that occurred at committee from the member of Kelowna Lake Country. Now, I realize that committees are masters of their own domain, Mr. Speaker, but I'd welcome your opinion on this situation. I invite you, Mr. Speaker, to remind all chair occupants to be very fair, temperate, and unbiased when they are in the chair. Now, the example I wish to give is a comment by the member of Kelowna Lake Country, who is the chair of the Standing Committee on National Defence. Now, it was just brought to my attention this morning that at our meeting last Thursday, December the 1st, at our National Defence meeting, the chair, who is also the member for Kelowna Lake Country, said when he thought his microphone was shut off after an exchange between he and I don't think he was referring to the Minister of National Defence who I was questioning, but at 12 minutes, 24 seconds, 13, he said, "You jerk," in response to me. So I would invite you, Mr. Speaker, to remind all chair occupants to be fair and temperate and act in a parliamentary manner to ensure the proper disclosure or discourse of our committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, the honourable member for Falkirk Lake Eastman hasn't quite finished.
Mr. Speaker, I would just ask and invite you to encourage the member from Kelowna Lake Country to apologize.
I thank the member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman for raising his point of order. As he says, committees are masters of their own houses. I certainly encourage all members to be judicious in their language at all times and be respectful to one another. Although Standing Order 18 prohibits disrespectful comments about the sovereign and the Governor-General and so forth, and or offensive words used toward another member of Parliament, I would obviously refer that members use respectful language toward each other at all times. So I would certainly encourage them to do that. If the member referred to wishes to stand, I would certainly allow him to. But I don't see him standing, so therefore I will go on. Je procède maintenant à l'honorable.
I will now move on to recognize the honourable member of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, who has a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order, and in a moment I will present a motion for unanimous consent. During question period on November 24th, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans said about his party's fundraising activities, Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows well that in this type of activity, government business is never discussed. But we have since learned that this is not the case. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House's unanimous consent for the following motion. Given that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans led this House astray, that he should withdraw his remarks and apologize.
Hello.
Order. Does the honourable member have the House's unanimous consent to move the motion?
Consentement unanime.
There is no unanimous consent.
Les ordres du jour.
Orders of the day.
Bill's comments, resuming debate at the third reading stage of Bill C-29, Budget Implementation Act 2016, number 2.
If I started apologizing. Alors?
Order.
And aux honorables
I would ask the honourable members who wish to consider their conversations to leave the House. Order.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the words to express my indignation. Bill C-29 is a scam. A scam levied against Quebec consumers at the benefit of Toronto bankers. But that's not all. C-29 is a direct attack on Quebec. An attack against our legal system, against our ability to organize our society the way we choose. C-29 is the worst attack against our legal system since the Constitution was repatriated in 1982. But that's not all. C-29 is a hypocritical bill. It's a gift to those who smoke cigars and drink champagne, buried in a mammoth bill. It's been being rammed through without the possibility for debate. It's defended by those from Bay Street with false arguments. Yes, very, very false arguments. And I'll discuss that more later. No matter how you look at it, this bill smells bad. It smells like cronyism and moral decay. In fact, I can only see one advantage of this bill, and that is that it will take the masks off of those who are responsible. We now know the names of Alibaba's 40 thieves, and we can see that they are two-faced, and we can see their false smiles. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to consumer protection measures, Quebec is the most advanced society in North America, no less. It is in Quebec that ordinary people have the most rights against those with power and money. And C-29 is undermining all of these rights. The banks in Toronto don't like Quebec's legal system. It's a well-known fact. If Quebec wanted to be the same as Canada, it would be better for their business. They could have a uniform operating system from coast to coast without having to worry about the fact that there was a truly original society in North America, a distinct society. Because it's true that Quebec is a little bit different than the other states and provinces on the continent. The Supreme Court saw things clearly 2 years ago when they forced the banks to respect Quebec laws. And when they saw that Quebec's different way of doing things was actually not a threat to the banking system. Even the Supreme Court, which usually always rules in a similar way, forced banks to respect Quebec's laws. Outside of Quebec, C-29 won't have so much of a negative effect, but it is in Quebec that we will feel those negative consequences. It's in Quebec that the government is setting the strictest rules to ensure that consumers are not scammed. So these guarantees that protect ordinary people, but that bother rich bankers in Bay Street, well, C-29 will change all that. There's a ban on misleading advertising, a ban on hiding fees charged to people, a ban on unilateral changes to banking contracts, a ban on credit card theft, and there are simple recourses for if people are victims of such attacks. In Quebec, we have the Office de la Protection des Consommateurs that protects people rather than bankers to ensure that David is not more powerful than Goliath. And what will C-29 change? Well, they will add a few provisions that really protect no one. Banks should not be scamming ordinary people. They should not be hiding their fees. And if they do so, what will happen? Well, the Ombudsman for Banks will say they're not nice. There won't be any real sanction, or any real fine, any real obligation to reimburse the money. This is a farce. And those who are being scammed are Quebec consumers. The Consumer Protection Act is a matter of civil law, and so it's provincial jurisdiction. And that's something that our society is founded on. All of the Quebec government's economic powers flow from our independence and our civil law system. Thanks to those powers, Quebec has become the most egalitarian society in North America. Thanks to laws like the Consumer Protection Act, it has become an egalitarian society. Even if that doesn't please Ottawa, the federal government has to respect this.
During the British military dictatorship in 1763, the Civil Code applied. While Quebec stopped existing under the Union Act, the Civil Code still applied. Since 1867, even the federal government respects the Civil Code in its relationship with the citizens of Quebec. The federal government is not above the Civil Code, but now the banks will be. That's an incredible coup. And that's not all. Not only is C-29 odious, but the way it was brought forward is odious. It's hidden under a multitude of clauses in a mammoth bill. It's adopted very quickly under a gag in order to make sure that nobody discusses it. And why? Nobody knows. The only argument the government brings forth is the Supreme Court. It seems that the Supreme Court called upon the government, and C-29 is its answer. Mr. Speaker, I read the Supreme Court ruling many times, and you know what? In the Marcotte decision, the government never called upon the federal government to do this. It's the banks that the Supreme Court is calling upon to respect Quebec and Quebec law. The only time that the Supreme Court says something to the federal government is to tell it to do nothing. This is what it said under paragraph 69. It's difficult to imagine how these provisions, we're talking here about the Quebec law on consumer protection, could force Parliament to legislate in a manner that sets it aside. No, Mr. Speaker, the government is not responding to the Supreme Court. It's contradicting the court. That's not the same, and it doesn't announce anything good. That Liberals outside Quebec support C-29 is one thing. That does not remove any rights from Canadians outside Quebec. It's in our province, and only in our province, that little people are affected. Liberal members from Quebec are beneath all this. They are the valets of high finance, and they work against their own people. It's not surprising that they are the only ones on their side. The National Assembly disavowed them. Their own friends, the Quebec Liberals, are asking them to back down. There is no specialist in constitutional law or consumer law, absolutely no one on their side. Now, Mr. Speaker, what's going on is very serious. This debate reminds me of one thing. My people that I love, are a minority here. We're not the boss. This is not our country. And in my anger, it is the words of Léon Dion that come to mind. Léon Dion, a political scientist and the father of the current Minister of Foreign Affairs. He said this: since 1763, we have no more history except the one that our conquerors want to let us have in order to calm us down. Their task is all the easier because we have our own torturers, our own. There are 40 of them, and they know who they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable... I'm sorry. Questions and comments. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I think it's a bit ridiculous, though. My question for him is this. When he decided to quote Léon Dion, who said many things over the course of his remarkable career in Quebec, in his academic career, but in what context did he say this? When did he say that exactly? How can my honourable colleague talk about comments in the latter half of Mr. Dion's life and not about the other things he said about Canada, Quebec, and Quebec's place in Canada? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll stay on C-29 and the impasse we're before here. Never have the rights of Quebec consumers been affected this badly. In C-29 and in the Finance Minister's answers to Senator Pratt earlier, He never says, well, we could have an opting out provision and leave the Quebec Consumer Protection Law in place and instead increase the protection of consumers in other provinces. So it's not a matter of improving consumer protection, it's to reduce it in Quebec in favor of the banks and defend the banks against the people. It's odious. And this was not ridiculous at all. That is the attitude of the government, and that's what's ridiculous, and that's why I'm angry. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his dedication to Quebecers. Not only is the government showing crass ignorance or even malevolence in ignoring Quebec consumer laws, but this is a great opportunity they had to convince banks to treat their clients in a civilized manner and not impose credit card fees like they do now. Not only are they interfering in Quebec jurisdiction, but they're not doing their job. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree with the comments of my colleague for Longueuil. This is terrible. Somebody has a credit card stolen in Quebec. Right now, the law forces the banks to say you can't charge them more than $50. Now, with C-29, the thieves are being encouraged. There's no more law, no more parameters. They can claim up to $2,000 spent by the thief. This is a major backslide. It's grave. It's patriating vast powers, as my colleague for Hull-Aylmer said when he was talking about Mr. Dion's words, patriation of the Constitution. And here, well, they're patriating powers. They're stealing the Civil Code of Quebec. This is a first. It's an outrage. And the banks will no longer be subject to the Civil Code of Quebec. I'll close by saying that Minister Fournier in the Quebec National Assembly announced a few minutes ago that he was considering going to court with the federal government over C-29. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his passion and seriousness in this debate. I think it's woken up some people, and I sincerely thank him. I'd simply like to know, the one thing I disagree with is I have trouble when the Bloc tries to say it has a monopoly on the rights of Quebecers. I disagree with that. But constitutional law professors who issued an opinion, I would like to know who these professors are. So if he could give me a few examples, I'd appreciate it. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleague to consult an article in La Presse Plus this morning. Vincent Rousseau-Pouliot, who quotes two professors from Laval University, his alma mater, I think. It's also in the formulation of C-29 in Clause 131. It says in black and white that the federal regulations will supersede any rules that may apply in the provinces. So you don't necessarily need to have a constitutional expert to figure this out. Just read the article. It's in black and white. And the experts quoted by Mr. Pouliot remind us of this, like the open letter from the Chamber of Notaries of Quebec. They are the experts in contract law, in civil code, and they defend the common good, not individual clients like a lawyer, but they do contracts, and they agree with us. So I urge my colleague to defend Quebec, Quebec's interests, and to vote against C-29 tonight, which is subject to a gag order.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from the beautiful town of Edmonton, or area of Edmonton Riverbend. He told me to say that, by the way. I'm honored to represent the hardworking people of Elgin, Middlesex, London, and today I stand to discuss Bill C-29 with many of their concerns in mind. Just 1 year ago, the Liberals promised modest deficits and many more promises. We have heard media reports showing that the cost of food will be going up 5% in the new year. Not one new full-time job has been created. With the new measurements put in place by this government, it is harder for Canadians to purchase homes under the new mortgage laws. Instead, we see huge deficits, high taxes, and low economic growth. And let me continue. We hear about the carbon tax that will be introduced by all provincial and territorial governments and enforced by the federal government. We have an infrastructure bank that will not be supporting rural Canada at all. We have infrastructure projects that this government suggests have been approved, but where is the actual work being done? And tax cuts that were scheduled for small businesses were reversed. Tax credits to help families to offset the cost of children's arts and fitness tax credits or programs cancelled. We have seen extravagant spending on programs, but nothing to show for the expenditure of these dollars. Canadians are growing concerned. Just yesterday in the House, this government did not deny their plans for new taxes on health and dental benefits. Seriously, with every middle-class tax cut, there's a new tax introduced for all Canadians, young and old, rich and poor. Let's just stop kidding ourselves. The economy is stagnant, and the Liberals' promise to spend their way to prosperity is failing. There seems to be a lot of talk, but honestly, I am worried, not only for the next generation and the large debt load that this government is burdening them with, but I'm worried for our current generation, where people are finding it difficult to pay for their hydro and cannot find a job. Students are graduating from universities with no chance of permanent full-time positions and are not getting the chances to use their higher education because the government is not creating the necessary environment for job creation. Is the sky falling? No, but it is pretty gloomy out there. Back in July, I did a lot of media regarding the new Canada Child Benefit, and as the critic for Families, Children and Social Development, I was asked my thoughts on this new program. I am not going to deny that it does help families, but we're talking about a very unsustainable program that, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, will cost $42.6 billion over the next 5 years. The Parliamentary Secretary said that these plans will be going forward regardless of the strain on public finances. I am just wondering, where is this money going to come from? If we have a government that does not create a single job and spends out of control, where do we get the revenue to pay for these programs? And I'm really hoping that the government is actually listening to this speech and keeping that in mind. The answer to this question, though, as we see it, is more taxes. More and more taxes will continue to be introduced by this government with no concern for the average taxpayer. In a letter received in my office on December 1st of 2016, an open letter that was sent to members of Canadian Parliament, the author discusses the impact of Bill C-29 and states, open quote, the complicated, administratively burdensome and compliance-challenged income tax provisions, end quote, that will be on businesses. Who and why would we want this to be the case? We see a lot of things that are coming down from this Liberal government that do not seem to be looked at, does not seem to be the appropriate measures for an average Canadian and for Canadian businesses. Here in this House, we hear many quotes from executives and analysts, but I'd like to share with you 5 quotes from people who I think are experts, taxpayers who pay their bills and the bills of this government. These are from householders that I received, and I will be quoting the fantastic people and constituents from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Wayne Johnson from St. Thomas wrote, I believe that policies such as carbon tax and so-called cap-and-trade initiatives are environmentally useless and serve only to increase the tax burden on Canadians who are already overtaxed. Carl Crocker from my hometown of Sparta. I don't think our present government gives a blank. I'm being kind there because it really didn't say blank, about the average rural taxpayer. With the carbon tax, hydro rates, and now natural gas going up, we are mad. Gary and Vicky Gould from St. Thomas wrote, the carbon tax is going to chase us out of our home. We have already 2 medium-sized businesses going to the United States if the carbon tax goes through. They do not want to move, but we have to because of the cost of their utilities. James Manning from Dorchester. Number 1, good-paying jobs need to be secured, and new investment in Canada in all job sectors is needed. And number 2, follow up on government work projects to be completed as stated. And these are parts of concerns also for the 2017 budget, where people are getting on track and voicing their opinions now because they're concerned of what they're seeing in their Canada today. Edwin Zavitz from Dorchester said, "The Liberal goo will do the same as always and tax and spend and steal from the people. The Prime Minister is the same as his father, looks down at his nose at Canadians." This government needs to start listening to taxpayers, who are the people burdened by the government's debt. And without proper employment and precarious employment, revenue to this government is going to be precarious. Despite the big spending being done by this government, the Bank of Canada, the International Monetary Fund, and the OECD have all downgraded their forecast for Canada for both 2016 and 2017. Jobs are in short supply, and I have not seen job creation that this government has promised. The cost of living continues to rise, and this government is making it harder for Canadians. This government needs to refocus their plans for growing this economy. Instead of meeting at Liberal fundraisers with billionaires, this government needs to start meeting with small business owners and ordinary, everyday Canadians. It is the philosophy that actions speak louder than words that needs to be the front of mind for this government. We hear so much about the government's plans to raise more families into the middle class, but we don't see the programs that are actually doing it. We hear time and time again about reducing taxes for the middle class with one hand, but on the other hand, all we see are tax increases for every single Canadian. The carbon tax is something extremely concerning to me. During the month of November, I held an agricultural roundtable with local producers. The carbon tax was discussed, and it was a great concern to many of these farmers. And I would like to note, during this discussion, it was not I who brought up the carbon tax. It was just in a regular roundtable where people could speak their mind. We know that it will increase the costs of doing business. In Elgin, Middlesex, London, over 20% of people are connected to the agricultural sector. What type of negative impact are we going to see? We hear that the price of gas will be going up 11 cents per litre. What happens to rural Canadians who have to drive to work every day? Public transportation is not an option. Therefore, the growth with their current strategy does not have the impact on farmers or rural people from Rodney to Thorndale in my riding. Because of this new tax, they will see increased expenses. We know that the cost of shipping of goods will be increased, and at the end of the day, this cost will be passed on to the consumer. The same people will be paying more for gas, taxed on their dental and health benefits, and taxed to pay for this huge debt. At the end of the day, they will continue to just pay more money out of their pockets. This government needs to find a solution to help put people back to work. They need to find a way of getting those who are looking for jobs back into the labour force. People cannot continue to be unemployed. And that takes me to the changes to the unemployment insurance. Changes that were made to the program in 2013 and were focused on helping get people back to work. We recognize that employment insurance is a temporary measure and a solution that for the huge majority of Canadians believe so as well. The best option is to improve employment insurance to assist people to find jobs and to create jobs. Instead, we have a government who is just taking anything done in the past 10 years, good or bad, and reversing it. We see that with so many of their bills that have been introduced in the past year. This government has indicated that Canadians voted for change, but I am not sure that Canadians who voted for change expected what they're seeing today. I hear all the time, we can do better, and I definitely agree. I'm just wondering, when is this government going to start? Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you very much, and I listened with interest to a list of taxes that don't exist that she's concerned about, that the member is concerned about, and I guess you can be concerned about taxes that don't exist, but it seems odd to be concerned about those taxes that don't exist when what does exist is a legacy from a previous government, which is an additional $150 billion on the debt, a debt delivered by mismanagement of the economy by the party opposite. Before we even start to talk about the challenges this government faces, could she please give us some ideas on how she would repay that $150 billion, where those resources would come from, and what that party was thinking if it cared so much about taxpayers when it failed to provide any leadership on debt reduction? It went into deficit before the meltdown of 2008 through tax cuts and stayed in that position because of their inability to manage an economy.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much. And maybe I'm just going to remind the member what a tax is. And it's when people are paying money back out to the government. We are going to see the money, this government taking money from the carbon tax. You may not call it a carbon tax. You may want to call it something fluffier, but that's exactly what it is. It's money that's going to be coming out of everyday Canadians' pockets, and it's going to be put into the coffers of this Liberal government. That is a tax. We are going to see CPP being increased. That is a tax. We hear today, I don't care, personally, people can shake their heads, that's fine. But you and I may have a different idea of what you may call a tax. But even in the last couple of days, we've been asking through our official critic for health, asking about the health and dental tax benefits, and they will not deny it. We see time and time and time again, tax, tax, tax. And I think the one best thing that we can see is a tax to the small businesses that is not being reduced, that is actually hurting the environment for small business and employment. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that Canadians are actually quite pleased with the progress that this government has made in a relatively short time span. We can talk about, as I have on many occasions, the GIS increase, the increase in the Canada Child Benefit, the tax cut for Canada's middle class. We can talk about the paying the price on carbon. There's so many things that are out there, Mr. Speaker, but focusing on the province of Alberta, a province that's been in need, where we've dealt with the employment insurance, had more of a coordination of different departments, a heavy investment in infrastructure. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide her thoughts in regards to, is there something very specific that she believes that we could be doing as government to assist, something very specific?
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you. I've got two parts to that answer, and I thank you for the question. But Carl Crocker from Sparta wrote, I don't think our present government gives a blank about the average rural taxpayer with the carbon tax, hydro rates, and natural gas going up. We are mad. I think that says to me that Canadians, at least living in Elgin, Middlesex, London, are not happy. So I think that's something we're hearing from different people, obviously. I'm hearing from the people of Elgin, Middlesex, London in southwestern Ontario. We are not seeing infrastructure being built, where we are not seeing new job creation. And I am fortunate to not live in the province of Ontario right now. I do feel for those persons that live out there who are unemployed. Things that we need to do is we need to create an environment where businesses will come to this country, where businesses will continue to invest in their future for their employees. We had the Canada Jobs Grants that I'm hoping that this government will continue to support, because I only hear from these businesses what it's a great thing when people that they know are great employees get the opportunity to increase their productivity, to increase their knowledge, and so that they continue to have excellent employment. So continue with our training to make sure that we can get people back to work, make sure we're graduating people.
And time for one more short question. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Anyway, the Liberals always talk about the debt. We paid off $40 billion. We gave them a surplus of $3 billion, which they blew through, plus their slush fund of $6 billion. Haven't created a single full-time job. But the other part of it is rural infrastructure. And they just took money from the Rural Infrastructure Fund to put into this infrastructure bank, which is actually an insurance to protect foreign investors. I'm just wondering if you have a comment about the concern in rural Canada about infrastructure that we likely aren't going to get the money for.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Met with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities when they were here on their lobbying week. I asked them directly, are you here to see me as a critic that is looking at something national? Or are you here to see me as a rural MP who represents rural Canada? They wanted to speak to me as a rural Canadian. Funny thing enough, the people were sent from Toronto and Montreal. Now, I think that they do a wonderful job. So 2 days later, I was fortunate enough to have somebody from the City of London come and speak with me. The problem that I see is we are investing into the infrastructure bank. And when I speak to people from urban Canada, they believe that it's going to be good because it's going to be good for their projects. But we don't have large infrastructure projects of that huge amount, of that huge proportion, unless we amalgamate all of our programs together. So I'm really worried, and I know that Elgin, Middlesex, London will not see a dollar from that infrastructure bank.
Yeah. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's a privilege to stand here today and talk to Bill C-29. Just last month, a group of respected physicians in Edmonton and the surrounding area wrote to me about this new federal tax proposal in Bill C-29 that will alter the small business deduction to exclude group medical structures. I quote from the email, "I urge the federal government to amend Clause 13 of the legislative proposals relating to income tax, sales tax, and excess duties by exempting group medical structures and health care delivery from the proposed changes to S-25 of the Income Tax Act regarding multiplication of access to the small business deduction." The proposal outlined in C-29 will hobble the efforts of these doctors and their colleagues from effectively serving Canadians, as it would unfairly penalize group medical structures. These structures are not formed to avoid the tax man. They are formed to deliver team-based integrated medical health services according to priorities set out by the provinces. In many of the subspecialties these physicians work in, these arrangements are a standard of delivering care in a safe and cost-effective manner. This tax proposal threatens to tear this balance apart, heaping rising costs upon healthcare providers and forcing many to potentially move their practice to other countries with a less punishing tax. But most importantly, these changes will directly impact the medical care that is received by Canadian families across the country. These arrangements are the fruit of years, decades even, of careful planning and negotiating between the provinces and its healthcare providers to implement their healthcare priorities. The division of powers is quite clear in this country. The delivery of health services is a major component of the provincial mandate, not the federal government. This government is once again ignoring the concerns and opinions of experts and forcing their views onto our provinces. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn my comments to Alberta. Alberta is struggling right now. Alberta is going through one of the worst job crises in the province's history. Unemployment rate right now is at a 22-year high. That's over 222,000 Albertans out of work. These Albertans, they're not just from the oil patch. These Albertans, they work in restaurants, they work in small businesses, they're physical fitness experts. I was speaking with one the other day. These people are the heart and soul of Alberta, and to have them out of work really leaves Alberta at an incredible disadvantage. So we're suffering from the oil and gas crisis. That's fair. The government on the other side will stand up and announce that we have pipelines, call a press conference and say everything's fixed. Move on, Alberta, onto our next hurdle. But, Mr. Speaker, we can't just rely on these pipelines. Right now, what we have in the jobs crisis leaves us at a disadvantage through all parts of our sector. These pipelines, which will be built hopefully eventually, don't address anything that's happening right now. So we need to ensure that we have particular infrastructure in place, yet we have no shovels in the ground. We need more jobs. However, we keep saying that it's part-time jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, it's unfair to what's happening in Alberta, and there seems to be a real lack of recognition on the other side. And furthermore, to add on to everything that's happening in Alberta, we've now announced, the Liberal government on the other side has now announced a carbon tax. The carbon tax is going to $50 a ton. We had a provincial government that's in Alberta right now that has moved the carbon tax. It was at $30 a ton, but because of the good faith in these new pipelines, they've decided to move it up to $50 a ton. Now, the impact that has, not just on the sector of the oil and gas sector, but on regular families, Mr. Speaker. I have a letter that I received from a family in my area who said that the YMCA daycare, this is the YMCA daycare, a solid daycare provider in our constituency, has decided that they're now going to raise the fees, the annual fee of parents in the community, because they think that a carbon tax is going to have an impact on them. So, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that this carbon tax is now not just building social license, as the government on the other side will state, but it's really having an impact on young families on the ground. So then you think, great, okay, they put on a carbon tax. Let's apply the pressure on the government to ensure that they understand the impact of this. Then they drop the CPP increases on small businesses, on families as well. Then mortgage rules, and now we're hearing today health and dental benefits. there's only one taxpayer here, Mr. Speaker, and this one taxpayer continually has to pay all of these taxes that are on top of it. So I plead to the other side that through C-29 is yet a further indication that this government is completely out of touch, and not just with Alberta, but this impacts families across the country. So the infrastructure investments that we keep hearing are going to save the day. They're going to be the way to put Albertans back to work, to put Western Canadians back to work. We have a minister that will stand up here and say from coast to coast to coast as much as he likes. And quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen a single shovel in the ground yet. We have there's one in central Alberta, waste management. That's the only one. He will stand and continually say that in Edmonton and in Calgary, call press conferences with anybody who will come and say, look at us, we're creating jobs. Well, where are the jobs? We have yet to see a single full-time job created. We have the part-time jobs. They will call the Statistics Canada report and say, look, there's all these part-time jobs. But of the full-time jobs from the infrastructure side, we actually lost construction jobs. So over the last year, there's less construction jobs than there were the year previous. So it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense as how this infrastructure is going to jumpstart our communities. So then we ask the Minister of Infrastructure, we ask the Prime Minister, we ask the Natural Resources Minister, the Minister of Industry. We ask them, well, what are we supposed to tell Albertans when none of this is coming to fruition? All of your ideas and thoughts, nothing's happening. People are still unemployed. The unemployment rate is still the highest it is in 22 years. We're told to hang in there by the Prime Minister. We're told, don't worry, we'll hold hands together and get through this by the Infrastructure Minister. I don't know how the minister's warm embrace will help the many people out unemployed in Alberta. It seems a little optimistic on the minister's side. So I would encourage the minister, the prime minister, the finance minister to listen to us on this side of the House. We're sitting down with everyday Albertans. We created what we call the Alberta Jobs Task Force. Every Alberta Member of Parliament is participating, actively meeting with as many stakeholders as we can. We're sitting down round tables, town halls, one-on-one meetings. I can't tell you how many people have been in my office and crying, Mr. Speaker, because they've lost their job, because they don't know how they're going to put a roof over their heads, because now their government is increasing the carbon tax that they're not going to be able to afford daycare for their children. So as I believe it's incumbent on us and a nonpartisan approach to ensure that we're listening to those in our constituency. I know the member from Calgary Shepherd has had a number of roundtables and meeting with his constituents regularly. I know the member from Lethbridge has also met with a number of the youth who don't know where their jobs at a university are going to come from. So it's incumbent on us as members of Parliament to communicate to the government what we're hearing on the ground. We have a budget coming up in the new year. Part of that budget, we want to make sure that the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have heard exactly what we've heard from these Albertans. So we're hearing from small businesses, we're hearing from the oil and gas companies, but we're also hearing from the food banks. I spoke with a food bank the other day, and they said that, again, because of the carbon tax, they're concerned at how they're able to continue operating. There's now more people lined up for the food bank, yet the food bank doesn't know how they can continue operating. To me, I would think that that would bother me if I was sitting on the other side of the House and think, we need to ensure that we have solutions for this crisis that's happening in Alberta. So, Mr. Speaker, over the years, Albertans have stood shoulder to shoulder across the country with other provinces and making sure that we're there in their time of need. Right now, Alberta's hurting. Alberta's going through an incredible jobs crisis, and we need the rest of the country to listen to Alberta and hear our thoughts. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reaction to the honourable member's comments, as a member of Parliament for British Columbia, I've stuck my neck way out there and supported the decision by this government to allow the Kinder Morgan pipeline to go ahead and allow Line 3 to go ahead. I also support our decision not to build the Enbridge line. I'm concerned by the misinformation, or perhaps the misunderstanding, and I'll be charitable. A price on carbon means that the revenue goes back to the province where it was collected, where the province can do what they wish with it. They can cut other taxes, they can exempt certain sectors, as British Columbia did with agriculture. British Columbia has had a carbon tax now for almost 9 years, yet we have the best economy in the country and the lowest tax rates. So I would ask the member if he would intend to dig in a little bit more about the implications of putting a price on carbon, and particularly how it can be worked within a province to the benefit of the people who live there.
Honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't envy his position on the other side of the House by having to stand up against his government for the Kinder Morgan pipeline, apparently giving his approval, which I guess goes a long way in the Prime Minister. I wish he would listen to me on Energy East. I wish he'd listen to me on Keystone. I wish he'd listen to me on Northern Gateway. The understanding of the social license on the other side, that has got us nowhere. There's now a president-elect in the United States who is moving ahead without a carbon tax, not going along with the Paris Agreement. I would think that would indicate that there goes investment, there goes business out of Canada, go down to the United States. So I would hope that the member on the other side recognizes the implications of a carbon tax, not just on the provincial side that he speaks about, but because of what that's going to do for the rest of the country, the rest of the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech today. He mentioned a lot about Alberta and certainly his riding and the need for jobs. I'm sure, like in my riding of Essex, his riding consists of a lot of small businesses, and that small businesses are driving the economies in a lot of our ridings. And it's very concerning to me that we don't see the promise coming through in this bill around the small business tax reduction. This is hurting small businesses in my communities in Essex. I'm sure it's hurting the members as well. And I wonder if he can comment on the government not following through on the reduction of the small business tax cut and how it's impacted his riding.
Honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Essex for the hard-hitting question today. I got to say, Mr. Speaker, the small businesses are hurting enough with the promises that they thought they were getting from this government, but also now you pile on a CPP increase. So you're now talking about health and dental benefits too. If small businesses right now they don't know where the next saving grace from this government is coming from. It's a challenging time, particularly in Alberta, and I imagine in Essex as well, to have a small business and know that you now have all the carbon tax, the CPP, EI on. There's a lot there as a small business that I would think that it's a struggle to be a small business these days because of the actions of this Liberal government.
Got time for one short question and response. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much. And first, I'd like to just draw on a curious comment made in response to my colleague's question from Fleetwood Port Kells, where the honourable member said he wished he had listened to him when it came to Keystone and Energy East. I'd like to point out that the approvals are in place for Keystone, and the question hasn't come to Cabinet for Energy East. But my question relates to a comment made during his remarks where he suggested that not a single shovel was in the ground when it came to federal infrastructure spending. I know in Central Nova we've got the Nova Scotia Community College Trades Innovation Centre in the town of Stellarton under construction, 7 small craft harbours under construction, and a series of other municipal infrastructure projects. Does the honourable member not recognise that construction is underway, employing the people in my community, and if not, where does he get his information?
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That feels like a setup on that side too, because we were able to pull the infrastructure list on what has been invested in, and there's certain things on this list. In Toronto, there's funding for missing sidewalk links. I wonder what the sidewalks look like now. Are people in the point, are they about to fall off the sidewalk? There's a digital advertising sign in St. John's, Newfoundland. Is that as infrastructure money? That seems like a strange event. A playground in Iqaluit. These announcements are all fair and good, Mr. Speaker, but without having shovels in the ground, without putting people to work, it's really unfair to say on that side of the House they're really incenting jobs, because they're not.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe a good place to start off is just to provide a little bit of a comment. As the member across the way, and we've heard this from other Conservatives, they try to demean the importance of all jobs, Mr. Speaker. You know, I come from very much a working-class riding, a riding in which all jobs are important, Mr. Speaker. Not everyone wants to be a member of Parliament or wants to be a car salesman or a healthcare worker. You know, there's a good selection of jobs from coast to coast to coast, and some of them are part-time, some of them are full-time. And I like to think, in terms of over the last number of months, that we have been able to accomplish a great deal as government, Mr. Speaker, and to constantly hear from the other side talking about, well, you know, they're just part-time jobs. I can assure the member that many of those part-time jobs are of great value, and Canadians truly do appreciate part-time jobs too. Part-time jobs do matter, and they do count. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have seen in the last 12 months, I believe, the record was 139,600 new jobs. And then I believe even the Minister of Industry indicated that that number has gone up in the last month to closer to just over 145,000. I might be a little bit off, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line is that this is a government that does care about jobs. We are concerned about how the economy is improving, and that is the reason why we brought forward such a progressive budget, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, I am disappointed in the Conservatives and the New Democrats, especially the New Democrats, for not recognizing what most Canadians believe today, and that is that this government has got it right. We have a budget that all Canadians, I believe, can get behind because it literally assists, Mr. Speaker, every region, every community of our country. And I would suggest that if members want to reflect in terms of what it is that has been said over the last number of months, because we have been talking about this budget, Mr. Speaker, for months now. It's nice to see that we're going to be having a final vote on C-29 in the not-too-distant future, Mr. Speaker, because if truth be known, I would suggest to you that at the end of the day, that this budget is a budget that all members should be getting behind. Now, I don't say that lightly. I say it because I genuinely believe it, Mr. Speaker. There is so much in this budget that people can be very proud of. Even a Conservative should be proud, Mr. Speaker. After all, you know, the Conservatives talk about the importance of tax breaks. Good news in this budget. There's a tax break worth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for Canada's middle class. Who are the people we're talking about, Mr. Speaker? We're talking the bulk of the benefits. The bulk of the benefits is going to individuals, whether they're firefighters, whether they're salespeople, Mr. Speaker, healthcare workers, factory shop workers. Many of those jobs, hard-working middle class, in excess of 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that are benefiting from this middle-class tax cut. You would think that the Conservative Party would be behind that tax cut. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say that the Conservative Party is not voting for that tax cut. And I say to my colleagues across the way that if they were to canvass some of their constituents, some of the constituents that I just referred to, that they would find that they would be disappointed in the criticism coming from across the way in regards to this middle-class tax cut, Mr. Speaker. Now, I would like to think that there's always an opportunity to see your way clear and understand
that this is a good tax cut, and I would suggest to my friends across the way that they might want to reconsider some of their positioning on this particular budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some things, and this is why, as much as I'm disappointed in terms of how the Conservatives are voting on this, I am somewhat surprised, not only disappointed, but surprised with my New Democratic friends, because there is even that much more within this budget, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we talk about equalization or tax fairness, you know, one of the things that I thought the government was right on with, Mr. Speaker, was to do some readjusting, where we actually have a tax on Canada's wealthiest. Mr. Speaker, a significant number of dollars that are going to be coming in, and that money is going to be reused, Mr. Speaker, given some of the rhetoric, and I underline the word rhetoric coming from the New Democrats on the issue of tax fairness. They, in fact, are voting against the budget that ultimately is going to see an additional tax put on some of Canada's wealthiest people, Mr. Speaker. But it's more than that. Because when we talk about reaching into our communities and our families and trying to enable those that are trying to become a part of the middle class and working hard for that, Mr. Speaker, or in fact our middle class, we have a couple of initiatives that I believe that I think we should all be proud of. And I've had the opportunity to talk at great length in the House in regards to them. One of them, of course, is the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker. And this is a tax-free, unlike the Conservatives who felt, well, even if you're a multi-millionaire, that you should still get the Canada tax benefit. We disagreed with that, Mr. Speaker. Those that need it the most are the ones that are going to receive the most, Mr. Speaker, under the Liberal plan. And there is a dramatic overall increase to the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker. This is something that's good news. We are going to see children, thousands of children, being lifted out of poverty because of this direct increase to the Canada Child Benefit Program. Well, Mr. Speaker, we could go on in terms of the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Again, something in which I have talked about in the past. You know, we often talk about those most vulnerable in our communities. How many of us have knocked on a door and we've ran into a senior that's finding it difficult to have to meet their financial needs? Maybe it's a medication, or maybe it's additional food supplements, whatever it might be, Mr. Speaker. And often the most vulnerable are those seniors that are limited to their old age supplement. Well, we have seen a historic commitment to the GIS, to the degree in which we are seeing some seniors that will get a benefit of an additional $900+ on an annual basis. Now, many might say, well, that's not much money. But I can tell you, if you're only receiving $10,000, $12,000 a year, that's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. Again, what we are doing by increasing the guaranteed income supplement for our seniors, well, what we are doing is we are lifting, again, seniors out of poverty. So we have a budget that we're voting on, in part because of the budget implementation, that's going to deliver thousands, again, of seniors out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, that's not all. We can talk about the infrastructure, and I'll defer that for a moment, Mr. Speaker, but I want to talk about the importance of a national government working in cooperation with our provinces on two issues. Mr. Speaker, I like to think that we are not only a government for today, but we also think about future generations. And this is something that we believe that ultimately not only is it our government that's demonstrating strong national leadership on the file, but we're working with the provinces. And what I'm talking about is the Canada Pension Plan. You know, for years I sat in opposition when Mr. Harper and the Conservative government did absolutely nothing in regards to the CPP. Even though we had provinces calling for strong national leadership, the Conservative government at the time did absolutely nothing in regards to it. Within a year, Mr. Speaker, under this under the leadership of this Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, we were able to get a historic agreement with the provinces and territories that's ultimately going to ensure that our seniors in the future, our workers of today that are actually making and moving our economy forward, are going to be able to contribute a little bit more towards a pension. At the end of the day, they are going to be receiving more money when it comes time to retire. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that is about having a vision and thinking about future generations. That is something that we did not see with the Harper government, Mr. Speaker, on the pensionable incomes. It was non-existent, Mr. Speaker, dealing on the issue of pensions. So the other issue that I often hear about, members across the way, they will talk about, they'll say, well, what about the price on carbon, Mr. Speaker? And they've made it very clear. The Conservative Party, albeit unique in the entire country, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party here in Ottawa have declared that the price on carbon is a bad idea. They don't care what real Canadians have to say, and one or two members start to applaud on it, Mr. Speaker. You know, I can, you know, it's only this concern. You know, it's a good way to demonstrate just how out of touch the Conservative Party today still remains with Canadians. Political parties of all stripes. You know, we can talk about the Progressive Conservatives in Manitoba, we can talk about the NDP in Alberta, or the Liberals in other jurisdictions, have acknowledged the importance of dealing with Canada's environment. And we saw that from the Prime Minister shortly after becoming the Prime Minister, becoming a part of the Paris Agreement, Mr. Speaker. And then literally months later, here we are meeting with our provincial counterparts, and we now have an agreement which includes provincial governments of all political stripes saying that the issue of a price on carbon is a good thing. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, you have the Conservative Party saying, oh, no, it's a bad thing, and the federal government is just trying to raise more money. Well, Mr. Speaker, I should remind the Conservatives, because sometimes I think they like to play with reality and maybe stretch the truth to turn it into a bit of a falsehood. You know, under that price on carbon, yes, we saw strong national leadership. And through that strong national leadership, we have an agreement that applies in every region of our country. But Ottawa is not going to get a dime from it. All the money is going back, Mr. Speaker, to the provincial and territorial jurisdictions. So that's a good thing. You know, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, if you have a premier and the premier says, I want to take that revenue generated and I want to, you know, reduce their income tax or another form of tax, they can do that, Mr. Speaker. It's going back to the individual provinces. In fact, many of the provinces already have it in place. Only the Conservatives are trying to make us walk backwards on the issue, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't make sense, unless, of course, you believe that the Conservative Party, as I have argued, has in fact lost complete touch with reality and what Canadians feel and know are important, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest to you that it is indeed the latter. So the nice thing about when we have debates of this nature, that we're able to express ourselves, and hopefully members of the Conservative Party will start to question some of their leadership. And there's a number of leadership candidates that are running, Mr. Speaker, to become their new leader. They might want to try to think outside of the box and see which ones are starting to come up with ideas that Canadians can buy into. Because I can tell you that there are initiatives that are being taken by this government that will have a very positive impact on Canada's economy and our environment. Because as the Minister responsible for natural resources is so well articulated, we can do both, Mr. Speaker. And it was clearly demonstrated by this government when we saw the approval of 2 pipelines and ultimately the rejection of 1 pipeline. Because we don't believe that there has to be a trade-off, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the NDP who would like to keep all the oil in the ground, or the Conservatives who would build a pipeline anywhere, even though they never built an inch of it to Tidewaters, Mr. Speaker. But if you listen to the rhetoric from the two, Mr. Speaker, they're at complete odds. I would suggest to you that this government got it right. We set up a process that is fair, a process that allows for consultation, and we're starting to see the benefits of that already, Mr. Speaker. In just over 1 year, we've been able to accomplish more on the pipeline file than the previous government did in 10 years, Mr. Speaker, and we're very proud of that, because at the end of the day, look in terms of the benefits of getting the job done, Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of direct jobs, not to mention the indirect jobs that are being created by a government that not only cares, but has the ability to get the job done, something in which the Conservative Party failed at doing, Mr. Speaker. So there's a lot of things that are happening on this side of the House that is having an impact on the everyday life of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and it's coming through a budget that is good for all Canadians in every region of this country, Mr. Speaker. And what a great way to emphasize that by talking about Canada's infrastructure program. I said earlier I'd want to add some thoughts on the infrastructure program because I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this is one of the programs in which we made a tangible commitment to Canadians, and once again, as other promises that were made to Canadians, we in government are delivering on those promises, on those commitments that we made to Canadians. We have historic amounts of money being invested in infrastructure, and unlike the Conservative Party, we are actually spending the money today in a big way, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that that infrastructure is actually moving forward. Members from across the way say, well, where? Well, take a look, from many of those members, they're very critical about Alberta, and I can tell the members that not only are we moving forward in Alberta, but for the first time in a long time, we actually have a government that actually walks the talk, as opposed to just talking, Mr. Speaker. And all you need to do is take a look at the amount of infrastructure dollars that have already not only been committed to the province of Alberta. And the only reason I'm singling out Alberta, Mr. Speaker, is because some of the comments from across the way in regards to that province. But the principle of what I'm talking about Alberta could be applied in every region of our country, where we have seen a national government work with the local governments, whether it's municipalities or provinces, to be able to deliver priority projects, Mr. Speaker. And in many ways, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars already that has been committed. And we applaud. Let's not underestimate the important work that city councillors, MLAs, community advocates all come to the table, and they put in an effort that made it possible for this government to do what Canadians wanted us to do, and that was to invest in Canada's infrastructure, not just talk about it. That's something in which we saw when Mr. Harper sat in the Prime Minister's chair, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that not only talks about it, but it gets that job done, because we understand the importance of it. And when I look at the province of Alberta, I believe, Mr. Speaker, now it's possible I could be a little bit out on this, but I believe it's about 70 projects to date where, in fact, it's received approval. And many of those approvals are actually underway, where sod's been turned, Mr. Speaker. And it could not have been done with that high sense of cooperation. Mr. Speaker, there is so much that is happening within our country, so many things in which we could actually talk about. I focused on the budget, focused some attention on some of those national initiatives. Earlier today, we talked about, or a number of members raised the issue of the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. An issue that is very close to my heart, because in opposition, I sat for years calling on the Prime Minister at the time and the Conservative government to call for a public inquiry. A couple months into being in government, we initiated that public inquiry, Mr. Speaker. We have a Minister of Health who is truly committed to having a strong national health care system, Mr. Speaker. We all benefit from that. talk to your constituents, ask them in terms of what makes them feel good about being Canadian. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, from my perspective, one of those things is our healthcare system. For the first time in many years, we finally have a Minister of Health that truly believes in Canada's healthcare system and has already been working diligently at trying to achieve something that the Conservative Party could not do, and that was to get a healthcare accord. I would argue because they didn't want one, Mr. Speaker, but we finally have a Minister of Health that is committed at working hard to try to achieve a healthcare accord, Mr. Speaker, something that is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, a personal favorite of mine in regards to policy, and I made reference to it in an SO 31, is the issue of immigration. Immigration is such an important and valuable role for Canada. I can tell you my home province of Manitoba's population would have in fact decreased if it wasn't for immigration over the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And we continue to fix the many problems that are there today, whether it's processing times, especially Mr. Speaker, and I underline family reunification. Marriages is a very serious issue and something we've got to be dealt with. You say I have out of time. I still want to talk about housing and so much more, Mr. Speaker. I'll wait for a question or two. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, and let there be no doubt that this member is an expert at ratcheting up the rhetoric in this House. There's so many things to fix, especially on the fact side in his commentary. So let me just deal with a few of them. I know my members on this side of the House will then fix whatever else needs to be explained to that member. But he talked about that the carbon tax was introduced in cooperation. But as I remember it, it was environment ministers had it dropped on them during an announcement here, and they were actually at a federal, provincial, territorial meeting, and it was imposed on all of the provinces. In fact, it was this government that said, if you don't do this, we will force you, we will shackle you on this policy question. You will have a carbon tax, whether you want it or not, whether the residents of your province want it. Brad Wall, the Premier of Saskatchewan, opposed it. Jason Kenney, the next Premier of Alberta, is opposed to it as well. And it's a shell game with taxes. On one side, they say they're going to be reducing personal income taxes, which they purport to do, but I've explained to this House that repeatedly it doesn't benefit middle-class Canadians. It doesn't, because in fact the highest 20% of income earners earn over $55,000, and we know that those earning $60,000 can expect $261.44 in income tax decrease. You're giving me time, Mr. Speaker, for my question, but what I have to know is, with these pretend tax decreases, the carbon tax, the health and dental tax that are coming in, when will this government actually balance the budget?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member's got it all wrong. I don't think he truly understands what it is that actually has taken place. I don't believe that the provinces were bullied into signing off on an agreement. At least maybe the member could identify a province that felt that they were actually bullied into signing off on an agreement. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that, yes, there might have been one... There might have been one province that wasn't wanting to sign on to the agreement, Mr. Speaker, and I'll concede that particular point to the member. And we'll have to wait and see what happens by that Premier choosing not to sign the agreement. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, every region of this country, and I would argue a vast majority of Canadians, care about the environment and see that the price on carbon is the right way to go.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our honourable colleague across the way seems to think that the louder we speak, perhaps the opposition will believe him a little bit more. So, Mr. Speaker, to benefit our honourable colleague across the way, they have created no new jobs. They are spending billions of dollars on the backs of our future. They're going to tax the next generation, which they say is the most important generation coming forward, and they want to do things for that next generation. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, so our honourable colleague could perhaps understand it and maybe hear it and maybe believe it. They have created no new jobs. What are they going to do? What is this budget going to do to create jobs in my riding?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member is wrong. You know, tell that to the 139,600 jobs that were actually created by with assistance. And again, you get members across the way that kind of heckle, although some of those are part-time jobs. Well, part-time jobs, full-time jobs are a good thing. The point is the members got it wrong, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, we have a government that is putting into place an economic strategy that will, in fact, benefit all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And when a member makes reference to tax breaks, this member is going to be standing up shortly, Mr. Speaker, to vote against one of the most significant tax breaks to the middle class. And I don't know how he justifies that to Canadians or his constituents, because we are going to be putting literally hundreds of millions of dollars in the pockets of many of his constituents, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you very much, and I thank the honourable member for a very passionate, reasoned speech. There's so many good things in this budget for Manitobans, both in the city and outside of the city. For example, in the town of Gimli, in Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, they're getting $3.5 million for a new water treatment plant. In the town of Selkirk, in the same riding of Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, they're getting $3 million for a new wastewater treatment plant. In the town of Saint-Pierre-Joly in southern Manitoba, in the riding of Provencher, they're getting $3 million for a lagoon expansion. All in rural Manitoba, all represented by Conservative representatives, and yet the Conservative government are going to vote against this budget. Can you explain why the Conservative Party would vote against their own interests when they're getting millions in their own ridings in Budget 2016?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way, a good colleague and friend, brings up a number of examples in terms of rural and urban infrastructure dollars that are being spent. And I think that what I would take from the question is just to emphasize just the magnitude of how this government is committed to building Canada's infrastructure. And it doesn't matter whether it's a Conservative riding or a Liberal-held riding or a New Democratic riding or the Green riding or Bloc ridings. The infrastructure program is all about Canadians. It's investing in Canada's infrastructure. And, Mr. Speaker, there is a huge infrastructure deficit. And for the first time in many years, this is a government that's prepared to invest in Canada's infrastructure.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the member's speech this afternoon, and I must admit, he does a good job for the most part, but parts of it were truly laughable. He stated that all Canadians should get behind this budget. Well, we're getting behind with this budget, but it's $30 billion behind that we're getting, and that's what we're getting is right in the behind. We're getting $30 billion in deficit. He's talked about hundreds of millions of dollars in tax cuts, but he hasn't talked about the $30 billion in deficit. Those are the things that he needs to pay attention to in his own speech, Mr. Speaker. He's talked about all of these benefits, but what he hasn't talked about is all of the extra taxes that are going to be added on. More taxes you can shake a Liberal stick at. Taxes on employment, taxes on medical benefits, taxes on small businesses that they did not remove as they promised, taxes on everything we buy through the carbon tax. I asked the member opposite, how can he explain the kickstart to the economy that his government promised when they put this on the back of taxpayers and have created 0 new full-time jobs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The first thing I would say dealing with the deficit issue is that the Conservative Party has absolutely zero credibility on the whole issue of deficit financing or balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker. Because when Mr. Harper became Prime Minister of Canada, he inherited a proven, well-demonstrated, multi-billion-dollar surplus. Before the recession even kicked in, he not only got rid of that surplus, got us into a deficit situation, and that continued to the degree in which he accumulated $150 billion, not million, billion dollars in terms of a deficit. So there is no lessons to be taught from Conservatives on the issue of on deficits, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of jobs, I can assure the member that there has been in excess of 139,600 jobs. That's not bad for 1 year, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his
this speech, and I appreciate the volume. It's the first time I've been in this House in a year. I don't have to listen with my earpiece on, just screaming. It reminds me a lot of Nigel Tufnell from Spinal Tap, where most people have it up to 10, but he cranks it, his speaker, he cranks it up to 11. I just want to correct a couple of things. First, on infrastructure spending in Alberta. Back in the 10 years before the Harper government was in power, the Liberal government contributed a combined $350 million over 10 years. During the Harper period, it was $3.5 billion. But I want to just bring something back infrastructure spending in Alberta. Transit infrastructure spending under their plan shortchanges Alberta on a per capita basis of 12%. So the government is actually underfunding. I wonder if maybe the minister would actually stand up for Alberta and get this fixed, unlike the infrastructure minister from Edmonton Manning, who's happy to underfund Alberta on transit infrastructure spending. Will you stand up and tell this House that you will back Alberta for the full amount per capita that we should get?
Just remind honourable members to direct their speech and questions through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. First, if I may, it's very easy to get excited about this budget, and when you find out the types of things that we're doing within this budget, the member should realize why it is I get so passionate about it, because I truly believe in this budget, because I believe that ultimately it is in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that all members should feel very passionate about this particular budget. Maybe not as much as I do, but some acknowledgement in terms of the value of the budget would be great. I can assure the member that this government looks at Alberta as it does all regions in a fair and equitable way, and we are there for Albertans as we are there for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Essex, in respect to international trade. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, in respect to public safety. And the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam, in respect to fisheries and oceans. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must point out that compared to the previous speaker, I get the impression it's the first time that I will lower the volume in the House of Commons. So at the outset, I'd like to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with my wonderful colleague, the member for North Island Powell River, excuse me. That's quite an honor. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I simply want to remind the House and the citizens listening to us that we're discussing the budget implementation bill. Once again, under pressure of a gag order, a Liberal government that had promised to do politics differently, to respect institutions, to give more space to parliamentarians, but once they have a majority, oops, well then it's funny how bad habits that were criticized just yesterday become the usual practice of the new government. In that regard, since there's a lot of talk about that these days, we could add a question about this on mydemocracy.ca. Do you agree to give a majority to the Liberal government when you know full well that they will not fulfill their promises? The first thing I'd like to discuss with regard to Bill C-29 is the changes regarding banks and credit card companies. In Quebec, there is real worry about the protection of consumers. It's bizarre. Despite the fact that Quebecers elected 40 Liberal MPs in the last election, no one on the government benches is raising that question. When you're the client of a bank in Quebec, you're protected by the Quebec legislation on consumer protection, which provides for things that are good for people, like limits on credit card fees, protection for something that everyone knows about. If your credit card is stolen and the thief uses it to buy expensive things like electronics or what have you, the Quebec law means that you won't pay more than $50 in penalty. With regard to the changes under C-29, where it's worrisome is that those provisions will no longer apply. We don't really know what's going to happen. Will the credit card companies be allowed to increase the maximum amount of penalty from $50 to $200, $500, $1,000? We run the risk of losing this protection, which was hard fought for by consumers, and they're right to be worried. When you see the MC for a consumer protection show on Radio-Canada saying in the paper this morning, there's danger here, you may lose protection that you take for granted, and I see members on the government benches who are nodding. I hope that some corrections and amendments can be put in this bill to protect people, especially annual fees on credit cards. This is quite vague right now. We don't know what the future would look like. It's a concern, and I hope we can work together to find a solution. One thing that really bothers us on the New Democrat benches is the whole Liberal promise about helping the middle class. We heard this time and time again for 78 days, that we'll have a government that will really respond to the aspirations and needs of the middle class. How? Through tax relief. That's one way. We preferred more services to reduce cost of services to people, such as cheaper daycare. Nothing's being done right now about that. But when you look at the tax cuts for families under the Liberals, you realize that they have a definition of the middle class that gives a privilege to the wealthiest. If you don't earn $45,000 a year, you will get zero tax relief. Nothing. Anyone who doesn't earn $23 an hour gets no help from this Liberal government. If you're single, if you have no children, and you work for $21 an hour, the Liberal promise is worth goose egg. That's unacceptable, knowing that the median wage is about $33,000, $34,000 a year. So, at the outset, at least half the population does not benefit from the Liberal plan. Those who benefit most will be those who earn $80,000, $90,000, $120,000 a year. To our mind, that's not the middle class. Those aren't the people who need help. So it's very disappointing to see the Liberals do this, another broken promise. C-29 also broaches the topic of employment insurance. Yes, we have to admit there's a redefinition of appropriate employment that's more acceptable. It's a step in the right direction. But there are major problems in EI in this country, and that's been true for years. It's the fact that fewer and fewer unemployed people have access to benefits when they need them. Employment insurance is just that, insurance. Everybody pays premiums while they're working. They put it in a common pot so that the day they unfortunately lose their jobs, if the plant closes down or what have you, they can get what they need to transition toward a new job and pay their bills, pay their rent, pay the mortgage, pay for groceries. Whereas in the 80s, almost anyone who lost their job was entitled to some kind of check. Now we're down to about 40%. So the majority of people who pay into this common pot don't have access to it the day they need it. C-29 does not change that situation one whit. That worries us. That is part of our values. There are a lot of questions about values these days. It's part of our values, but it's also part of our social safety net as well, where nobody's left by the wayside. Nobody wants to lose their job. Nobody wants their plant to shut down. Nobody wants the manufacturing sector to be bled dry and have no industrial policy. We have to be able to help the unemployed and do something else, something extra to help the employed, seasonal workers who are so hard hit by the previous government, and now there's nothing on the table for those unemployed people and future unemployed people, unfortunately, because there are more and more. Once again, One thing visibly absent from C29 is that whole promise about help for small and medium-sized business. SMBs create new jobs, the jobs of tomorrow, those that make our communities dynamic, be you in a city or a rural area. In Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, small and medium-sized business are what drives my neighborhood. That's what creates jobs, wealth, means that we're living in a place that's enjoyable, pleasant, and acceptable. What does the government say? We recognize your contribution to job creation, but where's the help for small businesses? We're going to cut your taxes from 11 to 9%. Where's that written, Mr. Speaker? There's nothing about that. It's very disappointing because we would have hoped to see the Liberals do what they said during the campaign. We hope they understood the message. People who start businesses, who work in small business, who have family-run small businesses. There's one simple thing that could help small business that is not in C29. You know, when you use your credit card at a convenience store, let's say, quite often the business person will refuse your credit card because the fees they have to pay are exorbitant. If you use your Interact card, there is a fixed fee that's tolerable. They don't have too many complaints about that. But when you use your credit card, there's a percentage which is truly exaggerated. One might have thought the Liberal government was going to implement some kind of practice to help those small businesses by reducing that percentage, that rate that they have to pay if they accept credit card transactions.
Oh, I've just got a minute left. Well, what about the infrastructure bank then? We're seeing privatization of our public services, of our infrastructure. That's worrisome. Why bring in private money and guarantee them a 7% return when they could borrow the money at 2%? We're very concerned that the jewels of our economy, the ports and airports, are going to be sold to foreigners, to the private sector. We don't understand why Credit Suisse is being consulted by the government when it is a company that specializes in privatization of airports. So I hope that we'll get some answers from the government. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to debate this, but it is once again what they have decided on that side.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his passionate speech this afternoon. You know, we had an election a little over a year ago, Mr. Speaker, in which the other party, the NDP, was talking about balancing the budget. And I haven't seen what the plan was that we could have been following that would have resulted in a balanced budget. So far, I'm hearing a lot of costs. I'm hearing a lot of decreased revenues, but I haven't seen where that goes in terms of balancing our budget. Could the honourable member describe to us in the House how we could come to a balanced budget under the NDP's programs?
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think he only read half of our election platform. He didn't read the part about the revenues, and that's the more interesting part. We wanted to help small and medium-sized businesses, but at the same time, there were some simple things that could have been done in order to increase state revenues, government revenues. What about stop giving subsidies to oil companies? What about dealing with tax evasion and tax avoidance? We're talking about billions of dollars in losses because of tax havens. So we're seeing the government say such lovely things, but it's not doing anything. If we can't help our students, if we can't create jobs, it's because of tax havens. And we could also hike taxes for large corporations. Since 2002, it went from 28% down to 15%. I think they can afford to do their share as well.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
I read the platform very closely in the last election and saw the part where the daycare program relied entirely upon the provinces picking up the bill for it and you getting the credit. I remember that very closely. But the question I have for the member opposite is a very simple one. Asked a direct question by the NDP about selling airports, the answer was no. Why is the NDP still afraid that that was going to happen?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I'd like to say, as regards the public daycares and affordable childcare spaces that help family, including families in Toronto who are paying $70, $80 a day in childcare fees, that it's a bit ironic to have a question from a party that states in a red book that, and they went on 3 consecutive elections, that they were going to create a national childcare system, and they never did it. With respect to the election promises, I'd like to remind the member is that I too read the Liberal platform, and it says black on white that 2015 will be the last election under the current voting system. What does he think about that?
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Well, he represents a riding in Montreal. I know that he's also very aware of what's happening in the regions. He wrapped up at saying a few words about the infrastructure bank and the privatization of infrastructure. Now, my riding has one large urban center. There are several that are under 10,000, and some are as small as 500, so the bulk are very small locations. The government seems to have abandoned them, and I'd like him to tell a little bit about C29 represents in terms of infrastructure for rural communities like the ones that I represent. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for her question. I am from Montreal. Nobody's perfect, but even as someone from Montreal, I am very much aware of what's happening in the ridings and in the rural areas. The government's infrastructure bank is designed to have large contracts. Some things have to cost more than $100 million, and that will eliminate or take out of contention these small communities. That I would be happy to see that happening in Montreal, but this isn't all about Montreal. If they sign or get some private corporations involved, we're talking about user fees, tolls, and all kinds of fees, and we don't want anything to do with that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in this House to speak on Bill C-29. Mr. Speaker, my constituents identified 3 priorities in our riding. They have serious concerns around the needs of seniors, about housing that is affordable, and addressing the serious issue of climate change. This work has influenced my actions heavily. I'm holding seniors' town halls that will be wrapping up in January. And in a riding of my size, I will be hosting a total of 11. The need for affordable housing has been framed in my private member's bill, C-325, on the right for housing for Canadians. And this summer, we will begin the work that we have to do with our constituents around the important issue of climate change. Beyond these 3 priorities, my staff and I work hard on many challenges constituents face. Small business needs, transportation, issues around our ocean, issues with trade, and much, much more. My constituents sent me here to have a strong voice for them in this place. This is why I was very disappointed yesterday when the government reduced the time we could speak on this important bill. This bill includes 146 clauses that would amend 13 pieces of legislation. Bill C-29 was introduced in the House of Commons, and 3 days later, debate began on this past Friday. With the time allocation now, there is very little time for parliamentarians to debate its content. Time allocation provides the government with a mechanism for setting out the amount of debate a bill will receive at any given stage. When the notice is given, a short debate is had, a vote is called for, and if the motion is approved, as it was by this government, a limit for debate is established. Mr. Speaker, I take my duties of this job that I have very seriously. Part of those duties are standing in this House debating on bills before this place. During the last Parliament, New Democrats decried the Conservatives' routine habit of this procedure. A year into their Liberal mandate, and they have not copied this practice. They have outright championed it. I would like to remind the members on the governing side that Canadians expect to know how they spend their money. C-29 is a budgetary instrument, a bill that has specific changes to the Bank Act, to small businesses, Canada Child Benefit, and the Employment Insurance Act. It must be taken seriously. Specifically, the NDP is concerned by the fact that many relatively technical legislative changes, 239 pages, amending over a dozen acts, are included in a single bill, while we have not had the time needed to debate them sufficiently. In my riding, families are struggling daily. Families have to make decisions if they can afford to send their children to the swimming with their classes because they can't afford the $2 fee that the school is requesting. Mr. Speaker, families are also facing serious challenges around finding daycare. Daycare spaces are limited and the cost is often just too much. The child benefit was a step in the right direction, but the amount did not create childcare spaces or make it affordable for families. And now we see that the Canada Child Benefit will be indexed in 2020, as the Liberals have proposed, rather than listening to the so-called inadmissible amendment made in the committee to see the index to inflation each year starting January 1st, 2017. This means that each year the benefit will be worth less to Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, I have veterans who are standing outside of local businesses fundraising for their medication in my riding. Seniors who are making choices between medication, food, or paying for their heat. Where is there anything in this budget that will help these folks be able to afford their medication? Small business owners who are looking for ways to build their businesses because they see opportunities, but without the promised tax break, are finding it hard to invest in the important infrastructure or human capital that they need. Mr. Speaker, small businesses have grown in my riding and provided jobs where our larger resource-based jobs were lost. The government saying that businesses want money in people's pockets to spend in those businesses is only one part of the equation. The promised tax cut would have meant an equitable support to businesses across the country. Each area faces multiple challenges, and this tax cut would have really made a difference in my riding. In fact, the Liberals have rejected our proposals to cap transaction fees for credit cards and are doing nothing to facilitate the transfer of family businesses within the immediate family. Small businesses could not be clearer. As the job creators of this country, a cap on transaction fees for credit cards would make a real difference. Why is this government prioritizing credit card companies over small and medium-sized businesses in Canada? In my riding of North Island Powell River, it is the small and medium-sized businesses who are participating in the Chambers of Commerce, giving back to the communities at events, and employing people. It is time to give them the support that they need because they benefit us all so very much. This budget also shows a worrisome trend with this government, a hands-off approach that signals an increase in upcoming privatization schemes. This comes to us as a bit of a surprise because Budget 2016 did not include any details of a privatized Canadian infrastructure bank. It did have the term asset recycling, which we asked numerous questions about. We know that asset recycling is a financial term that involves the sale of an asset and the use of proceeds of the sale to invest into another asset. For the government, it means selling public infrastructure or privatizing it to raise money that will be used to fund other infrastructure. On October 20th, 2016, we learned that the Liberals gave Credit Suisse, an investment firm specializing in privatization, the mandate to advise the Liberals on the benefits of privatizing Canadian airports. It seems like a foregone conclusion that the recommendation will be privatization. Other pension funds are salivating at the prospect and don't even hide that it's about private ownership or private management of public assets. As Claude Lamoureux, former CEO of Ontario's Teacher Pension Plan, said on May 25th, 2016, for government, it's a way of offloading, of giving that to someone else. And in my opinion, this someone else might be more efficient than government. The roadmap is pretty clear. Sell airports and possibly other infrastructure to raise some or all of the $40 billion to be invested in the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. They hope that these public funds will attract $160 billion in private capital. Regardless of the way the bank will work, it is clear that private investors and pension funds will be asking for a return on investment, which makes sense. That's what they do. The only way to do this is to create a revenue stream, and that means imposing tolls and user fees at a rate of between 7 to 9%. What will this mean for communities across Canada? I represent many small and rural communities. The need for infrastructure is profound, and often they are left behind. This scheme will not benefit the people of these small communities. How long will they have to pay tolls or user fees to get the benefit of 7 to 9% on investment? This scheme is so speculative that even President-elect Donald Trump thinks it's a great idea. Since we are on the topic of implementing certain provisions of the budget, can the government finally admit which ports, which airports, and which bridges will be privatized? What will be tolled, and which user fee can Canadians expect? These are simple questions, Mr. Speaker. My constituents who work so hard are left wondering when these costs will appear. I'm particularly concerned what this means for our smaller communities who won't be able to generate the kind of user fee revenue streams that would be attractive to investors in this bank. Why is the government taking away allocated funds for infrastructure towards a new scheme that simply won't help our communities in my riding? Mr. Speaker, during this time of year, many organizations, service groups, and people are working to make sure that the holidays will be a good one for those who are struggling to make ends meet. I remember being in Port Hardy and one member of the community showing me the food bank. He said 20 years ago, we didn't have that. We had enough jobs. Now we have been forgotten and we fundraise to feed ourselves. Mr. Speaker, this budget could do so much more. I want to thank all those people, organizations, and service groups who are actively working to feed those across the riding who are hungry. If it be the Eagles Auxiliary, who've been fundraising for weeks now, selling food to raise money to feed those who desperately need it. The Angel Trees, where people buy a gift for a child who would go without if not for the generosity of the communities I serve. For the Community Resource Center in Powell River, the Salvation Armies, the Good Food Box program, all the food banks across the riding, Grassroots Kind Hearts, and the Beacon Club, just to mention a few. Poverty is real in our communities, and I thank all those who work every day on the ground to fight it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Bravo. Questions and comments. Commentaire. The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member for her speech. And I agree with her. Poverty is very real all across Canada. Certainly in my city, the city of Winnipeg, we have too much child poverty. That's why in 2016 I was so proud of the Canada Child Benefit. It's a more generous child benefit than what was there before. It is targeted to those who need it. The less you make, the more you will receive. And at a certain level, if you make too much, you're not going to receive anything. And probably the most important thing, though, is that it's tax-free. So if a family receives $400 for their Canada Child Benefit, they will keep $400 per month. And it will lift 300,000 children out of poverty. So my question is, as a faithful NDP member and a fine representative, how can she vote against something as beneficial to fight child poverty as the Canada Child Benefit?
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, the reality for so many families is facing multiple challenges around poverty. You know, when I knocked on doors, I talked to many women who had quit their jobs because they simply could not afford to pay daycare and work because there was not affordable daycare. And that meant that they were sacrificing opportunities for them in their own career. And so they felt hopeless, like there was no way forward for their family. They wanted to provide a good opportunity for the future of their children and their family, and they couldn't. So my answer through you, Mr. Speaker, is, first of all, it was a step in the right direction. We want to make sure that families are getting the resources they need to meet the needs of their family. But it does not have any impact on having affordable childcare, for having the seats that are so badly needed in my riding and everywhere else, and you didn't index it. You're not going to until 2020, and that is a shame.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
I heard and listened with great interest about the need for childcare, and I hope the member opposite recognizes that we were a matter of days away from a national daycare strategy when the party opposite chose to pull the trigger on a minority government and defeated a national daycare program, and for that they should be held responsible. You could have waited. You could have waited, and you could have delivered that and $2.7 billion for housing, and you could have delivered the Kelowna Accord, and you could have delivered so much to this country if you just had a little patience. But my question is this. I've heard the NDP rail against private-public partnerships ever since we started talking about the infrastructure bank. There's a project on Bay Street, a street they love to point fingers at in Toronto, that requires a public-private partnership to succeed. It requires the sale of a public asset, parking lot, the redesign and reconstruction of the GO bus terminal in a new office tower that will be built by a Quebec pension fund. The profits from this project will not only deliver a new park over the rail corridor, it will also build a new ferry terminal, one of the most important pieces of infrastructure for the working class in Toronto. That ferry terminal cannot be built without a public partnership, public-private partnership. It's called the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. Would they like us to cancel the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal? Is that what they're actually saying in their opposition?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his very impassioned question. I would just like to take the opportunity to remind him that it is 2016 and something that happened 13 years ago is something we should let go of and really deal with the issue that we need to see a real change in providing affordable childcare. This is something that people across this country are asking for, and as government, I believe it's their job to listen. And you know what? If we're going to talk about a privatized bank for infrastructure, my response is very simple. If this was the plan from the Liberal government all along, why was it not clearly spelt out in their campaign? If they were so afraid to tell Canadians what their plan was, why didn't they make sure to inform them as they should have? Because that's what we do when we campaign. We put forward a plan and we're transparent. And if they want to talk about transparency, maybe they should try it a little more. Here.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, I'll let him know that while he'd normally have 20 minutes for his remarks, we're going to be down to about 14 given the time that's available for government orders this afternoon. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you sincerely. It's my pleasure to stand and speak on Bill C-29 again in this House. I'm not sure my remarks will be as colorful, as passionate as the prior exchange, but I'll try my best. When I stand and speak on Bill C-29 and think about Budget 2016, I think about where it takes our economy, I think about where it takes the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge forward, and I think about what it does for those middle-class Canadians, those working Canadians in our country that are working every day and putting food on their table and saving money for their children's future, for their children's school, for their education, for their sports, and so forth. I think about what our budget and what our government is delivering for Canadians on a daily basis, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's a tax cut that benefits 9 million Canadians over the last year and $20 billion of tax relief over the next 5 years. I think about the enhanced CPP that our government came to in a historic agreement with the provinces. I think about all these measures we are putting in place which will strengthen our economy, which will translate into faster economic growth, and fundamentally, which will translate into good paying jobs for all Canadians. In this part of the speech, I look at what we've done with the Banking Act, or the Bank Act, excuse me, and some of the regulations that we've codified and changed. I was there, Mr. Speaker, when the financial crisis hit Canada, and the global financial crisis hit the world. And I remember seeing some of the banks in the United States not make it due to a liquidity crisis. And during that time, I saw the strength, the regulations of the Canadian banking industry come through. I saw how strong our banks were, whether it was Tier 1 capital levels, the low delinquency rates within the Canadian housing market. I saw the regulators, where it was OSFI, or the Bank of Canada, the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, how everyone was coordinating and working together to ensure that we had a strong banking sector. And we continue to evolve on that line. We continue to work with the Department of Finance, OSFI, the Bank of Canada, to ensure that we have a strong housing sector. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to talk about the Canada Child Benefit. That helps 9 out of every 10 Canadian families. $2,300 a month extra, a year extra that Canadian families will receive. How it will lift 300,000 children out of poverty in Canada. That's something that I think all my colleagues should applaud, and all colleagues from all parties should vote for. I'm surprised they haven't, and they don't. Mr. Speaker, the CCB is transformational. The CPP enhancement is historic. The tax cut to the middle-class Canadians is a centerpiece. Mr. Speaker, we are moving with BC Bill C-29 and Budget 2016 our economy forward. We're building a stronger Canada, a more diverse and inclusive country with better economic growth. And we are in a period I would say, in world economic history, which we look at and see what's going on in the world, and Canada is standing out as a beacon of light. Strong fiscal framework that we continue to improve, a balance sheet that's the envy of the world, a AAA credit rating. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be more proud to be on the Standing Committee on Finance and to ensure that Canada moves forward in a strong way. And Mr. Speaker, it speaks to, on a personal level, my 2 children at home, Eliane and Natalia, my 2 girls who I miss fondly when I'm here in Ottawa, that they have brighter futures. They're 4 and 6. And you know what? I'm here as the representative from my riding, and I'm fighting to make sure that their future is one heck of a bright one. Mr. Speaker, I'll stop my remarks there and look forward to Q&A. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. And I've asked this question a number of times. In fact, I asked the member for Winnipeg North yesterday why he actually moved a clause removal from the bill. And then at the votes last night actually voted against his own amendment. So I wonder if my colleague could answer that question. But another question that has failed to go answered in this debate is the question of when this Liberal government intends to return our budget to a balance. Mr. Speaker, continuing to build on the deficits we have is adding unbelievable amounts of interest cost. In fact, interest costs will go up by $15 billion per year over the next 4. So I'm wondering if my colleague could answer that.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you for that question from my honourable colleague. What I will say is the Conservatives in the 10 years of governing added about $155 billion of new debt onto Canada's total debt and ran deficits for basically every year and inherited a $15 billion surplus when they came to power. So nice job, gentlemen. Within, in my years of experience in working on Bay Street and Wall Street, one of the measures that many of us have looked at is basically what's a debt to GDP ratio. And that ratio is around the mid-30s right now. And we intend to keep it in that area and continue to decline it over a year basis. That's what I say is a proper measure. What I would add is that we inherited not only a deficit on a fiscal side, we inherited a deficit in terms of infrastructure deficit, an educational deficit, and we had to invest. We had to invest in social infrastructure and green infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, that's what we continue to do. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. La députée de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd remind him that for the average Quebecer, they don't have a lot of sympathy for credit card companies. For example, there's a business owner in my riding who told me how credit cards are way too expensive, both for consumers and for retailers. So I'm wondering why, when the government came to power, and now, of course, they always said throughout the campaign that everything was going to be great, but now we're facing omnibus bills again. And the real problem is the abusive rates of credit cards. Now, they're happy to sell off our infrastructures to their banking friends, and then they're increasing the deficit as well. Well, the banks are getting higher interest rates. So why are you giving the banks priority over ordinary citizens?
Merci beaucoup pour la question.
Thank you very much for the question.
That is that I'm very proud of our government's work in working with the province of Quebec and all the infrastructure funding that we've announced over the last several months for La Belle Province. And what I would like to add, our government is very supportive, and we understand full well the importance of small, medium enterprises, and we'll do everything within our wherewithal to make sure they succeed from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me try again. During the Finance Committee's hearings on pre-budget consultations, Mr. Speaker, the committee heard from many people across Canada, many experts who are cautioning this government about going further and further into debt. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to just quote from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, quote, setting out a clear and credible plan to eliminate the deficit in particular should be the government's top budget priority. And he put it to the committee as well, with respect, your top priority, it should be your top priority as well. Failing to do so risks setting us on a path of protracted deficit and increasing long-term costs or long-term opportunity costs. In this regard, I'd encourage the government to reconsider the enactment of fiscal rules such as balanced budget legislation. Mr. Speaker, could my colleague explain why his government, immediately upon taking office, reversed the balanced budget legislation that our government enacted, which would have kept us from this precarious position of going further and further into deficit financing? Thank you, Mr.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question, honourable colleague. What I will say is that our government ran on a platform of investing in Canada and investing in Canadians, and that's what we plan to do, and that's what we're executing on. It's a $180 billion program to invest in infrastructure. My member here opposite, they left us a huge infrastructure deficit. We are looking at the world environment. We have a period of very, very low interest rates. Every individual, every expert that came to Finance Committee encouraged the governing party to invest in infrastructure, to take advantage of the low interest rates that currently that are basically globally, and to use that opportunity to invest in Canada and invest in Canadians. And that's what we're going to continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Laurentide-La Belle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the 10 years from 2006 to 2015, well, 9 years, the Conservatives managed to balance two budgets which were inherited from the Liberals, and then throw us into deficit in 2008, and then spend $160 billion of new debt without actually having anything to show for it. When you buy a car, the value of your car drops over time. That's what the Conservatives did with $160 billion. When you buy a house, it generally retains its value. It's an investment. I wonder if the member could speak to the value of the gazebos we acquired and the fake lakes and so forth, if they could have done a little bit better with that investment they did over those 9 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Well, I do remember quite well the gazebo that was built. I haven't really visited it or anything, so I can't describe what it looks like. But I do understand it was an investment made in one of the members' communities. Not sure quite why. What I will say is that our government is continuing to invest in Canada and Canadians. If you look at our Canada Child Benefit, if you look at our infrastructure program, whether it's green infrastructure, social infrastructure, if it's helping daycare centers rebuild, if it's helping for putting an investment in women's shelter, we are doing what Canadians expected us to do and what Canadians wanted us to do when they voted us and gave us our mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleagues, and in fact, I asked this question of all my Liberal colleagues, is how they can stand in this House and say time after time after time that they were left with a deficit when the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself and their Finance Department clearly said that we left the government with a huge surplus. In fact, over $1 billion surplus. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like him to correct the record for this House and for all Canadians and let them know that the Conservative government left the Liberal government as they came into power with a huge surplus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. What I will say to my honourable colleague is very simply, I'm here to build a better Canada along with my colleagues and to make sure that my children who are growing up in this wonderful country of ours have a bright future ahead. And that's why we're making the necessary investments in infrastructure, be it social, green, community housing, introducing the Canada Child Benefit, those key investments that will provide long more inclusive, and higher growth rates for the economy. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and comment. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Following up on that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member more about the conservative deficits they left us, not only financial ones, but deficits in staffing levels in government departments, deficits in supports for veterans, deficits in support for the poorest Canadians and children. And I'm hoping the member can just elaborate a little more on all the good we're doing to undo the other social fabric deficits and infrastructure deficits and government support deficits that the previous government left this government with.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, honourable colleague, for asking me. My focus here as a representative for Vaughan Woodbridge is very simple, is to make sure that we're working hard day in, day out to provide a better future for the residents I represent, but for all Canadians. And that's what our government is doing. That's what our plan is the plan we put forward, and that's why we're executing on it. Whether it's a Canada Child Benefit, whether it's the measures contained in Bill C-29 that deal with tax fairness, that deal with tax evasion and tax avoidance measures that are in Bill C-29, whether it's our regulations dealing with the Bank Act to make sure that Canadians from coast to coast to coast know that the banking system is sound and stable, that there are people that they can turn to if they have concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 17 heures.
As it is 5:15 p.m., pursuant to the order adopted on December 5th, 2016, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to put to a vote all questions necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill, of which the House is now seized. The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Mahajcik, moves that Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Mahaichuk, moved that Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Paltrow.
Ms. Paltrow.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lausanne, Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Madame Dubourg.
Madame
Monsieur
Dubourg.
Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar
Mr.
Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allislev.
Ms. Allislev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda
Monsieur
Sangri.
Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vondad.
Mr. Vondad.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pullius.
Mr. Pullius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Beerson.
Mr. Beerson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Lucas.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 168, 168. Nays contre 129, 129.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, December 1st, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-245 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Ms. Sans Souci, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moved that Bill C-245, an act concerning the development of a national poverty reduction strategy in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée à ma vote.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Gauche.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
C245 in favor.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Bound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur.
Fourth row.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Third row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Second row at my right.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus. No?
First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Fourth row at
Barra.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
third row at my left.
Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Storm Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Second row at my left.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Abdul Taïf.
Monsieur Abul Taïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Brazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey Avignon, la métis Matane
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. Diario.
Mr. Diario.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Third row at my right.
Yeah.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mrs. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Second row at my right.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Topco North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Paltrow.
Paltrow.
Mr. Sadgin.
Mr. Sadgin.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Yeas pour 52, 52. Nays contre 238, 238.
I declare the motion defeated.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, December 1, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-228 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moved that Bill C-228, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, closed containment aquaculture, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my left.
Marcel. Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
At my left.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Ms.
Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Back to Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Row at my right.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Row at my right.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
First row at my right.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire. Sorry, Mr. Zimmer. Not Mr. Albus.
Zimmer.
Not Mr. Albus.
Not Mr. Albus. Okay.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mitch.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Starmont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Second row at my left.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warrawak.
Mr. Warrawak.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Row at my left.
Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Back to Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon, la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Oh, at my right.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Row on my right.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Back. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Lemeti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Vertansey.
Ms. Vertansey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Back to Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
At my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Paltrow.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Appel au règlement, l'honorable.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like a clarification. In the second and third votes, there were some members who voted twice, or so it appeared. So we'd like a clarification about that.
Si quelqu'un a voté deux.
If anyone voted twice, one vote cancels out the other. But if there are members who voted in this vote and wish to clarify their intention, they may do so. The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer on this point. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Concerning the second vote, in the words of an American politician,
or I was against it. So I just want to let you know that I did vote against this second vote.
King Vaughan, order.
I missed my opportunity. Point of order. I missed my opportunity to stand when I meant to vote in favor of this motion. So I'd like to register my vote as in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Chilliwack Hope is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, this is on another matter. On private members' business, the entire process is designed so that the votes start at the back and move their way forward. It's disturbing to me that there have been on numerous occasions where entire rows have missed the vote and it has come forward and then jumps back to a row further to the back. I think that defeats the purpose of the way that we vote on private members' business. So I would encourage you to look at the tape, and I think if people miss an entire row, they probably have missed their opportunity to cast their ballot on a particular issue.
Well, I appreciate the intervention by the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope. I think that the intention and desire is to make sure that a member's vote is counted in the way that they desire. Were I someone who'd never made a mistake, I might be less open to that, but I'm certainly not one of those. But I'll consider it further, and if I need to come back to the House, I will do so. I thank the member for raising this. Order. If a member, further to the first point of order, if a member did not stand at all in a vote, they would require unanimous consent to have their vote counted. Now, the member for King Vaughan did not stand at all, and I suspect she would like unanimous consent. I see her nodding. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Yes, please, if it's possible. I appreciate that.
Agreed. Are there any no's? I hear a no, unfortunately, so there is no unanimous consent. Well, I gotta make sure I hear it, because it's hard to hear when there's everybody going.
Yeas pour 80, 80, nays contre 217, 217.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:20, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-235 in the name of Mr. Bagnall, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, fetal alcohol disorder.
I just want to remind the members that the vote is over and we're going into debate. So I know you all get along fine, and I like the fact that you're all talking, but if you have something to say and it's a little loud, if you don't mind taking it into the lobby and then coming back after.
The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to finish the speech that I began very briefly, in which I had explained the fact that when you're talking about fetal alcohol syndrome, very often for mothers, it's very difficult to admit that they drank alcohol during pregnancy. Quite often, they're embarrassed to admit it, particularly when they say to themselves, well, once I knew I was pregnant, I stopped. But unfortunately, what we've found out through scientific research is that the first trimester of pregnancy is the one where alcohol has the worst effects on the fetus, so often the damage is already done. When we talk about fetal alcohol syndrome, this was first discussed in 1968 among scientists, a first case described by Lemoine and officially recognized only in 1973. So what that means is that people over 43 may have been affected by that syndrome, but it wasn't necessarily diagnosed at birth because this was not scientifically recognized at the time. So there are people over 43 who may have that problem and be in our penal system or have delinquency problems and not be very well understood because of their medical condition. There's also the fact that sometimes it might be difficult to go back and find out whether this is a fetal alcohol syndrome or not, because we need the medical history of the pregnancy and whether the mother drank and so on. It's possible that the mother has died by then, so it's difficult to determine whether alcohol was consumed or not during the pregnancy. I think it's important to point that out because there's a significant link between FAS and crime. We're talking about 60% of the people affected by this syndrome who get in trouble with the law in their lifetimes. That's a very significant amount. When you're talking about 60%, that's more than 1 out of 2. And that's because of the problems this syndrome causes. These people are more likely to be influenced by people around them who have ill intent or have poor judgment. So perhaps it puts them at a higher risk group to be brought into delinquency by others. So there are many effects.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear the honourable member. So please, if you have discussions, it's very important for you to continue them, but not in the chamber while someone is making a speech. So, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, as I was saying, in 1998, there was a survey done to find out what was the incidence of FAS worldwide. Worldwide, there are about 2 children out of 1,000 affected, but in Canada, 9 out of 1,000. That's 3,000 babies a year, approximately. Much higher incidence. Perhaps this is more prevalent because alcohol consumption is legal in Canada and may not be socially unacceptable, more so that in countries where alcohol is illegal or is far less available because it's socially unacceptable. I think that's something that has to be taken into account. It's a specific feature of Canada that has to be taken into account into our justice system. There are 4 specific diagnostic criteria. Delays in growth, both prenatally and postnatally, be it birth weight or length ratio. We see that. There are malformations, facial abnormalities that are quite technical but are quite specific, and evidence of central nervous system disorders, cognition, brain structure, communication. And it's also seen in school results, executive functioning, memory. So as you can see, there are criteria that are visible at birth, but in some cases it's more difficult to see this at birth. So there has to be follow-up in order to determine that this is the case, because we're talking about a baby that's very big at birth, but who has growth delays after birth. Perhaps that has to be examined. If there are craniofacial abnormalities, if there was a very difficult labor and birth, if forceps had to be used, perhaps it's better to wait a little before diagnosing FAS in order to be very sure that that's the case. When there's cognition, cognitive delays, that's difficult to evaluate with a newborn, of course. So it's important to have to ensure that there's follow-up for these people. But as we know, they are at risk of engaging in crime and delinquency. So it's important not only to take into account FAS in the penal system when comes time to impose sentences, but also take into account any assistance that can be provided to these people from early childhood to adolescence in order to provide psychosocial supports, make sure they are followed by social workers, because we know these people are at higher risk of getting into a life of crime. It's worthwhile in storing this. There are many cases in Aboriginal communities, so I think it's worth having specific programs for Aboriginal communities for fetal alcohol syndrome to make sure those young people are followed, because we know there's a higher risk of delinquency. So it's important to take it into account in the penal system, in sentencing, in the justice system, but I think it's also important to take it into account more generally to avoid having people end up in that situation. And this should be added to the discussion we have with regard to this bill. Thank you.
A member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
In the House of Commons for debate on Bill C-235, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. It's an act that looks at fetal alcohol spectrum disorder in the criminal justice system and to make it more responsive to the needs of our society. It's incredible today in 2016 that we still lock up people who suffer and that we have little to no account for the impact that means on their mental health and their long-term outcomes. In this case, we are talking about FASD. And we're talking about the outcomes it has on the criminal justice system and the hopeful rehabilitation of our fellow citizens. In Winnipeg, I've had the great privilege of meeting youth who have been impacted by FASD, youth who want to contribute to our society. In Life's Journey, an organization in Winnipeg Centre, it helps them by offering training and supports to our fellow citizens so that they can navigate life more successfully. Now, FASD has symptoms that affect the central nervous systems. These include learning difficulties, difficulty with social interactions, behavior affected by impulse and passion with consequences, impacting social interactions, and also memory issues. In my interactions with these youth, I spoke to them about politics and what we do here in this House. And it was just only last month. I also had the opportunity of seeing them working with the drum, using traditional Indigenous healing techniques to make their lives better. And they did those drumming with such passion. They lived in the moment. It was as if there was no tomorrow. It was not in 10 minutes that we're going to be living, but right now, today. They sang Kichi Manitou Makwa, which is a song called Great Bear Spirit. And it was great. And I was proud to participate with them. Now, I've had the opportunity of reading the annual report of the Office of the Correctional Investigator. In January 2016, they reported that the federal corrections system had a sad milestone. 25% of the inmate population in federal penitentiaries are comprised of Indigenous peoples. That is 35% for Indigenous women, and between 2005 and 2015, the federal inmate population grew by 10%. In the same period, the Indigenous population grew by 50%. Now, we all know these stats here in this House. It was a decade of darkness, this growth. We have become ready in our society to lock up and throw away the keys of people who are suffering. People like James, who I met at the John Howard Society, who has been in and out of prison most of his adult life. And as an Indigenous man, he has been given no support, except now with the John Howard Society, a man, James, who suffers from FASD. He is my relation. He is all of our relations. He is my brother. And I believe he too can become a productive member of our society. This bill is the work of the honourable member from Yukon, and I'm very proud of what he has done. It is comprised of 4 recommendations which come from the Canadian Bar Association. This association represents thousands of lawyers who deal with this affliction every day. This bill will allow the courts to order an assessment to determine if a person charged with a crime has FASD. If the assessment is positive, it allows the judge to use it as a mitigating factor in sentencing in certain circumstances. Third, when a person with FASD is in custody, the bill directs that FASD be added to the already prescribed list of special needs that the correctional institution must be responsive to. And most importantly, the offenders with FSAD shall have an external support plan when they leave prison, so they don't immediately reoffend or miss a probation meeting. And, as judges often say, use the revolving door of a broken system again and again and again, and end up in my riding, clogging up, unfortunately, our justice system. On December 18th, 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission issued its final report honoring the truth and also reconciling with the future. The Government of Canada has committed to implementing all of these recommendations, Mr. Speaker, and these goals are important, and they're also very ambitious. The TRC's calls to action impact corrections as well, and so I'm going to read those impacts, or the calls to action which impact corrections. 1, to eliminate the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people and youth in custody over the next decade. 2, implement community sanctions that provide realistic alternatives to imprisonment for Aboriginal offenders and respond to the underlying causes of offending. 3, eliminate barriers to the creation of additional Aboriginal healing lodges within the federal correctional system. 4, enact statutory exemptions from mandatory minimum sentences for imprisonment for offenders affected by fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. 4, and reduce the rate of criminal victimization of Aboriginal people. We promised that during the election. I promised that during the election. And I think this bill goes a long way to making a difference. It's going to go a long way to making this system more responsive. Now, I've been told that there are some provincial justice ministers who are concerned with this bill. But I would say to them that they should remember what their title says. It says Justice Minister. And as a justice minister, they must offer justice to all Canadians. It is unjust when young people with FASD do not receive the community supports they need, when they end up in prison because of a series of poor choices they make throughout their life. And we should be focused on ensuring that our most vulnerable fellow citizens are not in prison due to a lack of resources or time or effort or cost, or perhaps just the plain laziness of bureaucracy and the inability of systems to be flexible. So, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that our government will be able to support this legislation. I hope my fellow parliamentarians will hear the call from the honourable member from Yukon for the great work he has done, because it is important. It is one small step in realizing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 recommendations, and it's a path that we can make today. It's something we can start today. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Tapwe akitwam. Merci.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-35, the title of which is an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, fetal alcohol disorder. I must begin by saying that my New Democrat colleagues and I will support this bill. The NDP hopes that all parties in this House will work together to adopt this reform, which is positive and long awaited and was neglected by the former government. Fetal alcohol syndrome has multiple effects on those affected. Among other things, difficulties with reasoning, the difficulty with retaining certain facts, or difficulty learning from former mistakes or experiences and not repeating the same mistakes. Bill C-235 defines neurodevelopmental problems related to exposure to alcohol prenatally. These disorders are known collectively as fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. The bill amends the criminal code in order to establish a procedure allowing the evaluation of those confronting the justice system who might be affected by this disorder. Could be used as a mitigating factor in sentencing. The bill also allows for FASD to be recognized as a deficiency in the correctional system. It would force the courts to order the people affected by this disorder to follow an external support plan. C-235 picks up on two former bills for people affected by this who are in trouble with the law. With regard to the legal system, the most recent version of the bill allows the courts to order an evaluation despite the objections of the defendant at every stage of the judicial system.
We have supported all past versions of this bill, which seeks to better respond to the needs of offenders with FASD in the legal system. Pursuant to the order of reference of Wednesday, November 26, 2014, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights has studied a previous version of this bill, Bill C-583. The report of that study came out in May 2015. That report states that there is no doubt that people suffering from FASD are overrepresented in the criminal justice system. Following a study undertaken by the Fetal Alcohol Syndrome Society of Yukon, 76 people in the target group affected by FASD have had contact with the legal system. Our justice system at present does not allow for the situation these people face into consideration. It is therefore crucial to support this bill. It must be adopted quickly to take into consideration these people as well as their specific condition when we seek justice. We sincerely deplore that for years the Conservatives ignored the evidence and used a unique model to impose mandatory minimum sentences that were costly, ineffective, and unconstitutional. The NDP supports a more effective and tailor-made approach for these people. There's a problem identifying the syndrome in people who are victims of it. Wenda Bradley, one of the witnesses who appeared before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, explained that FASD often goes undiagnosed in many people who end up in and out of our justice system. The problem is that the syndrome is in some ways invisible. People with it look just like you and me. However, their needs are different. And that's why we must provide them with support throughout the criminal justice process. During his appearance at the same committee, Rodney Snow explained that criminal law is based on the presumption that people make informed decisions, decide to commit crimes, and learn lessons from their own behavior and that of others. However, these presumptions are not valid for people with FASD. Therefore, the criminal justice system does not meet their needs or our expectations. In considering FASD as an attenuating circumstance in the criminal justice system, we are in a better position to adjust sentences accordingly. Studies conducted on young offenders reveal, for example, that criminal penalties do not reduce reoffending. On the contrary, it might even increase it. By adopting this bill, it will be possible for the criminal justice system to adapt sentences for these people and make them as effective as possible. But what's more, a system needs to be put in place that will make it possible to detect FASD in our children. The figures that I have gathered on children with FAS shows how prevalent this problem is in our country. In Quebec, 1 out of every 128 children lives with this syndrome. In Ontario, it's 1 out of 156 children. In Saskatchewan, 1 out of every 40 children, and in the Northwest Territories, 1 out of every 33. We can't wait until they end up before the courts after having committed a crime or an offense to detect the disorder in them. It's better to take action ahead of time than to deal with this after the fact. That is why FASD must be considered an attenuating circumstance in sentencing. The disorder also has other circumstances. A number of FASD symptoms are impulsiveness, and that leads to problems keeping a job or leading a stable life, and that can subsequently lead to poverty and homelessness. Having worked many years in community services, including many years as a director as l'Auberge du Coeur, I was able to follow these young people who had FASD and had developmental delays. They were young people who didn't realize why they were having problems at school. These young people often have a very low self-esteem as well. And young people with low self-esteem leads to a host of other problems. The lack of a follow-up and support, adapted support, penalizes them in the future. So it is critical for the government to do more to support the other levels of government and to help people with FASD and to invest in prevention and awareness. As a member of the NDP, I support this bill, and I invite all of my colleagues in this House to do the same. Thinking about all of the young people suffering from this disorder, we need to think about them, and as we put in place measures to help them. As Rod Snow said, the former head of the Canadian Bar Association, you have to support changes to the criminal code and our correctional system so that they are both adapted and effective in terms of dealing with crime. The former approach is not working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-235, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the fetal alcohol disorder. Alcohol is one of the most toxic substances we humans consume. Unfortunately, it crosses the placenta and disrupts the fetal development. As a result, some children are born with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or FASD. FASD was first identified a little more than 40 years ago when a similar pattern of malformations was discovered in children. But the disorder goes way beyond the physical. Individuals affected by FASD may have trouble with memory, attention, self-care, decision-making, and social skills, and may also suffer from mental health disorders such as depression, addiction, and difficulty controlling their emotions. They may also have problems with organization and planning daily activities, controlling their emotions, and or completing tasks which will allow them to lead productive lives. Circumstances such as these often lead these individuals into trouble with the law and create further issues once they are incarcerated. The consequences associated with FASD are widespread, and they affect the child, their families, and the communities they reside in. To give everybody a better picture of the prevalence of FASD in Canada, this disorder affects nearly 1 in 100 children. Some Canadian data indicates greater prevalence of FASD in children in rural communities, the foster care systems, the juvenile justice systems, and Aboriginal populations. This higher prevalence of FASD found in Aboriginal children is often linked to historical and multi-generational trauma. Research and data on the consequences of FASD have grown in the past decades, and programs are being implemented to prevent the disorder, address the special circumstances and the difficulties people are suffering from FASD. However, it's time to address the FASD in the criminal justice system. In fact, in its calls to action, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada called upon the Government of Canada and the provincial and territorial governments to undertake a reform of the criminal justice system in order to address the needs of the offenders suffering from FASD. This being said, let's get to the reasons why this bill is important. As mentioned by my colleague, the Honourable Member for the Yukon, this bill seeks to do a number of things. First, it seeks to define FASD. Second, the bill would give the court the right to order FASD assessments where it has reasonable grounds to believe an offender may be suffering from the disorder and FASD could have had an impact on the offence committed. Third, the bill would give the court discretion to consider FASD as a mitigating factor when handing down a sentence. Fourth, when a person with FASD is released, they would have an external support plan. It's important to understand the goal of this bill is not to consider FASD as an excuse for bad behavior. When a person breaks the law, it is important that this person be held to account. Why it is important to give the court the ability to order FASD assessments where it has reasonable grounds to believe an offender may be affected from the disorder, it is because not all cases of FASD are physically recognizable, and not all individuals affected from FASD are diagnosed early on in life. They may only discover they have FASD once they enter the criminal justice system. It is essential that screening for FASD takes place within the criminal justice system to better address the needs of those individuals affected from this disorder. The earlier we're able to identify offenders from FASD, the more we're able to avoid more serious crimes being committed in the future, and the more we're able to manage these individuals where they are when they are incarcerated. Then comes the question, why is it important to consider FASD as a mitigating factor in the sentencing process? When a person breaks the law, it is important that this person be held to account, but it's also important to consider the greater picture and to look at the explanation of the person's behavior. As I mentioned earlier, people with FASD may suffer from an array of symptoms, such as lack of understanding the consequences of one's action, making them more prone to trouble with the law. We need to understand that these individuals are born with a development disorder due to exposure to alcohol before they're even born. We need to recognize they are victims of a disorder. It's therefore becomes all about creating a balance between recognizing the effects of disorder on offenders and the need to hold people accountable for their actions. This bill would give the courts the power to do this. Health Canada estimates that as many as 9 in every 1,000 babies born in Canada have the disability on the FASD spectrum. The effects of this are a lifelong array of mental and physical disabilities, including difficulty understanding the consequences of their actions. As a result, many of the victims of FASD end up in Canada's justice system and in the prisons. Data suggests that between 10 to 23% of the inmates in our prisons have FASD. The Canadian Bar Association, the organization representing Canada's legal professionals, agrees that this is too many people that have indicated their support of Bill C-235. They feel that an unfair number of people with FASD are being prosecuted by the legal system. Here's a quote directly from their leader, from their letter, which all members should have received this week from the member from Yukon. We believe that Bill 235 is an important step in addressing some of the shortcomings of the current framework. Bill C-235 advances several changes in line with previous suggestions made by CBA. The CBA supports the proposed amendment to define FASD in Section 2 of the Criminal Code. The CBA also supports an amendment to allow the judge to order an assessment of someone they suspect has FASD. We believe this would assist courts in handing out more appropriate dispositions to people with FASD. The CBA supports amending sentencing provisions in Section 718.2 of the Criminal Code to allow a judge to consider evidence that an offender has FASD as a mitigating factor on sentencing. We also appreciate the section that will require judges to include, as a condition of probation, compliance with the external support plan established for the purpose of supporting and facilitating successful reintegration into society. Finally, we commend the proposed amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to expressly require Correction Services Canada to be responsible to the special requirements or limitations of people with FASD. The problem of incarcerating people with FASD is pressing and can no longer be ignored. This is a strong endorsement, Mr. Speaker, from the legal profession. We need to take action to assist those who have been incarcerated, to help ensure that they will receive support to help them get back into society, and that's why I urge all my honourable colleagues to consider voting in favour of this very important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to contribute to the second reading debate on the matter of Bill C-235, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Correctional and Conditional Release Act concerning fetal alcohol disorder. I'd like to begin by thanking most sincerely the member from York, Yukon, for his advocacy on this very important issue. With this private member's bill and other initiatives, he is growing a greater awareness of a disorder that often goes unnoticed. Mr. Speaker, the private member's bill would amend both the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to provide special treatment for individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, FASD, who are involved in the criminal justice system. The bill proposes to do essentially four things. First, to define FASD in the Criminal Code. Secondly, to permit judges to order FASD assessments for bail and sentencing. 3, to require sentencing judges to consider FASD as a mitigating factor for the purposes of sentencing. And finally, to require Correctional Services of Canada to provide FASD-specific programming for individuals who are serving prison sentences in federal facilities. Mr. Speaker, FASD is a diagnostic term used to describe the brain damage caused by prenatal exposure to alcohol as a result of maternal consumption of alcohol. In other words, if a pregnant woman consumes alcohol while she is pregnant, it may result in irreversible, lifelong brain damage to her baby. According to the Public Health Agency of Canada, FASD affects at least 1% of all babies born in Canada, and it is the leading cause of preventable congenital brain damage and developmental disability. However, due to the fact that there are usually no obvious external physical indicators, FASD is for all intents and purposes invisible. The invisible nature of this condition is one of the reasons it poses such a challenge to the criminal justice system and indeed to our greater society. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize at the outset that the government fully supports the very laudable objectives of the private member's bill. However, after careful consideration, we have concluded that the bill presents serious policy and legal challenges that cannot be substantially addressed through amendments, or for these reasons, the government, and therefore for these reasons, the government is unable to support the specific proposals of this bill. We come to these conclusions after reading the recently released report from a committee of federal, provincial, territorial experts on the exact proposals covered in this bill. This group of experts, the Steering Committee on Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder, was struck at the request of federal, provincial, territorial ministers responsible for justice and public safety. Their mandate was to study the issue of FASD in the criminal justice system and to consider how to improve access to justice for individuals with FASD, and to make recommendations for action to ministers and deputy ministers responsible for justice and public safety. They considered several proposals for legislative reform to address FASD, including the specific ones that are proposed in Bill C-235. The FASD Steering Committee reported their findings and recommendations to the Ministers of Justice just this past October, and their report was made publicly available. Members who have not already done so, I would encourage each and every one of you to read this report, which is publicly available online at the Canadian Intergovernmental Conference Secretariat. I would also like to draw your attention to one of the overarching themes in the report that speaks directly to the heart of the proposals that are before us today. The committee concluded, and I quote, "Legislative amendments which would single out one specific disability for special treatment to the exclusion of others is not supported. The criminal law does not currently single out specific disabilities, and no policy rationale for singling out FASD in this way has been identified." This is a very important point, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to take a moment to reflect briefly on it. The Criminal Code does not currently define any specific mental disorders or disabilities. Instead, Section 2 of the Code defines mental disorder broadly as disease of the mind. This has been interpreted by the Supreme Court of Canada to embrace any illness, disorder, or abnormal condition which impairs the human mind and its functioning. FASD has been found on numerous occasions to be a mental disorder under this very broad definition. The bill's proposal to include a definition of only FASD would therefore likely raise questions about why the law does not also specifically identify any other disorder and may lead to calls for their inclusion in the future. While specifically identifying other disorders may seem like an obvious solution to this challenge, I invite you to consider that there are more than 300 separate and distinct mental disorders listed in the American Psychological Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. One can only imagine what the criminal code would look like if each and every disorder was specifically defined and our courts were given instructions to treat each specific disorder diagnosis differently. Proceeding in the manner proposed by this bill could unfortunately create a potential discriminatory impact of establishing a regime that focuses exclusively on one particular disorder to the exclusion of others. And this reflects one of the many possible unintended consequences of this bill. The government also has similar concerns with respect to the proposed FASD assessment power. It would permit judges to order FASD-specific assessments for a number of enumerated reasons under the criminal law. The proposal to only permit a court to order an FASD assessment would mean other disorders would not be diagnosed, potentially creating a hierarchy of medical conditions in the criminal law. I would also now like to return for a moment to the report of the FASD Steering Committee. They also expressed concern with the issue of creating a specific FASD assessment power in the criminal code. However, they recognized that in the area of sentencing, the ability of the court to order a broader assessment of the mental condition of the accused was unclear, and therefore, these assessments are not undertaken in a consistent way across the country. They were of the view that clarifying the criminal code assessment power to permit a broader assessment of the mental condition of the accused for the purposes of sentencing would permit the court to gather relevant evidence about the accused, including information about the offender's capacities, limitations, and support needs. Such an approach would provide an opportunity to address many of the concerns underlying the proposal for specific FASD assessment and could have a positive impact for all offenders in the criminal justice system, not only for those with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. The government agrees with the conclusions of the Steering Committee. that FASD should not be specifically singled out, but that there should be study of a broader assessment power for the purposes of sentencing, and I would support that approach. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, although the government cannot support the proposals as they are presented in this bill, I want to take a moment to reflect and to again thank the member from Yukon for bringing this very important issue before Parliament. His efforts and his passion have created a national discussion on this very important issue, and I would like to personally commend him for his leadership and his commitment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yukon has 5 minutes for a reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there we have it. We finally have before us a bill that reflects what the legal, medical, and psychological experts have been asking for years. A bill to make long overdue changes to the criminal justice system more accurately affect the appropriate, just treatment for thousands of victims of FASD and to save millions of dollars in court and prison costs. What do the legal experts say? The largest body of experts, the Canadian Bar Association, comprised of 36,000 prosecutors, defense lawyers, and judges, etc., say the following, and quote, people with FASD have a permanent organic brain injury caused by maternal alcohol consumption during pregnancy. That brain injury results in a wide range of symptoms with varying severity, but it is characterized by symptoms that often go against the underlying principles of criminal law. These normative assumptions of criminal law infer that individuals are responsible for their own actions, that they can control their behaviors in keeping with societal expectations, and that they can learn from and be deterred by previous experience. But characteristics of FASD directly challenge these assumptions. Individuals with FASD may exhibit a lack of impulse control, impaired judgment, and an inability to control or modify their behavior. They may be susceptible to pressure from others and lack the ability to learn from past experience or to understand the consequences of their own actions. Poor executive functioning skills means that they may make the same mistakes over and over and over. For these reasons and other reasons, many people with FASD are frequent contact with the criminal justice system. Often the characteristics that made them susceptible to coming before the system are the very same characteristics that will keep them unreasonably enmeshed in the system over time. In June 2015, this reality was recognized in the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The current criminal justice framework does not give individuals with FASD adequate support, which in turn increases the cost to the criminal justice system and the suffering of those involved. We believe that Bill C-235 is an important step in addressing some shortcomings of the current framework. Trial judges must have the discretion to deal humanely with people who have FASD. We urge Parliament to adopt C-235. End of quote from the Canadian Bar Association. There were, you just heard some minor concerns raised earlier, but those have all been addressed in the first hour of debate and also the information I sent you all today. I'm going to close with an excerpt from a long letter I will send you from the mother of an FASD victim. Your vote can slash the suicide rate in certain populations, save innocent people from destructive criminal records which ruin the employment prospects of an already vulnerable group, which are the visibly disabled. Those with both diagnosed and undiagnosed FASD end up in segregation because they are at the bottom of the food chain among convicts. Send a disabled, innocent person to jail to get punished and treated badly, and then wonder why they either kill themselves or come out of jail unable to function and refuse to help anyone who offers it. Why would they trust us? You can save a lot of taxpayer money by voting for this slight adjustment to the justice system. FASD suffering is not due to anything they've done to themselves, but was rather done to them before they were born. Have you thought about the real meaning of mens rea? The same way someone with a development delay cannot form criminal intent, someone with poor executive functioning due to FASD cannot plan a crime. It's about time we allowed science to inform some of the outdated concepts which do nothing to protect society and do inflict a lot of harm. The punishment must fit the crime. In many cases, for the person with FASD, the punishment has nothing to do with fairness and everything to do with our inability to look at the real person behind the crime and what brought them into contact with law enforcement. When we overlook the large number of cases in which FASD is a factor, we miss a chance to address the trauma of living with FASD and instead we add to that trauma. We send the message that our children are not worth the effort it would take to tell this population that they belong in this world. Please vote for C-235, end of quote from the mother. One day, this long-standing injustice will be rectified. It is inevitable. Colleagues, as members of the 42nd Parliament, you could be the pioneers that forged this great accomplishment by eliminating the suffering of thousands of innocent victims. The choice is yours.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bagnall, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves.
I have an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, fetal alcohol disorder, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour say yea. All those opposed say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, December 1st, 2016, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Tuesday, December 13th, 2016, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising tonight to follow up on a question I had asked of the government some weeks ago that was based on a commissioner's broadcast that was put out to RCMP members in January of this year, and we're in December, Mr. Speaker. There was an update letting members know that in January of the previous year, or at the beginning of 2015, he had recommended a raise for RCMP members. And he was letting them know at that time that because of the election and the new government, there was going to be some delay in processing that raise and getting a decision. Of course, now it's been well over a year since we've had a new government. We haven't heard anything about that raise. I'll say that the minister frankly seemed surprised when I raised it in question period some weeks ago. And I'm curious to know if we can get a further update on that, Mr. Speaker, because what's going on here, and I think what's really frustrating for RCMP members, is that they're transitioning to a new system. They ought to be anyway, where they're represented by a union. And then these things will be figured out at the bargaining table in terms of pay and benefits. In the meantime, under the old system recommended a raise, and the government isn't going ahead with that raise, or if they are, they certainly haven't let anyone know that they are. So RCMP members right now are in the frustrating position of being denied their raise under the old system, and it's been a long time since they've got a raise under that old system. And with inflation and everything else, I think it's fair to say that their real wages have actually been going down. And even the old system thought that that was a bad idea, which is why it recommended a raise. But the government, after in the spring refusing to deal with good amendments presented by the NDP, removing certain exclusions that are in C7, which would set the framework for a bargaining, because they said at that time it was really imperative that this law get passed, or the sky was going to fall and there would be disorder, and we would, and there wouldn't be an appropriate framework for collective bargaining for RCMP members. Well, they ran that bill through. The Senate actually, or the other place, I should say, Mr. Speaker, came to agree with the NDP on the matter of the exclusions and moved that they be taken out. That bill was then sent back to the government from the other place, and then that bill disappeared. And so there isn't the framework that the government had promised for collective bargaining for RCMP members. The bill, which was so important to get passed, hasn't come up in this entire fall session, and it seems to me, given that there's only 5 or 6 sitting days left, is very unlikely to grace the House with its presence before we adjourn for the Christmas break. So RCMP members are in the very unenviable position of being denied the raise under the old system and being denied the framework to go ahead and pursue a raise at the bargaining table under the new system. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is how the government can say that they respect RCMP officers when they're denying them the raise that they deserve under the old system and refusing to bring forward the legislation that would allow them to go ahead and bargain a raise under the new system.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
The RCMP is an iconic police force, and its members serve Canadians from coast to coast to coast with professionalism and valor. Mounties are recognized the world over as a symbol of Canada's value and traditions, and the women and men of the RCMP work hard every day to prevent crime, apprehend offenders, and keep Canadians safe in their home and communities. I know that all of us in this House hold RCMP members and the work that they do in the highest regard, and I agree that they must be remunerated in a manner commensurate with the job we ask them to do. The RCMP is comprised of over 30,000 employees, of which almost 18,400 are police officers, operating from over 750 service points across Canada. The RCMP also operates internationally through a network of liaison officers strategically deployed to 30 countries. Collectively, the efforts of these individuals form an exemplary model of policing that works to keep our country and its people safe and secure. Each year, the RCMP responds to well over 2 million calls for service from Canadians, while continually operating a host of long-term complex federal investigation, from organized crime to financial integrity to corruption and terrorism-related cases. Lorsque surviennent des événements.
When tragic events occur, RCMP members are always there to help. In the spring, for example, local RCMP in the Fort McMurray area, supported by members from detachments throughout Alberta, were fully involved in supporting search and evacuation efforts, and they've played a vital role in re-entry and recovery. And in August, when RCMP received credible information regarding a potential terrorist threat, it worked swiftly and effectively in concert with other security and police forces to keep Canadians safe. Moreover, in many places, RCMP members are de facto social workers, big brothers and big sisters, and in countless other ways that go beyond the traditional conception of law enforcement, integral and indispensable parts of community life. That's why it's so important that the members of our National Police Force have the resources they need to get the job done, and that they be fairly compensated for the work that they do. Work which is difficult and crucial. It's regrettable that in the last 4 years of the previous Conservative government, the RCMP budget was cut by over $500 million. We are currently in the midst of an integrity review to assess the adequacy of RCMP resources. In the meantime, Budget 2016 includes a temporary program integrity fund for the RCMP to address funding issues. As well, it's worth noting that the RCMP currently provides contract policing services to 8 provinces, 3 territories, and some 150 municipalities across Canada. These arrangements are based on cost-sharing mechanisms. For contracts with provinces and territories, they pay 70% of costs, including salaries, while the federal government covers 30%. Municipal agreements are based on a number of different cost-share formulas that vary, depending on population size and the year the original agreement was struck, from 70% to 100%. In other words, Mr. Speaker, any increase in policing costs has impacts on other jurisdictions, and this is something we take seriously. We will do everything we can to ensure that RCMP members receive fair compensation and so that they can continue to do their work of protecting Canadians.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but I think RCMP members want more than platitudes about just compensation. They want the government to move forward. The government can move forward either under the old system, which recommended a significant raise, or they can move forward under a new system. In either case, government action is needed before any of it goes forward. So which is it going to be? Is the government going to give them the raise that they're entitled to under the old system? Or are they going to get moving and bring in a new system where they can negotiate a raise? The only unacceptable option, Mr. Speaker, is the one that the government's chosen to take thus far, which is to simply do nothing when we know that the rate of compensation for RCMP officers is not currently adequate to the job that we're asking them to do. So the parliamentary secretary has said that he believes that they should get compensation adequate to that job. We know they aren't. There's two ways to go forward. Which way is the government going to go forward and when?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The process of examining the RCMP's request for an increase in salary is underway, and our government is certainly aware of the need to ensure that members of our unique national police force receive fair compensation. I say unique because the RCMP is the only police force in the world that functions as a national, provincial, and municipal policing body. In fact, RCMP members also serve with distinction in over 600 Indigenous communities and 3 international airports.
The Northwest Mounted Police in the latter half of the 19th century, to its establishment as a truly national police force in 1920, to the RCMP we know today, involved in operations dealing with everything from organized crime to terrorism to economic crime to the protection of dignitaries to the protection of communities all across this Canada. The Mounties have emerged as an institution fundamental to this country. I agree with the member of Elmwood-Transcona that the question of fair compensation for RCMP members is...
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year during the federal election campaign, the Liberals promised to restore habitat protections in the Fisheries Act, which were gutted by the Conservatives in 2012. When I asked the minister about getting those lost protections restored, the minister responded that the government needs to consult with stakeholders. Now, I don't object to consulting Canadians on introducing new measures to the Fisheries Act, but I was asking about restoring the protections that were already in the Act prior to 2012. Restoring these lost protections that are desperately needed, which were promised by this government, should have been a priority. The longer we go without these protections, the more we continue to lose sensitive fish habitat to industrial activity and development forever. At Fisheries Committee, we're hearing from proponents of major infrastructure projects who have benefited from this loose regulatory environment. We're also hearing about the loss and destruction of essential fish habitat, but we're seeing this government continue to improve projects under the old conservative destructive regulatory regime. Mr. Speaker, it's not acceptable to approve major projects like the Site C Dam, Pacific Northwest LNG, and Kinder Morgan Pipeline when we know proper fish habitat protection is not in place. DFO signed off on the Site C Dam project despite evidence from those on the ground who say this unnecessary destruction of fish habitat will obviously lead to damaging fish stocks. Mr. Speaker, there are many images of earth movers operating in the river with no silt fences at all. Clearly, this government not only needs to strengthen environmental protections, but also needs to increase staffing levels to enforce the rules. Bull trout, rainbow trout, kokanee, salmon, whitefish, and many other species migrate through this area each spring and fall. These species and the people who rely on them deserve better protection from this government. And this government also approved the Pacific Northwest LNG terminal under these weak environmental protections. This project threatens one of the last great BC salmon runs by compromising the Skeena River estuary. Of particular interest is the sandy area with the eelgrass beds called Flora Bank near Lilu Island, where the terminal is proposed to be located. Flora Bank has long been recognized as important habitat for salmon in the Skeena watershed, which is the second largest salmon-bearing river in Canada. Again, if proper protections were in place, First Nation fishers, recreational fishers, and commercial fishers would not have their livelihoods jeopardized. More recently, this government approved the Kinder Morgan pipeline project expansion after failing to overhaul the National Energy Board review process. Shame on this government for allowing this project, which will negatively impact affected watersheds and our coastal ecosystem from top to bottom. The increased tanker traffic will jeopardize the southern resident killer whales, including the forage fish that sustain so many species. Again, while we wait for these promised protections, devastating environmental decisions continue to be made, affecting our ecosystems, local economies, and local communities. Will this government finally live up to their campaign promise and immediately restore the lost protections before we lose even more fish habitat? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Saying to the member opposite, thank you for his good work on the Fisheries and Ocean Committee and in this House also. So, Monsieur le Président, c'est un honneur pour moi.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to present to the House on behalf of the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard on a topic that is important to the Minister and to our government. The Minister takes very seriously his mandate to review the changes made by the previous government to the Fisheries Act and looks forward to consulting with Indigenous peoples, provinces and territories, stakeholders, and all Canadians to find the best path forward to protect our fisheries resources.
To support the conservation and protection of fish and fish habitat and the sustainability of fisheries. Depuis les années 1960.
Since the 70s, the habitat protection provisions of this Act have been considered one of the most important pieces of environmental legislation. In 2012, the changes to the Fisheries Act were introduced to incorporate a variety of provisions, including those related to fish passage, fish habitat protection, and enforcement. These changes were made with little consultation or transparency and were poorly received by environmental, Indigenous groups, and Canadians in general. Of particular concern was that the changes would result in reduced environmental protection for fish and fish habitat.
I have no direct reference to the fish habitat, and concern were raised that the provision do not apply to as many water bodies and fish species as the previous regime. And of course, without fish habitat, there is no fisheries, Mr. Speaker. This loss projection was concurrent with program reorganization and departmental cuts combined to significantly erode public confidence.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that a simple cut and paste back to the previous version of the legislation will not go far enough to protect fish and fish habitat. We have also heard from some stakeholders over the last months that there were some positive changes that were made to the Fisheries Act that we should consider keeping, but we did hear that several changes need to be reviewed. This is also an opportunity to further strengthen fish and fish habitat protection through the incorporation of modern safeguards. Mr. Speaker, the amendments are the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans is leading the review of the changes to the Fisheries Act for 2012-2013. Department officials are complementing this approach by undertaking targeted consultation activities since some groups are unable or unlikely to participate in the parliamentary committee.
Launch an online consultation tool to provide the greatest number of individual Canadians the opportunity to provide their views. The
recommendations of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans and feedback from Indigenous groups, stakeholders and Canadians will be vital to shaping the renewed fisheries protection provisions of the Fisheries Act.
Just one, but an exciting one as well. The Minister is looking forward to working with all parliamentarians to see it to completion.
I welcome any comments, questions, or suggestions you might have.
On the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Ocean and Canadian Coast Guard for the excellent work. It's a pleasure working with them, and we'll make sure that we'll look at the Fisheries Act in the most timely fashion possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, restoring the lost fish habitat protections to pre-2012 levels is not only mandatory, but it was promised by this government. Mr. Speaker, we need to restore the lost protections to the Fisheries Act without delay, as there are many other major projects that will impact fisheries habitat if they are built, waiting in the wings. For instance, Energy East pipeline proposal crosses 90 watersheds, nearly 3,000 waterways, and will impact the drinking water of over 5 million people along its route. As I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary knows, this pipeline route is slated to cross more than 280 waterways. If the Fisheries Act is not restored immediately, these waterways will be examined under the old Harper regime, and fish habitat will remain at risk. Residents are concerned that the Energy East pipeline would not only impact fish habitat and watershed ecosystems, but would impact beluga whales. This proposal under the current fisheries...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the member is well aware of our commitment to the Fisheries Act.
Cut and paste back to the previous version of the legislation will not go far enough to protect the fish and fish habitat. Comme vous le savez, le comité permanent des...
As you know, the Standing Committee is leading the review. We've heard many stakeholders and groups that came before the committee to explain their concerns and what they saw as the new bill. So the recommendations of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and various groups will be vital to shaping the renewed fisheries protection provision.
With all the Canadians, and look forward to the Standing Committee report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne...
Motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to be put and seconded. Therefore, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. pursuant to Standard Order 24-1.